girls can't get enough of, which leads him to say stuff like this. In reality, though, he's just another sex pest lurking around the mothership, and at this point he should be behind bars for the stuff he's admitted to doing. Let's not forget how he openly confessed to putting his girlfriend into a John Jones-style guillotine until he TKO'd her unconscious.
I used to be a crazy boyfriend, bro. I used to be like one of them little jealous niggas. And she was taking a shower when she was about to go somewhere. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, you about to go out and be a hoe, this, that, and the other. I was like, I might as well just stop dealing with your ass. And then she said something like, I was like, yeah, I was talking shit like, yeah, you gonna miss this dick. And she was like, I can always suck another. Or something like, and it set me off, but I grabbed that bitch from behind her neck, bro. That bitch, I put the dog, and she passed out. She passed out of my arm in literally like 5 or 6 seconds. Oh my God. I was so scared. I thought
was that in the shower?
She was drying off.
Drying off?
Yeah, bro. She collapsed some over. That was scary as a bitch, bro.
What'd you do?
As soon as she hit the ground, she woke back up. I started crying.
Did you drop her, or you sort of set her on the ground?
Bro, I literally, like, imagine you do somebody, and before you know, they just pass out.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And I wasn't prepared to catch a body.
Right.
To catch her falling back.
Literally and figuratively.
Man, listen, bro. When she fell to the ground and she woke up, she was like, what happened?
What'd you say? You slipped in the bathtub?
I told her that she was yelling and then she just fell out.
How'd she take that?
She believed it.
So this is the type of guy we're dealing with, okay? He literally refers to himself as a gorilla pimp in this podcast while bragging about pulling WWE moves on women all the time.
Bitch, you fucking with a pimp, you expect to get cheated on. Gorilla pimps ain't no joke, bro.
What is a gorilla pimp? Just like a strong pimp?
Yeah, like that means he just chucking hoes. Bitch.
Yeah.
To the brink of death. That bitch will see the light, then I bring her back.
Yeah.
I'm like,
get your ass up. Yeah.
And so, whenever David's around women, things get really weird, because he clearly has strange thoughts about them that have warped his entire reality. And so before we continue with more clips from that Kill Tony episode, I wanted to show you a clip that actually shows this delusional perspective in real time. And if you haven't seen it already, basically David exposed himself after he posted a video in London, England, saying that all the girls there were ugly, and that he's a 20 out of 10 in the UK.
Yeah, boy, I can see why America wanted to become America, boy. You wake up and see a bitch that look like this every morning with that brown teeth. And the fool, nigga, I would have separated too. Shout out to 1776, all these basic face-ass bitches. The ugliest people in the world reside in London. I am a 20 over here.
No, Mr. Scratch and Sniff. You are not a 20 out of 10 there, let alone anywhere on this planet. So of course after posting that, he got utterly destroyed in his comment section. Because despite the fact that he calls himself a comedian, it's very obvious that when he talks this way, he's being 100% serious, and he just masks it with the cadence and delivery of a joke. But anyways, getting back to the Kill Tony episode, it's been a while since David Lucas has made a guest appearance on the show, with his last one being from fall of 2023. He's also been mostly quiet this year when it came to podcast appearances or specials, which happened almost directly after getting destroyed by the likes of The Elephant Graveyard, Too Lazy to Try, and Mike David from Red Bar. So since then, he's went on this little hiatus into the shadows. And you might be wondering, what is David Lucas doing on this little break of his? Well, apparently he befriended this guy, his local dealer, who made an appearance on this show as a bucket pool that night. And so when this guy's doing his interview, it's kind of clear that David is ashamed to be friends with this guy, because as you'll see shortly, this guy is also a scumbag, with all his jokes revolving around him being a deadbeat, alcoholic dad.
You're doing good. Thank you, David Lucas.
Man, it's crazy. Rudy is actually a friend of mine. I know him very well.
Yeah, I'm his plug.
And he...
I sell him Coke, but Ozempic's not working in it right now, so...
Rudy give me all the snack foods before they come out in stores.
Shots out of my vatos.
But Rudy is actually a really horrible father. The night he had his...
No, yeah, tell him about it.
Bro, we're taking shots. He's like, oh yeah, my baby was just born. And I'm like, today? He's like, yeah. I'm like, nigga, go be a fucking father. You got that chick in the hospital by herself while you're here taking a shot.
I got a dream I got a J. She knows. Yeah.
Did you go hang out with your newborn kid after that?
Yeah, of course.
So you did shots with David Lucas, and then you went and hung
I
out
went
with
straight to the hospital. I had to get them to watch that shit. That shit was a little wild.
But you didn't even watch it. The kid came out when you were drinking with David, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like holding him and shit. Yeah.
Oh. You had to get drunk to look your baby in the eyes.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. Yeah, I was not ready for that.
Yes. I see very clearly why you and David get along so well.
Into the fridge.
This guy also admitted to crashing his car with David Lucas while under the influence, which I thought was pretty funny because David hated that guy brought it up and was visibly embarrassed to even be in the same conversation as him. So you're not drinking as much as you used to drink?
Yeah, I chilled out. Yeah, I still drink though. I get fucked up.
Give us an example of a time recently in which you got fucked up.
Oh, I crashed my car with David. I mean, not with David. With
Why the fuck was you saying that?
What do you ask me? I gotta be honest.
David,
That's what
put
this
the
show's about,
microphone
Mike.
Tell me the whole story. Let's go.
Yeah.
David was with you?
Yeah, David is my best friend.
Yes, he was. So this, ladies and gents, is what David Lucas does on his average night. He rolls around in the shadows with guys that look like low-level criminals in the opening scenes of a Batman movie. And honestly, after everything that he exposed about himself last year, it's not shocking that he's doing this now. I mean, he really couldn't torture me into admitting some of the stuff he said and did in those podcasts. Like when he said women enjoy being R-worded to a fellow female comedian in a podcast episode that was actually never released to the public.
You know, never get along with David Lucas.
You won't get along with it. Why not?
He did our podcast and he just said the dumbest shit ever.
What did he say?
He said that 8 out of 10 women are come when they are or something. 80% of women come when they're raped. And me and Ian were like,
read that, or is that more of an admission?
right. And me and Ian just lost our minds. We just roasted the shit out of him.
Where does that come from? Where does that come from?
He said it was a statistic he found. We roast him until
Can we see what the statistic of how
It's
many women come? First of all, 80% of women don't come.
exactly.
Period.
That's why it's so funny.
I'm sure there are. I know there are comers.
The word is
They're out there.
is that the statistic was that there's like 5 out of 10 have a physical reaction, which is like, yeah, if you stick something in me a whole bunch, I'm gonna get wet.
They get wet.
Yeah,
During the,
but to come,
50% get wet.
and then he made us delete.
That would be my biggest fucking defense.
He get wet.
Will you delete
I
the
bet
episode?
Well, he was like, I talked to my lawyer, and he said we shouldn't actually put that part in, and we were just like, then we're deleting the whole thing because that was the only funny part because he just sits there and says nothing. I think his
What a great
comedy
lawyer.
is.
So again, this is the type of guy we're dealing with here, alright? And no, he's not a shock comic. When it comes to the topic of women, he's sharing his personal beliefs, and as many other comedians do, he masks these beliefs with the cadence and delivery of a joke. So to people that don't know who he is, it sounds like it's a joke, but he's not joking, guys. But now all we have left to do is wait for the UK episode to drop. Since word on the street is that it was quite possibly the worst Kill Tony episode of all time. So I'm really looking forward to that and diving into it. But with that being said, that is it for the video, guys. Thanks so much for watching.
Kind of cute.
Thank
Look, you're older than 17.
I promise I'm sure.
Let me see. Let me see what I did.
So much effort into that shit. You won't even smell it.
Let me rub your back.
You won't even smell it.
Let me rub your back. Get real nice and close like we're in prison. Sit that little pale booty down. No, Game of Thrones. What is you talking about, bro? What is you talking about?
I thought you were trying to.
You on some weird shit.
You're a predator.
I'm not a predator.
Oh, for sure.
Skip the question, bro. We ain't even gonna entertain that bullshit you're talking about right now, because I got children, and that's a very sensitive topic.
Hostage?
Yeah. I'll put my hand in my ass and make you smell it, bitch. Come here, nigga. You want to smell it, nigga? You still gonna smell this ass. I ain't took no shower, and I'm straight off a plane, boy. This shit. Gotta scratch the ass. Scratch the ass so you can smell it.
Kløe hodebunn er ikke bare tørr, den er skadet. Vanlig fuktighet vil ikke fungere. Du trenger hodebunn. hodebundseksperten Derma X Pro. Den hjelper med å reparere på cellenivå for å holde på fuktigheten. Du får flassfri hodebunn I opp til 72 timer. Gi fukt som proffene med Head & Shoulders Derma X Pro.
You going through a tough time? And I was like, I just moved to Austin, man. Yeah, I'm trying to find my way. I'm heartbroken about LA. Yeah. And he was like, yeah, Texas is great, man. Best decision I ever made. He was, but you should know it's no LA. You're going to miss, there's no replacing LA. And I was like, oh, how long did it take you to get, like, back in your routine and feeling comfortable? It was 3 years. I went, what is, tough 3 years.
Alright, so it's been about a week since I covered Brendan Schaub's depressing move to Austin, Texas. But since then, he's released an insulting 7.5 hours of podcasts that absolutely no one's asked for. So I went ahead and watched those, and boy, oh boy, it really only gets worse for Brendan Schaub. Like, this guy's literally the Benjamin Button of podcasting. Starting out his career by interviewing Conor McGregor in a professional studio funded by Showtime, and ending it in a cramped storage unit sweating his balls off in the middle of a Texas summer heat wave.
Hard being a human.
It was.
Hard being a human.
There's some current events, dude.
Yeah.
Is it warm in here? Yeah, we're sure. Okay, so we talked about.
I like the
No. We had them turn off studio.
Yeah, you get a little moist.
Yeah, but the studio should be this way.
So this new studio is really bad, much worse than we previously thought. Because as you just saw, it gets extremely stuffy in there, since these storage units don't come pre-installed with AC. So to fix this, Brendan's got this industrial-sized air conditioning box in there that sounds like a leaf blower whenever it's turned on.
But I will say this. You're talking about tens of maybe hundreds of millions of Muslims around the globe. Mission of it.
What is that noise?
It's AC kicks on for a little bit, it'll turn off.
But
Is that us? Probably, right.
Well, as long as we acknowledge it, it's just AC for a little bit.
How does that work? We're going to work. Sorry about that noise.
it'll work it out.
We're gonna work it out. It's our only
My
second
saying's very
time.
important.
I just think that, when you're talking about what these men that Douglas Murray is taking note of,
It's the best I've had. Their pork belly.
Sorry, guys, for that sound.
Keep going. No, he has a thing that gets rid of it. We fixed it. You just go straight down.
And so when the AC is not on and blasting, it turns out that the storage unit's next to an active railroad. So when there is peace and quiet, it's interrupted by a loud passing train.
Oh yeah, you having a hard time finding meat? It's a train.
That's a train.
Yeah, there's a train that goes around.
Oh. I just felt everything rumble. I get nervous now.
So on top of the loud AC, the train outside, the echo, and the smell of engine exhaust from all of his cars underneath, the funniest part of this new professional podcast studio is that the lights in there go off every 30 minutes or so. Since storage units like these have built-in motion sensor lights in order to keep the energy bill down.
It's a little old school. Old school.
If that's
No, it's your hand on your heart.
apology.
It's a sign of respect, not to.
Touch it on.
Also, what people don't realize is in the air world, he wasn't looking at her.
So our boy Brendan has clearly struck bedrock here in Austin, and as you may have guessed, it's only getting worse for him, as he just recently got pretty upset with Brian Callen, since Callen's going to be missing 2 weeks worth of shows to go on his annual cruise ship with his second family.
Yeah, here we are, baby.
We're back, bud.
We're back, and I want to apologize for leaving again. But it's only 10 days. 11 days. 10 days.
It's 2 weeks. I'm filming. You're missing 2 weeks.
I'm not missing 2 weeks. I'm missing,
So you come back on like a Tuesday.
I'll come back on a Wednesday, yeah. I'll be,
right? 2 weeks.
no, but we'll get a podcast in that week. So it'll be 3 shows I miss altogether. 3 shows.
What are you going to cruise?
I'm going with the extended family. It's every June.
It's so.
Well, it's my whole family though. It's my dad. He's 85.
The cruises?
Well, it's a high-end cruise. We stop
Cruises
at
are tough, dude. 2 things I fucking hate.
No, but this is a great cruise. It's with the kids. It's.
And in LA, this usually wasn't a big deal, since there were hundreds of semi-famous people that Brendan could have on the show to replace Rinks. But now that they're in Austin, those big names aren't anywhere to be found. So Brendan's left with Joe Rogan's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu friends and Tim Kennedy for the next 4 episodes of Fighter and the Kid.
It's great. It's fun.
But yeah, so you're missing 2 weeks and we just got here, so that's cool. But we got I got Tim Kennedy filling in next week.
That's a very good fill-in, right?
And then I'll probably have Catherwood fill in.
These are good fill-ins.
Yeah.
No, they're not. Mike Catherwood was just on the show, and he actually had some pretty interesting things to say, but for whatever reason, Brendan loves interrupting Catherwood more so than the usual guest. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but that legendary clip of Brendan interrupting his guest is from the very first podcast Catherwood did with them. And in that clip, Catherwood gets visibly very irritated with Schaub.
The jelly beans give you amazing energy, and they get you fired up for 20 minutes. And then you realize, like, that it's not sustainable.
I don't know if
But a
that ever
sweet
goes
potato,
away.
you're like learning how to.
I don't know if it ever goes away. I always have it. It's just controlling the monster. Like the chip on my shoulders, I couldn't tell you how tall it is. Every day. This morning, I woke up, I have a nice house, great family. I drove my dream car here.
And so in their most recent Catherwood episode, nothing changed, as Brendan is still the world's worst interrupter.
Something that will save you, will use your suffering as an asset, and that is boxing. And yeah, but maybe someday that'll change.
I don't think so.
But
I don't think so. I don't think it ever changed.
Now,
Boxing's tough, but baseball's.
So another hour of Brendan interrupting Mike Catherwood is going to drop, and then we get a podcast with the modern-day Spartan warrior assassin Tim Kennedy. So just a lineup of exhilarating guests coming up these next weeks that I'm sure will boost their numbers, right?
Audio's, don't get it twisted, audio's still kid.
That's a joke. Brendan Schaub is simply not a draw. You see, the majority of his views are from bots. An actual representation of the numbers Brendan would pull without the bots can be seen in this depressing podcast he did a few days ago, which is still yet to crack 2,000 views as of right now. And hilariously enough, the hosts of this podcast actually sort of troll Brendan with their interview questions, which sort of upsets Brendan a little.
Why don't you walk us through kind of the arc of your life, I guess, in a certain respect? Is that too much?
No, I feel like the movie's not done. Hopefully it's not.
Yeah.
No, I have another chapter.
Yeah. So do you ever do stand-up still? Like so when you're out in Austin, you won't be going to the mothership.
I'll probably hang out some, but again, it's like, I don't get how guys do it. God bless them that do, but I just can't find the balance of getting back into stand-up and being a good dad. I can't.
Yeah.
I just can't.
Yeah.
Everything I'm doing,
It's crazy. Guys like Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer pulled that shit off. And Tom Segura seems like there's like young kids, and he works it into his comedy and stuff. It's kind of funny, but
yeah.
And the wife, Christina,
she's also traveling comic.
And they do the podcast, the YMH Studios, like.
And I don't know the personal life. They might figure it out, but as far as like.
You see, Brendan's used his family as an excuse to quit comedy ever since he couldn't sell tickets at his local bar. So for him to still be using this narrative and believe that people think he isn't lying is actually insane. But kudos to these guys for asking him that. I mean, they clearly knew what they were doing here. I mean, this older fellow also trolled Brendan while Brendan was taking him for a ride in his Humvee.
It's funny, isn't it? After all of us being used to being in really fast shit. I mean, this is a fast Humvee, but the whole time you're like, okay, maybe a few hundred horsepower more would suck.
So you'd have to be a real passionate figgy to believe that these guys weren't at least 10% trolling Brendan here. It's also pretty funny to me how Brendan said he'll be hanging in the green room of the mothership, because I believe that there's a high chance that all the comedians in there clown on him whenever his name's brought up. So I'm just calling you right now that Brendan's never going to step foot in the mothership. It's pretty similar to how he never attends UFC events. Deep down inside, he knows that if he went, he would get trolled. So in turn, he just doesn't go. Also, speaking of Brendan getting trolled, the last episode of The Golden Hour featured Chris D'Elia and Eric Griffin roasting Schaub right in his face.
I drove past Michael Jackson's house out there and didn't see him.
That's, you got Down syndrome or what?
No, my kids
say that out of the blue is crazy.
No, well, we were showing Michael Jackson.
I drove past Michael Jackson's house. Dude,
you might find a Southern Belle.
God damn it. God damn it. Hey, you know what? It wasn't supposed to work out.
Because if you didn't know already, for 2 years, Brendan Schaub has been subjecting these two guys to his bullying, and they were very clearly fed up with Brendan during every episode. So in this last one, it was almost like they could get everything off their chests before Brendan finally leaves.
Oh man, he doesn't have to do this. Chris had
Happy
nothing to do.
leave day. Happy quit. Happy day. Everything changes to you. It's only downhill from here. Thank you, Brandon. All because of Brandon.
I'll come back now. You hear?
Well, and so at first, Brendan was going along with the roasting, laughing like anyone else would. But as the podcast went on, the roasting and insults just never stopped. And after a while, you could tell Brendan was getting tired of it. Still playing it cool and chuckling, but kind of shocked at how much they were going in on him in this very last episode.
All right, okay, who are you gonna miss more, Chin or Brendan? Go.
Oh, why would you do that?
No, you gotta miss more.
No, I like them for different reasons.
Why do you like Chin?
I like Chin because he's very sweet, funny, nice, caring. And I like Brendan too. It's just different.
Yeah.
But the most awkward part of this podcast came after Eric Griffin was speaking about his recent appearance on Family Feud, which Brendan had no idea that he had filmed already, to which Chris and Eric take offense to, since after all, they were the two professional comedians that saved Brendan's show after Theo quit The King and the Sting. So they kind of let Brendan hear it for the last time here before he abruptly leaves the podcast early and never returns again.
Dude, I'm not gonna talk about it a lot until it comes out, but I did Family Feud, right? And everybody was like, it would be great to have the mics.
You filmed it in February?
No, we just did it. All these times where I wasn't here.
No, I do. I thought they filmed in February.
Oh yeah? Why don't you eat some more fucking cake?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, you look at the whole cast, right? Yeah. I was thinking.
Wow. You know what? You're moving tomorrow.
You're kind of phoning it in right now. I don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't like this phone in, Brendan.
You only got about 5 more minutes.
All right. Well, he has to go. It's already changing. He got his cake.
All right, dudes.
All right, see you.
Is it for you?
That's it.
Yeah, bro.
Last one in LA, boys.
Yeah, bro.
Next time we see you, you will be still right there, probably.
I'll be right here, but just to. Love you guys. Thanks again.
Yeah, man. No problem. Take it, put it in your pocket.
Yeah.
Take some cake in your pockets.
He doesn't feel good.
Oh, they're hugging like bitches, dude.
Oh,
Y'all are feminine,
wow,
dude.
what? We finally got rid of both of them, Chris. Yeah!
You know what?
They always thought that we did it.
You know what it is? Dude, finally.
I wonder if Brendan actually thinks he's pulling a Theo right now and is going to blow up on TikTok after moving to Austin and finally make it big. I really bet he does. The big thing that Brendan's missing here is that Theo can actually be hilarious. Brendan, on the other hand, just seems exhausted on his podcasts nowadays and salty for whatever reason that particular day brings. Also now with the riots against ICE, you can't even use that as an excuse to why he left LA. So it's evidently clear that the sole reason of leaving, again, was just to be closer to Joe Rogan, who now the entire city of Austin is revolting against. So yeah, just wanted to bring you all up to speed with Brendan's life, because I know you all care so much. Also real quick, just wanted to give a huge thank you to all of you for getting me to 50,000 subscribers. Anyways, subscribe if you haven't already, and as always, thanks so much for watching.
This is the new Oh My Gloss Leave-In Serum from Aussie. It's lightweight, non-greasy. My hair has never looked this glossy.
It's crazy. It's insane. It's gonna be sad when he's gone.
How soon? What's your bet?
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to spill the tea here, but every time I've been to his house, I can't help but notice the amount of pill bottles next to his bed. It's like 38 of those orange pill bottles, and you're like, is all that for your liver? What is that?
Alright, so it looks like Tom Segura is finally starting to realized that being tied to Bert Kreischer might not actually be the best thing for his career moving forward. Because, well, if it isn't painfully obvious by now, Bert Kreischer is the most hated comedian in 2025, both by the internet and by comedians in his own circle, who publicly talk trash about him with zero remorse. And so recently this has been made crystal clear for Tom Segura, who's been on a podcast press run ever since he released Bad Thoughts on Netflix. And if his press tour taught him anything, it's that you can't talk about Tom Segura without mentioning Bert Kreischer, and you can't mention Bert Kreischer without mentioning how insufferable and hacky he is. So being associated with him is like handing your career a death sentence before it even starts. And we got a good example of Tom Segura realizing this yesterday after Andrew Santino told him that he can't stand to watch Two Bears, One Cave, simply because Bert is unbearable to listen to.
Great. Yeah, she's the best.
But honestly, be real with us.
Yeah.
You don't miss us at all?
I miss you guys like crazy.
Do you
Can I
really?
tell you this too? This is also totally sincere. Mm-hmm. Man, this show is so fucking funny. Like,
This fucking dumb show?
This dumb show. This is one of the only things that, like, we all are scrolling all the time. I watch every clip.
Come on, Tommy. Come on.
No,
You know what?
serious.
I would share the same sentiment, but I can't watch Bort.
No.
I'll watch you, I can't watch Bort.
Yeah.
We don't even see fucking Bert anymore. I'm joking around Bert. I can't even see Bert anymore.
Because of his appearance.
Yeah, I can't be near him.
So just imagine how it feels for Tom to be paired up with Bert while trying to start his acting career in Hollywood, and probably wanting to be taken seriously by big Hollywood executives, let alone his peers. I mean, he's really stuck in this toxic duo with Bert, much like Brian Callen is with Brendan Schaub, but way worse. Because I'd go as far as to say now that Bert Kreischer has way more haters than Brendan Schaub in 2025. So for the most hated comic of the year to be known as your sidekick must really suck for Tom. And so in the latest Two Bears, One Cave episode, which Bert Kreischer was absent for, we can actually see a much happier and laid-back version of Tom, who was probably just happy to be sitting across from an actual, well-respected comedian.
Bert is having 16 feet of intestines removed this week. We wish him well in his recovery. And sitting in for him, he's gay, he's Muslim, he's hilarious. Give it up for Mark Norman, everybody. There you go. Thanks for coming in.
Good to be here. Good to be back, Tom. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Nice fart, man.
I was sitting on that one for a minute.
And so honestly, this made for a great episode of Two Bears, One Cave, since Mark and Tom could calmly riff with each other without the threat of interrupting Cow squealing at his own jokes and stories.
I got a baby now, and he's sharding like a motherfucker.
That's what they do, man. They just shit and piss for years.
But the beauty of a baby is when it sharts in the diaper, you're like, hey, it was a good day.
Good day, yeah.
Usually it's in Katrina and Flintwater in
Oh,
there.
yeah. How old's your baby now?
38. No, he's 4.5 months.
Even the fans were rejoicing in the comments, as almost all of the top comments were about how happy they were that Bert wasn't there. Also, real quick here, Tom mentioned at the beginning of the show that Bert has to have some 16 feet of his intestines removed.
Bert is having 16 feet of intestines removed this week. We wish him well in his recovery.
But I'm just going to assume that was a joke, right? Since these are professional stand-up comics, but I must say that he didn't really deliver it like a joke. In fact, he sounded pretty serious. So if this is even somewhat true, isn't that extremely concerning? Like, now that I think of it, Bert has been looking downright terrible lately, especially in comparison to him from even a year ago. So I believe the drinking and binge eating has just increased as of late, and I'm guessing that Bert Kreischer's health is likely the worst it's ever been. Let's not forget that he had a tantrum on stage during his live show a few weeks ago after his nurse had to take his blood pressure before giving him his IV drip.
But let's break down that, do not take my blood pressure. Just give me a goddamn IV. I do not want that, or just give me the IV. Or don't, but do not take my blood pressure.
How bad would your blood pressure be?
I do not take my blood pressure.
Is that a good sign?
No, I get the white coat syndrome, and I don't want to. And listen, I normally get 2 bags. I'll be fine with 1 bag. Just do not take my blood pressure. If you're going to take my blood pressure, I don't need an IV.
God, stop.
No, I'm not getting one.
Why?
I'm not. There's 2,000 people here. I'm not getting my blood pressure.
And guess what? All 7,000 want you to get your blood pressure. Stop.
Game's over. I'm not playing.
Stop.
Game's over. Nope. It's my arm and I hold him tight. Nori, get up here. Nori, come here. Nori's black man. You don't go to the doctor. Come here. Nori, come here, please.
Wow, so if he had to go to that length to refuse the blood pressure screening, who knows what shitstorm was brewing inside that body this whole time. And so now that he's getting his intestines removed, Tom and Mark spend a good portion of this podcast discussing Bert's outrageous behavior and where it all went wrong, with the both of them summing Bert up as an overall drunken lunatic.
Did you ever have, I'm assuming you've had great, like, long nights with him, right?
Oh my God! So many nights in Europe were wild. We went to a strip club in Copenhagen, I think, called the Waterloo, and he's getting a lap dance FaceTiming Leanne. And you're like, this is crazy. I mean, and he's one of those guys who'll get drunk at the show and then be like, we're going to the bar, and he'll be like, after party at this bar, and I'm like, we're going somewhere else, right? He's like, no, we're going there.
That to me was always the mark of lunacy with that guy. Was when he like started to like really sell tickets, and then I'd see a video. I was like, what's going on in that bar? He's like, oh, at the end of my show, I told everyone, let's go to this bar. I'm like, you told the show
yes,
to go to the bar?
That's insane.
It's insane.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, and I stayed there till like 3 in the morning, and I, bought shots for it. I'm like, you're crazy, bro.
And he likes it. It's not like
he loves it.
Oh, I got to do this for my fans. He's like, no, let's get in there.
So Tom and Mark are clearly shocked with Bert's lifestyle and the decisions he's made throughout his career, and they very clearly do not relate to Bert whatsoever, almost describing his actions in a negative way. Like as you'll see in this next clip, after Tom Segura shares, in my opinion, a deeply disturbing story of Bert and his addiction, you're going to see that Tom very obviously wants to set himself apart from Bert, almost like he's trying to tell the world that he and Bert are not the same kind of people, despite being on the same podcast, owning a vodka brand together, doing comedy sets together, and appearing almost everywhere promotionally with each other.
I remember this so describes his personality. When we went one time, Joe had sent us, like, we did I think it was a weight loss contest or something, and they were like, what do you want to go to? It was like, I'll send you like a sporting event, right? So I was like, okay, let's go see the Warriors Cavs play. LeBron, Steph, back. It was a fun game to watch. And then we're back at the hotel. He's like, all right, we found like a rooftop balcony or something. And we were smoking cigars, having a couple drinks. And then he's like, I go, all right, well, I'm going to go to bed. And he was like, what? I go, I don't know. I mean, just whatever. Yeah, 9 or 1 or something. He's like, don't you want to like just keep this feeling going?
Oh boy.
What? He's like, you know what I mean? Like that whole like there's like that buzz.
Yeah.
And he describes it in such a like a romantic way.
Sure.
I go, no, I was thinking like going to sleep. He was like, no, stay.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right. So I stay like a little while longer. And I'm like, how about now? He's like, no, let's just stay here. Like, do you want to just live on the roof?
Yeah. And you're like, go see your children.
I find it interesting that Bert's supposed best friend would reveal this very personal and embarrassing story of him without him being there to correct any of the details about it. And honestly, it's kind of pathetic of Tom, who seems to be just trying to impress Mark Normand. So after this talking shit about Bert, Mark and Tom go on to try and balance that out by complimenting Bert's unusual athletic talents. And so they really try to give Bert his props here. But that only lasts for about 30 seconds, when Mark gives up on pretending to like Bert and finally admits that he thinks he's gonna die soon.
I just was like, I go, to me, I'm like, everything is just based on being tired. I'm like, aren't you just tired? He's like, no.
He isn't. That's why he has to tour with like younger people.
Yeah.
Because they can keep up with him. The guy's fucking athletic. I mean, we would do ski trips every year, and he'd be like, I'm gonna snowboard today. And we're like, oh wow. And he would snowboard better than us, and then he'd be like, I'm gonna ski today. And it's crazy.
Yeah.
And he's like drinking a beer on the slopes and then bam, out there.
Yeah. He has like really great body control.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Crazy hand-eye coordination.
He'll like skid off on the snow and then take a photo with the guy and then go back out there. It's crazy. It's gonna be sad when he's gone.
How soon? What's your bet?
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to spill the tea here, but every time I've been to his house, I can't help but notice the amount of pill bottles next to his bed. It's like 38 of those orange pill bottles, and you're like, is all that for your liver? What is that?
So even though Bird seems to be going through the worst health crisis of his life right now, and is in fact recovering from surgery, since he confirmed it in this podcast that dropped yesterday, it seems that Tom only wants to separate himself and his public image from the walking train wreck that is Bert Kreischer, because Tom wants to be the next action movie star. That reminds me of someone. I really hope a slew of shocking allegations doesn't come out about this guy before he makes it big. Wouldn't that be awful? Anyways, that is it for the video, guys. Thanks for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below what you think of this whole thing.
Vi tror på en hverdag med hjemmelaget middag. Familiens interne vitser og at nudler skal slurpes. Ta tilbake middagstiden med HelloFresh.
If Brian moves, what happens to the podcast?
We've always figured it out. We'll figure it out. He has to do what's best for him. That's what's best for Brian. Yeah. Might be what's best for Brian the kid.
You gonna miss LA a little bit though?
Yeah. What else you guys did?
That's kind of pretty much it. I mean, I don't know. You guys,
That's our Texas episode.
Alright, so things are looking pretty sad for Brendan Schaub and his so-called career right now. Because, if you don't know already, Brendan Schaub recently moved him, his family, and his entire podcast studio from Los Angeles, California, to Austin, Texas, for seemingly no other reason than to third-wheel Joe Rogan and Brian Callen, who have been laughing it up together in the green room of the mothership for over 4 months now.
What else, buddy?
I'm just enjoying, I am enjoying Texas. I'm enjoying the mothership. Yeah, the mothership a lot.
But being that Brendan Schaub quit comedy over a year ago, and on top of that, never even got the invite to the mothership while being an active stand-up comic, this move just seems really desperate and honestly just sad at this point. And I think even Brendan knows this, because in the first ever podcast he recorded from his brand new studio in Austin, he just looks like he has this impending feeling of doom on his face. Almost like he's slowly realizing how much of a downgrade this move really was.
It's still a work in progress. We've got enough to do a show today. You'll find the kid later today, so we're up and running, man.
And just to show you guys how bad of a downgrade this move really was, for starters, his new studio is terrible. Certainly much worse than his previous one. I mean, you really can't even call it a studio. It's literally just on top of some scaffolding in a huge concrete garage where he's going to keep all of his souped-up midlife crisis cars underneath. So, of course, the echo and reverb in there is just downright horrendous.
What's that noise?
So by the way, apologies to the audience. This new studio is so huge, it's going to be really echoey for a little bit, but we're going to eventually fix it.
We'll get some sound absorbers.
We need to get stuff going.
Yeah, we gotta get some stuff.
To get to this point.
This is take down some walls. I like this though. It feels very quiet. It feels very good.
Industrial, shoppy.
Yeah.
Podcasting.
Podcasting. Real podcast.
There's no air one across the street.
That's the one thing about
HOA or...
I can only imagine the huge cost of professionally soundproofing a space that big in order to match the sound quality of their previous studio. Also, if you know anything about Brendan, you'd know that he's a downright cheapskate when it comes to paying people. So I don't really expect that terrible echo to go away anytime soon. Also, speaking of paying employees, he doesn't even pay his producer Chin a decent livable wage. Like, Chin's wage is so low that after 3 months of house hunting, he can't, for the life of him, find anywhere nice to rent in Austin. So he's now flying back and forth from LA to Austin in order to produce 2 dead-end, low-effort podcasts for Brendan Schaub, of all people.
What'd you guys do? You guys got in, what, Friday? Yeah, until
Thursday.
And then, Jim, when you move out here, I'm confused. Why haven't you found a place?
I've been looking for spots. I couldn't find any spots. But tomorrow at 12:30, there's a real estate person help me find a place to
Take you
just
around.
rent for,
Till you learn the lay of the land.
Yeah.
That's smart.
So do that tomorrow. Yeah.
So then, but until you find where you pull the town, fly back and forth.
That's all I can do. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I mean, what if I can't find a spot,
You could find one though, I'm sure.
yeah, but I don't want a piece of crap spot.
You're looking for like a rental for like a year?
At first, me and my brother were looking for.
Yeah, I remember you said that.
But it didn't work out, so I'll just look to rent a spot.
Your brother's like, nah, I'm good, man.
Dirty.
Just for a second, I want you to imagine being Chen, who's almost 50 years old, watching Brendan buy a huge mansion, waste all his money on these terrible cars, and dressing his synthetic wife head to toe in Louis Vuitton, all the while not even being bothered enough to throw Chen a couple extra bones a month in order for him to live in a decent place.
High standard. I like to come in after doing no work. I want to thank you.
But I'll tell you, poor Chin, he can't find a place to live in Austin because there's nowhere
to live.
There's nowhere to live.
There's nowhere to live.
You only had 3 months to figure it out, man.
But anyways, moving back to Brendan, another funny part of him moving to Texas is him realizing that the weather and wildlife there are like hell on earth compared to sunny California.
Now, you're a car guy. Yeah. Now, I'm going to need you to understand a couple things. You need a place to cover your car because the weather isn't very cooperative here, and sometimes it decides to hail golf ball size.
Did that get your
I'm
car?
not kidding.
I came in after that.
I was driving and I got hit with, deer turd size hail, and it was actually kind of scary.
And it fucked up the Tesla?
It didn't fuck it up, but it was hitting so hard. I was I was like, Jesus.
Oh my God,
and I
what are you
pulled over and tried to get
another one? It's not like you're in some old school hot rod where it's like, oh, you're gonna do it. I just go to Tesla. You got another white one?
Yeah. Well, still though, it's kind of crazy.
So of course, instead of registering anything Brian said, Brendan just makes a hacky, low-hanging fruit joke about Teslas and how they're so easy to replace, which is also an annoying brag about how his cars are so rare and one of a kind. You see, Brendan's been punched and kicked in the head so many times now that he can't even realize that Brian's genuinely trying to warn him about the serious dangers of Texas hailstorms. So honestly, there's a very high chance that Shop's gonna get carpet bombed by actual baseball-sized ice rocks while speeding down the highway during one of these advisories. Pray to God that he isn't taking a selfie while it's happening.
They don't, like when there's a tornado warning, everybody gets dead serious.
I'll tell you what's no joke around here is the thunder and lightning storms.
Or the hail. The hail.
I'm saying the hail, I haven't experienced that.
Oh, you will?
No bitch.
No, the thunder and lightning is crazy. It's the hail. And they will tell you. You'll get a notice on your thing. They're like, shelter in place, you could die.
They give you a heads up?
Like, yeah, they'll tell you that it's life-threatening. You're like,
and
what?
It's on its way, like a 10-minute warning?
It's about 10 minutes, but it whips up right quick. It whips up and that sky goes black, and that it starts to blow, and you're like, damn, what the hell is this? It's crazy.
And also, on top of the really shitty weather, Austin also hosts a variety of highly venomous insects and reptiles that are actually pretty common to see in the outskirts of Austin where Brendan lives. And according to Tim Dillon, the lakes there are also infested with brain-eating amoeba.
For 4 months out of the year, it's over 100 degrees. The lake is vomit-colored, and there are brain-eating amoebas that can swim up your nose and kill you within 48 hours. It's rare, but it happens.
But as you'll see shortly, Brendan didn't bother to research any of that until moving there.
We have crazy bugs at the house.
Oh yeah,
we saw a tarantula on the sidewalk.
Sure did. And you'll see turtles you'll see turtles, tortoises. No, you'll see land tortoises. You're gonna see. We found a coral snake in our pool 4 days ago. A coral snake.
That's a problem.
That's a problem. They've got the same venom that a cobra does. They're in the cobra venom problem.
So yeah, it just seems like deep down inside, Brendan knows that this move was a terrible idea for him. And it seems like it's actually getting to him now, since as of today, Brendan Shaw buzzed his head in a very 2007 Britney Spears-like cry for help. And sure, guys buzz their heads all the time. And honestly, out of all of Brendan's awful cuts, this one infuriates me the least. But something about this just seems like a distress signal, doesn't it? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But anyways, besides realizing Austin, Texas is an actual hellhole, in this podcast, Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen give two great examples for why people find them to be so despicable. Let's start with Brendan. So while Brendan and Brian were talking about their great pal and superstar war hero friend, Tim Kennedy, who certainly never committed stolen valor, Brendan and Brian shook hands on a bet revolving around a story about Tim Kennedy's Spartan warrior son, betting on whether he scored 17 goals in hockey or lacrosse.
I love Tim. The best. I love that guy. Well, he met my kids for the first time, and I said, guys, you know Captain America, right? I go, that's the closest.
That is
real.
That is Captain America.
Yeah.
And his 10-year-old son ain't too far away. His 10-year-old son is a ridiculous athlete.
Little beast at lacrosse.
I didn't realize hockey. Like, so hockey.
Lacrosse is his thing.
No, hockey's his thing. In 3 games, he scored 17 goals.
That's lacrosse, baby.
No, it's hockey.
Promise you it's lacrosse.
I promise it's hockey.
Want to bet?
Yeah. Well, I talk to him every day about.
Okay.
I've seen the videos of him playing hockey.
No, it's lacrosse, buddy.
You want to bet? Because you're going to be.
Yeah. What do you want to bet? $100?
Yeah.
I told him it's weird. It's like I wasn't just with Tim talking lacrosse for an hour.
I was just with him too.
Yeah, no, but you don't pay attention. It's not that easy, right?
So then, after they call Tim Kennedy and confirm that Brian was actually correct, in classic Brendan Schaub fashion, Brendan refuses to pay Brian.
He was the highest goal scorer and the highest assist leader in the whole entire tournament. In lacrosse.
Yes, but
Yeah.
But also, didn't he?
When you scored 17 goals, was that lacrosse you're talking about?
No, that was hockey.
Oh, thank you. I just won. So let's back up for a sec. Now I said his son scored 17 goals in 3 games in hockey. You said that's lacrosse.
See, but here,
And you made a bet. Give me my fucking $100.
No, give me my $100.
Hey Casey. Hey, no chin.
No,
Let's rewind the tape and listen.
No, I believe you. I'm sure he scored 17 goals in hockey. Tim's story to me on Thursday.
I didn't ask what his story to you was.
Well, then why would I give a fuck?
I told you something, and you said no, he didn't.
No, I said no. That's lacrosse.
Right. So
Tim's story to me was lacrosse. So we're both.
Hey, no. Hey, that's hockey.
No. You would have only got the money if he didn't score 17 goals in lacrosse.
No, he scored 17 goals in hockey.
He also did lacrosse. I was right.
No, you weren't. You said to me I was wrong, and you corrected me and said I'm wrong about the sport. It's lacrosse. That's what you said. Now pay up. No, because I said no. You can't just say no.
This is a great example of why Brendan Schaub is so widely hated on the internet. Like, the man doesn't have a humble bone in his body. And for Brian, well, you probably know already. The guy is a weird sex pest, and in this podcast, he couldn't help but to expose his ball sack to Brendan and his employees.
You aren't aware of that?
If you're into nuts, dude, these are juicy nuts.
So let's see these suckers.
Serious right now?
Look how big they are.
Oh my God!
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Look at those nuts.
Hey, great nuts.
Thanks, buddy.
Those are at least 50K nuts. Oh, wowzers.
Like, those are big
What if I
nuts.
just was always like hanging out like this? I was like, I can't find jeans that fit. That's the problem with my jeans.
Don't you think Alan could make some change with them?
Yeah, dude, now I could do different things with these.
Does your wife like those big nuts?
Sure, I guess.
And sure, you might say that alpha bros do this type of stuff all the time. All I'm saying is that I wouldn't be the biggest fan of my 60-year-old boss showing me his wrinkly nutsack on a random Tuesday afternoon in the office.
Do stuff like put them on like things and count nuts.
Yeah.
Put them on like display them. I think it'd be fucking hilarious. I'll do it.
And they're not overly hairy. They're super veiny, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
It's like he's got a cat on his arm or something.
These things have produced 4 children.
So yeah, overall this was a very boring podcast. Like, Brian Callen even kind of mentioned his surprise at how boring this episode was at the end of the show when Shin was wrapping it all up.
Yeah.
What else you guys did?
That's kind of pretty much it. I mean, I don't know if you guys.
That's our Texas episode.
I should have got some like Texas current events. But
That's LA one?
No, that's not. We're not gonna do this.
And it's funny, because Brian's clearly been on top of the world since Rogan gave him the invite to be his best friend again. So now to be around these toxic, low-energy failures, it just really shows the contrast between their career trajectories right now. And I honestly think Brian's expecting some sort of fallout between him and these guys, since he just ramped up a brand new solo podcast on his own channel, which actually pulled the same number of views as the average Fighter and the Kid episode. But hey, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens with Brendan and this whole Texas arc. But anyways, guys, that's it for the video. Thanks so much for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below what you think the future holds for Mr. Shab.
What is our guest, an hour late now? That's impressive.
I had a similar thing. We were doing the other pod, me and Sam, and the producer goes, the guest just said he's going to be, do you mind if he's an hour late? And I go, that's a full pod. Right. Give me an hour late. And I go, he said, do you mind? So I was like, tell him we mind. You asked. And he goes, all right. Okay, he said he can do a half hour late. Is that okay? And I'm like, I guess it's better than an hour, but I'm like, what do you mean, is it okay? You're late.
What's a white Negro? He's got tequila in it?
Oh, it's on time is what it is.
All right, so just a few days ago, Eric Andre appeared as a guest on Mark Normand and Sam Morrill's We Might Be Drunk podcast, and the whole thing was pretty awkward. Like, as you just saw in the opening clip there, Eric Andre appeared about an hour late to the scheduled meeting time for the podcast. And before he showed up, Mark and Sam had their producer text him that they did in fact mind that he was going to be an hour late. So even before Eric came, the energy felt pretty off. And for the portion of the podcast that Andre missed out on, Mark Normand and Sam Morrill were already visibly disappointed with Andre.
What is our guest, an hour late now? That's so impressive.
Well, I think he'll have some guilt on the way in, and that'll buy us.
I would love some guilt, because you know what's bad when you fix the guest a drink and the ice is melting. Oh. Not a great sign. I feel like I got set up on a date here. What do you drink? I'll be there. Will ya?
We should do ice cream next time. Then when he shows up, that shit's funny. You go, hey, we tried to give you ice cream.
But finally, after about 30 minutes of Mark and Sam going back and forth without Eric Andre present for the show, he finally showed up. And it wasn't quite the Eric Andre that Mark Normand was expecting. Like, I think he was anticipating Andre to be the crazy character everyone loved him as on his hit TV show back in the day, the Eric Andre show. But the Eric Andre they got was like the real-life, chill version of him now, who's in his 40s, doesn't really drink anymore, doesn't even do stand-up comedy anymore, and really just focuses on keeping things like his insomnia under control. And Mark and Sam brought this up to Eric, and might I add, the most awkward way possible.
This is the first drink I've had in a long time.
How the hell
really?
You know that?
You quit comedy, you quit alcohol, what are you still doing?
I didn't really quit alcohol. I'm just
puffs me up, man. I'm trying to fucking trying my old jeans.
Yeah.
No, puffs me up.
Oh, puffs.
No, I'm feeling puffy.
I'm puffed up.
This is the
I want to fit my old jeans.
All right. Well, how the hell?
Right in those old fucking Wranglers.
Well, the sweatbands will help.
So the sweatbands is because I'm fucking.
You look fine.
I just lost their dumb.
Whoa!
Really? Manjaro.
So Andre wasn't quite doing the song and dance that Mark Normand was hoping for. And I don't know if you guys heard it in the clip or not, but Mark actually mishears Andre saying that alcohol puffs his face up, thinking that he was saying that it pumps him up. With Mark saying, well, we're trying to pump you up.
Puffs me up, man. I'm trying to my old jeans.
Yeah.
No, puffs me up.
Oh, puffs.
And Mark actually spoke more about his issue with this on the other podcast he does with his underling, Joe List, mentioning his disappointment with Eric Andre's deflated spirit during their show together.
We had him on the pod, on the drunk pod, and I'm like, Eric Andre, we got broken, what do you call it, breakaway glasses? We were all prepared, because we're like, he's a crazy, wild guy. Sam hit me with the breakaway glass. He's like, geez, what are you doing? And I'm like, you're the guy. You're Eric Andre.
Oh, wow.
And then I was like, you want a drink? You crazy, wild dude? He's like, oh, I'm off the drink. If I have one sip of alcohol, I can't sleep at night. He's like, I'm off caffeine. I'm like, what are you, crazy? It was like Evel Knievel being in a wheelchair.
Interesting.
It was kind of a bummer.
But even though Eric Andre's crazy side didn't make an appearance on their podcast, I think whatever Mark was doing actually just made it worse, as he seemed to upset Andre with some of the questions in the beginning of his show. because it seemed as if Mark Norman was just bringing up things Eric Andre was known for from over 10 years ago. And on top of that, he got some of the details of those old events wrong. Like when Mark brought up Eric's old relationships with actress Rosario Dawson and IG model Amber Rose, which Eric seemed not too pleased to be revisiting.
With him and his son.
Hell yeah. He was on time for that one. No one has taken more black from the promised land. Pat Riley.
I just rewatched that special.
It's great.
That's a great fucking special. Nick's, as of today, we're going tonight.
We're going tonight, baby.
We're still alive, baby.
We're at the nosebleed, but we're going.
Move my shit out of the frame.
You're good. You're good. What brings you back to the big app?
I never wanted to be in LA for so long. It was like it's like the Bermuda Triangle. I kept getting sucked back in.
But you got to bang Rosario Dawson, so I would move out there for that.
That was 10 years ago. And that was here.
Oh shit.
New York's better, baby.
New York.
What about Amber Rose?
You want to talk about my love life?
Sure. You got a good beat.
Let's fucking put it all out of the
mouth at all. You just went right in.
You went right into my love life.
We go
finish that.
You married.
Yeah,
your love life.
Eric also didn't really like the fact that Mark Norman kept bringing up his old jokes that he used to tell on stage when he was still an active stand-up comedian. Because if you're not caught up with the current Eric Andre in 2025, he actually quit stand-up comedy, with the last time he performed on stage being in 2020. So for him, it's been over for a while now, and it seems like he would have rather spoken about his current endeavors instead, which is more so in television and podcasting. But being that Mark Norman and Sam Morril make their living from stand-up comedy, of course they're still going to ask him about it, which turned out exactly as you'd expect.
Yeah, what are you working on? You got a pod?
All right, I guess that's not we're on time. I'm gonna
show your dates.
Yeah. I'm playing at the Chuckle Factory in Coyote Ladder, Mississippi.
That's a good one.
Doing stand-up?
Yeah, that's one. I'm not doing stand-up anymore. I haven't done stand-up since 2020, like right before COVID. I filmed my Netflix special. I edited it. February 2020, delivered it, and then COVID hit, and then people were like, "We'll do stand-up on Zoom." I was like, "Come on." So, and then
we're shaking our heads, but we did it.
And then
I think the special on some
clean. I only did clean material.
Yeah.
Since the beginning. Never did one dirty joke.
I know your whole act, Baconator, the Anthony Bourdain.
Oh my God, those jokes are from 15 years ago.
Well, you were making.
You're in a fucking fog.
I remember everything.
Do you get mad when people remember the really old shit?
Well, he hasn't.
No, I haven't read anything since. That's all it is. I gotta quit. You show me naked up on the thing. You guys are fucking distracted.
We're very distracted.
So yeah, the show was slightly awkward, but since I am personally trying to beat the reaching allegations, I'm not going to paint this like Eric hates these two guys, or like there's any underlying beef going on here. I think the hosts of the show were slightly annoyed with Eric Andre, his timeliness, and his slouchy vibe, and as professional touring comics would, they made jokes about him being late, which at that point sort of fell flat.
What's a bite Negro? He's got tequila in it?
Oh, it's on time is what it is. All right.
Hello.
But yeah.
And I think Eric Andre was actually somewhat unimpressed with Mark Norman's interview questions, since they were mostly focused on when he peaked in Hollywood with the Eric Andre Show, which might I remind you, premiered in May of 2012, an entire 13 years ago.
How the hell did you sell the Eric Andre Show? How do you do that? The show's wacky, you're falling through a table, you're naked.
Everybody passed. So it wasn't like it wasn't selling like hotcakes. There wasn't a bidding war.
Yeah.
But Adult Swim had it. They were looking for a talk show at the time because they hadn't had Space Ghost on the air for a while. So,
oh yeah.
So I made like a little demo reel with Hannibal. It was like shitty abandoned bodega, Bushwick, I best say.
Yeah.
So the entire mixture of attitude, expectation, and timing sort of clashed between the three of these guys, which made for a slightly awkward podcast in some moments of the show. And towards the end, when they finally brought up a current endeavor Eric Andre is focused on right now, which is his podcast, Bumming with Eric Andre, it almost seemed to be brought up in the conversation too late. And Eric was once again sort of defeated at the notion of having the two of them on as guests.
If you agree, stare at me blankly. Thank you.
So good.
He was great. Look at him on air one day, buddy. Or if we need a lawyer.
Well, dude, you got
lawyer.
You got the new pod, Eric Andre podcast.
Yeah, you guys gotta come on.
I'd love to.
Come on, we shoot up the street.
Well, we have some good bombing stories here.
Yeah, I gotta think of a better one if I come on. But so you talk about your worst bomb.
Yeah, I just have guests come on and just say, what's the shittiest show you? I guess you don't have to come on.
No.
I have others, trust me.
Oh, yeah, good. And more, and potentially more to come.
That's true.
Potentially more to come.
That's true.
But you just do the cell. The cell is the only good place to do it.
No, there's other good places. Yeah, there's good spots.
By far the most awkward moment of the podcast actually came at the very end, which happened when Mark asked Eric advice for writing a movie. And after about an hour of feeling like a lesser stand-up comedian in comparison to the two of these guys, this was finally a field that Eric undeniably had more experience in than Mark and Sam. Since Eric has been in that very industry for the entirety of his career post the Eric Andre show. I mean, he's been a voice actor for a slew of huge box office animated movies, and he's even written some comedy movies. So after hearing that these two wanted some advice, Eric Andre simply tells Mark Normand and Sam Morril to educate themselves before taking on such a huge task, to which Normand and Morril seemed sort of defensive about.
Well, any advice for we wrote a movie, and I think we're making some headway on.
And we got a director in the back
right there.
Jonah.
I know it's fucking production hell. You gotta just keep pitching it. You gotta go to meetings.
What do you mean? His story, he just said Netflix bought it immediately.
Oh yeah, good point.
No, my thing?
Yeah.
It took 8 years. Netflix didn't buy it immediately.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
No. We were in the doldrums for fucking almost a decade.
We'll figure it
out.
What's the move? Just do it yourself, or?
Well, what's the question?
Well, the question is,
my advice is not
we've never
J.J. Abrams.
We've never written a movie before, so we're in the dark here.
I think it's a pretty funny.
Well, educate yourself. Take screenwriting class.
Well, we finished the script, and
that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
read Save the Cat.
Read it.
Read all that. You gotta educate yourself. Find a coach. Find a script writing coach that you trust.
Well, we wrote with two other writers who have experience with it.
Yeah, and then the story.
At the end of the day, though, this podcast was less of a train wreck and more of a missed connection. You had two stand-up purists hoping to vibe with the unhinged, shock comedy persona of Eric Andre, and what they got instead was a more grounded, introspective version of the man. And there's nothing inherently wrong with any of that. And with that being said, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. If you made it all this way, make sure to subscribe. And as always, thank you for watching.
He is married and he is in love with his babysitter.
By the way, Karen babysits our baby.
Double Joe.
Yeah, for sure. Double Joe. That's a dream come true for Karen. What a dream.
Alright, so we've got a pretty wild timeline of events that just happened between Howie Mandel, comedian Joe List, and Joe List's babysitter/comic who opens on the road for him, Karen Feehan. So basically, Howie Mandel accused Joe List of cheating on his wife with Karen Feehan after hearing about the way he talked about her on the podcast how he did with Joe just a week ago. Then just a few days later, Howie goes on story wars with Joe List and Karen Feehan and witnesses firsthand all of his suspicions coming to light. And it's honestly pretty hilarious to see Howie's face in some of the clips from the Story Wars episode, especially after knowing that Howie accused Joe List of cheating on his wife with this very woman just a few days prior on his own show, which happened after Joe List admitted to knowing about Karen Feehan's OnlyFans account.
Instagram.
Once you're on OnlyFans, you just keep going and going and going.
Well, I'm not on OnlyFans either, but they're trying to do comedy. My wife is a comedy special on there, and my babysitter/close friend is on OnlyFans.
Wait.
Babysitter
Babysitter
your wife
slash
and your babysitter on OnlyFans?
close friends?
Close friend is on OnlyFans.
How close are you to the babysitter?
Very.
Have you seen her OnlyFans?
I am aware of it. No,
Have you seen the babysitter's vagina? I think is what she's asking.
I have not seen her vagina. I've seen her breasts, but not her vagina.
Yeah, you draw a line. There is a line.
So after Joe List admits to seeing Karen Feehan's boobs, Howie digs a little deeper and finds out that this is also a comedian who opens for Joe List on the road and is also his neighbor.
He stays away from his babysitter's vagina and only her tits, right?
No, I don't go look at it. I've just seen them in a scenario.
What scenario? What scenario?
Well, I was at a comedy festival, and she's a comedian, and she showed it's her breast. It was like a big, like,
Is your babysitter hot?
yeah.
Is your wife's okay with having a hot babysitter?
Who's also in the same business that you both are in.
Yeah.
And after learning this info, you can see how he genuinely convinced that Joe's messing around with this female comic, since I believe it's not uncommon for slimy comics to use their power dynamic with beginner female stand-up comedians in order to get what they want from them.
So your babysitter's a comic, you're a comic, and your wife's a comic.
Yeah.
So it's like a festival, kind of, in your house.
It's a big. I mean, she doesn't live in our house. She lives
No,
next door.
she makes appearances.
Yeah, she does guest appearances.
She lives what?
Next door.
Yeah.
Does she open for you?
She has, but not regularly. But she has.
I'm talking about comedy.
Yeah, she's wonderful. Oh, you guys are really putting me on the spot here. You're the guest. She's a wonderful lady, a wonderful comedian, and
Okay, wow, so the supposed professional comedian who also strangely sounds exactly like Mark Norman stutters and can't even get a word out when pressed about his secret relationship with Karen Feehan. I mean, this guy is about as guilty as it gets, especially after seeing the way they act with each other in that Story Wars episode they did just a few days later. But before we get into that, the last clip I want to play for you guys from this Howie podcast is when Joe List really tries to hammer home that he's very happily married to his wife.
But you're married and you have a babysitter. I would leave you. I know you are.
Alright, so now that you have a picture of what Howie thinks of Joe List and Karen Feehan, let's fast forward to this Story Wars episode that Howie did with the two of them just a few days later. And I'll let you be the judge on if this is how a happily married man should act around his babysitter, neighbor, and opener. But before I show you this clip, real quick for some context behind the game show that is Story Wars. Basically, Louis J. Gomez and Big J. Okerson have comedian guests on their show, and they all anonymously submit stories from their lives beforehand. And the whole point of the show is for the comics to guess who submitted the story that was just read out loud. And as you'll see shortly, Joe List just can't get Karen Feehan off his mind.
Because you don't know.
I don't think so.
Go, Karen, you big Karen.
I don't think it's me.
But can I tell you one problem? Karen never spits.
We by the way, just had an argument about she thinks a blowjob is to fluff.
Sometimes. Not every blowjob is completion.
A blowjob is to come in the person's mouth.
Next one,
Gender specific.
I think a blowjob can be a lead in to fucking. It doesn't have to be completion every time. A blowjob to completion is obviously nice.
But if I said to you, I've blown a guy twice in the last 2 days, wouldn't you think that I've swallowed?
You told me not to tell anybody.
Wow, okay, so first of all, why are you having private conversations with your babysitter about giving BJs to completion? And did you see Howie's face here? I mean, Howie just can't believe what he's hearing.
I'm confused. So you're saying that Karen blew a guy and spit his cum on her own windshield?
No. The cum is this is a side topic.
Oh, all right.
We were
talking about it on the way home.
But we were talking about it.
Yeah, this is me with a mouthful of color, and then I spit on my own windshield.
I'm convinced it's Karen.
I think this.
And mind you, Joe List is the only person on stage during this entire show that actually makes sexual jokes at Karen. And not even in a funny way. I mean, it's actually pretty desperate and cringe coming from Joe List.
Yeah, just so you know, there can't be three stories in a row. It's all randomly generated by the Story Wars computer.
So this
could be me.
Double Joe List.
For sure.
Double Joe List. That's a dream come true for Karen.
What a dream.
So, did you see the way Howie furled his eyebrows here? I mean, it's just insane the way Joe's acting after Howie played with the idea that he was cheating on his wife with this very comic just a few days earlier. Like, I think Howie was mostly joking in that podcast, but then to actually witness it in real life, I mean, look at him. He's disgusted with Joe List here. And poor Joe List's wife. I mean, does she ever watch these types of things? Perhaps Joe List is just so rich and successful that she turns a blind eye to the cheating like Dalia's wife or Schaub's wife. But whatever it is, it just puts a grip in my core. But anyways, after delivering that bomb of a joke about Karen dreaming about 2 Joe Lists, he goes on to continue bombing while trying to make more sexual jokes about Karen Feehan.
My mom always carried like a taser, just.
He's like, what do I want for an appetizer? I'm gonna go talk to that swallow outside. Go, clap.
Wow. Swallows it for her favorite bird.
Come on,
Favorite bird. She got
I
my
eat cum. I eat cum.
Guys, my crow's feet line was really big. Nobody heard it.
Oh, that was good.
Oh, fuck.
Do it again.
And in the lead with 6 points, Karen Feehan.
Gotta respect it.
First time she's ever been a 6. Because she's an 8.
Oh,
fuck.
Oh, we were all gonna do it. Come on.
You're back in.
I don't even like the game. I don't like it.
You love it.
It sucks.
You're obsessed.
I mean, it got so cringe to the point where even one of the hosts of the show picks up on this weird chemistry Joe List has with Karen. Like, he picks up on it in the clip you just saw, and then he goes on to mention the 2 again after Karen writes Joe's name on her board, with Big J Okerson calling Joe List out after he noticed how Joe List blushed like a little boy.
I don't like, I think it's Joe. Joe, drops drinks on strangers.
Joe's face got so boyish and impish when you said that. You go, I bet it's Joe, and he went, do you?
I don't. Wait, drop drinks on people? What are you, out of your mind?
He texted me last week. He was on a flight, and he dropped his whole green tea on the girl next to him.
I did do that.
He's like, I'm panicking. What do I do?
I didn't say I was panicking.
It's like 3 paragraphs.
So you started biting the stuffing out of an airplane seat?
I was sitting next to a hot lady. It was New York to LA, and she was very hot. So it was like a hot, cool lady.
Yeah, even hotter when you dumped your hot tea all over her.
And I,
stupid.
She was steaming, and I knocked.
And did you see Howie's face looking at Joe here? I mean, Howie's convinced now that Joe's just a downright scumbag at this point. Like, you're sitting next to a hot, cool lady on the plane that makes you nervous, and then you're texting Karen Feehan about said hot lady and how she's making you pee your pants. Just downright shitbaggery from Joe List here. And it doesn't stop there. Joe List goes on to make sexual suggestions about Karen, with the next one being about how she likes salty things in her mouth.
Can we get some popcorn? Karen wanted popcorn because some of that popcorn that's going around, Karen was asking for it.
Never said.
She said, I need something salty in my mouth.
And then there's this golden shot that happens occasionally throughout the show that shows the comedians at a zoomed out angle. And as you can see here, Joe's just having the time of his life sharing popcorn with this younger female comedian, even going as far as to lean over very close to her and whisper something, to which Howie catches out of the corner of his eye and stares Joe List down for. At this point, Howie's completely convinced that Joe's up to no good. And also, why are they sitting so close to each other? I mean, their elbows are touching here. And you know what? I'm not even going to blame Karen Feehan for weaseling her way into Joe's marriage in order to boost her stand-up comedy career. Like, sure, it's slimy and snake-like, but I mean, if it's not her, then there are hundreds of other female comedians standing in line waiting to do the same. For me personally, this all falls on Joe List, who clearly doesn't have the self-control to be able to stay committed to his wife when challenged with a flirty woman. So yeah, maybe Howie was joking at first, but once you see Joe List in action, it's kind of hard not to wonder if there's anything going on behind the scenes. And this is how Joe acts with cameras rolling. I can only imagine what goes on when they're not. The whole thing is just off. But anyways, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below what you think of Joe List, his babysitter, Karen Feehan, and the legend himself, Howie Mandel.
It's 57 in Los Alamitos, 53 in Santa Clarita, and there's a crash in Inglewood on 405.
Alright, so we've got a shocking development coming fresh out of the fryers of a fighter in the kids subreddit this morning, as someone actually found some real-life game footage of Coach Brendan Schaub getting ejected from one of his son's Little League baseball games. In, might I just add, a very dramatic and satisfying way. Like the umpire very passionately ejects him from the game here. In front of a huge crowd, it sounds like. I mean, just look at the way he throws his whole body into that ejection call. It's almost like he's been waiting to do that for the past 6 months or so. So let me just break this down for you play by play, because this might be the most satisfying clip to watch, especially after Brendan Schaub's been bragging on his podcast about how toxic he is at his son's baseball games, fat shaming other 9-year-olds, and just overall being a very shitty guy, as usual.
I go, if this slow fat kid gets hit off you, this isn't for you.
But I'll touch on that more later in the video. First things first, let's break down this clip so we can really get a good picture of what's going on here. So here we got former UFC fighter and failed comedian Brendan Schaub crouching down at first base, being way too emotionally invested in a literal children's baseball game. Like, this man looks like he's coaching Game 7 of the World Series. So this all starts when one of the kids on his team strikes out, and I'm gonna go on a limb here and assume that Brendan opens his mouth, says something slick to the ump, and the ump fires back with a warning. So the ump says, "Hey, that's a warning, coach. That's a warning," which already is like going way too far as a parent at a 10U Little League. Like, these players still bring fruit snacks to the dugout. So usually for a normal, level-headed parent, that'd be enough. Like, you take your little slap on the wrist, you shut up, and you let the kids play ball. But this is the Brendan Schaub we're talking about here. The same guy who once admitted on air to calling kids fat during the games. So as you'll see shortly, the very next play, he actually gets ejected for talking even more shit. And it all starts with number 11 walking up to the home plate. And I'm just going to go on a whim here and guess that this is Brendan Schaub's son. Since with a quick Instagram search, we can see that Brendan posted a home run that his son hit just about a week ago, wherein the son is wearing the number 11 jersey. So right off the bat, we know that B. Schaub's going to be a little more fired up with this kid than usual. So the actual ejection happened as LT Gray was running into home base to score a run for his team. And as he slides in, the ump calls him out, which obviously sends Brendan through the roof. So the ump calls the kid out, and then Brendan has an issue with it, says it's a garbage call. Then, without hesitation, the ump ejects him from the game. And the funniest part is watching it slowly sink in for Brendan. Like, it takes a good 10 seconds to register in his brain that this ump just ejected the shit out of him. So as you can see, he turns to the base umpire and is like, "Did I really just get ejected, bro?" And this is really the best part, in my opinion, because Brendan then stomps over to the umpire and exchanges some words with him. And if you listen really closely, you can actually hear Brendan cursing the umpire out. So if you listen closely, he's like, "I got ejected for saying that call was garbage, even after getting a warning right before? How could you?" And the ref's already clearly made his mind up. And honestly, at this point, is probably scared for his life. Like, on a side note, this is actually a great example of just how big the guys are in the heavyweight division of the UFC. I mean, Brendan looks like an absolute monster compared to this little ref here. And if you listen closely, as Brendan's walking away, he actually says something like, "Get the fuck out of here," or something along those lines. Which, likely
throw the ball harder. I'm like, let me tell you, you think he's not trying to throw hard?
Right.
What are you doing, dude? You're putting more stress on him.
Yeah.
Like, let him do his thing, dude.
And then what did the guy say?
He's like, you're right, man. 2 plays later, throw it hard.
Right.
So a little bit of projection here coming from Schaub. He was basically just describing himself here. And hilariously enough, I don't think this is a rare occurrence for Brendan. Like, I truly believe that he regularly gets ejected from his son's Little League games, since he's admitted in the past to swearing at the ump during the games.
I can't sit with, like, the rest of the parents right behind the batter's box there, because I yell and I get pretty passionate about the game. Yell out a cuss word. Super embarrassing. I was so embarrassing.
What was the cuss word?
It was the F word.
Oh, come on, man.
I know.
You're better than that.
I know. I can't help it. The ref was really putting calls our way all day, and it was driving me nuts. And then there's one call I just went,
And as I touched on in my initial video about Schaub being a beast of a baseball dad, Brendan's also bragged about teaching his son how to fat shame his opponents. And he pretty much just outs himself as the worst Little League parent of all time. So let's just go ahead and relive that moment to really let this ejection sink in here.
And that's also why his attitude's that way. Part of it's on me. I go, if this slow fat kid gets hit off you, this is up for you. That's what? Me? It's sports. Tighten the up. That's why I'm his dad. That's why he's an ally, you know? That is, you gotta be ruthless. Off the field, we're very nice to the kid. And that kid doesn't hear it. Of course not. But T knows. If he's a big, chunky, slow kid, and he gets a hit off you,
in other words,
we got work to do.
if he's big chunky kid, his bat speed's gonna be a little slower, so let's slow it down the pipe.
Oh, light his, also from the silence goes, light his ass up. And then T just looks at me.
You'll say that from the.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, baseball's no joke, huh?
No.
Light his ass up.
Oh, yeah, I get pretty hardcore.
So in the end, this is just confirmation that Brendan is exactly who he tells us he is. A man so desperate for control and validation that he's now picking fights with umpires half his size at games meant for kids who still need help tying their cleats. And honestly, I hope this isn't the last time we get footage like this. Because if Brendan's going to keep acting like this in public, the least we can do is sit back, grab some popcorn, and enjoy the show. Also, on a side note, whoever's getting the clips for these games, props to them, but also it's just a little bit creepy to watch these 10-year-olds play baseball, but honestly I'm not even complaining. I mean, someone's gonna do it, you know? So yeah, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. Thank you for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, comment down below what you think of Brendan as a baseball dad.
Comedians really, they'll just talk shit on a podcast, or they'll pretend like, me and Rogan and everybody in Austin's a bunch of Nazis and all. You just have to agree with everything they say, or you're not part of the club and all this crap. I know being a Trumper isn't, what you're calling a Trumper isn't that crazy. I mean, he did win the popular vote.
That doesn't mean it's not crazy. That does not. There are those two things are not. Okay.
Alright, so by now, Tony Hinchcliffe just appeared on the latest episode of Bill Maher's podcast, Club Random, and right away you can tell Tony came in with only one goal, to impress Bill Maher. But the interview quickly went off the rails as Bill Maher realized that Tony's a hardcore Trump supporter.
You should tell me. I'm very curious. Your reputation now as a right winger because you did the Trump rally and told the Puerto Rico joke, which is a great joke.
When I got there, I go, when am I going up in this thing? And they go, you're up first. Can you imagine?
Oh, you opened for the Trump rally.
I went up after the goddamn national anthem.
But did you do it because you're a supporter of Trump, or just because it's an opportunity and a paycheck? Was it a paycheck?
No, it wasn't a paycheck. I did it literally to hopefully, get some, hopefully, if only 10,000, not to mention 100,000, maybe 200 if we're lucky, actual people to vote for him.
Yeah. Oh, so you did want people to vote for Trump?
Yes, without a doubt.
Okay.
I think he gets a weird rap in this world, man. And,
we're going to have to break off on that point. my thing. I talk to everybody.
Yeah.
And it's okay that we disagree on that. I just didn't really know until this moment I thought maybe you just were doing it for a gig and because you believe in free speech, but you're not really a Trumper. But
So upon realizing that Bill Maher isn't exactly vibing with his political worldview, and maybe even looking down on him for it, Tony Hinchcliffe suddenly goes into full-blown damage control mode. And in Tony's case, that means pulling out the wildest, most revisionist spin you could imagine. Because with a straight face, Tony tries to argue that he, Joe Rogan, and even Elon Musk are not far-right figures, which Bill Maher immediately shuts down.
And this is the thing, because I would argue that we're more center than left or right. I think you'd probably be shocked to know how at least from my perception, centrist we are. I've been watching you for my whole life, by the way. My mom always made sure we had HBO, even though I was raised poor. So I kind of get you, and it's crazy that I'm considered a right-winger, or that Rogan is, or that Elon is. And
well, anybody, I'm sorry, but anybody who is a Trumper, it's a different mindset that, you'd have to be extremely different to get me over there.
Right.
And he knows that. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just way too insane and too far out.
So as you just saw here, Bill Maher did not let that nonsense go unchecked. And that's where the tone of the whole conversation changes. Because you see, Tony thought Maher was going to embrace him. He thought they were going to fist bump over hating cancel culture and ride off into the sunset as edgy truth tellers. But instead, Maher drew a line with Tony, basically saying, you can be a Trump guy, that's fine, but don't sit here and act like that isn't what you are.
Okay, but
I know being a Trumper isn't, what you're calling a Trumper isn't that crazy. I mean, he did win the popular vote.
That doesn't mean it's not crazy. That does not. Those two things are not. Okay,
right.
That's fine. Look, you've been talking to me for what, an hour and a half? Do I seem like a guy who hates you because you're?
No, and I'm the same.
And I never will.
That's why I think
exactly.
you're.
I
believe
am.
it or not,
Whatever you're going to say, I am.
I think you're.
Oh, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
and
center
I think
left.
I am too, believe it or not.
I am center left. To me, a Trumper is far right. There are old school Republicans. They are hiding right now, but they do exist. That's center right. Trump is different.
And this is where it gets kind of sad, because you can actually see Tony start to squirm, because he realized that Maher's not buying it, and now he's desperate to claw his way back into the man's approval. So Tony doubles down, saying again that he, Rogan, Elon, and Trump are all centrists, as if repeating it enough times will make it true. But Maher, again, is not biting.
And since I moved to Texas...
Oh, because you're not in L.A.
Exactly.
But you're in L.A. sometime.
Sometimes. But what I've learned is that, especially after the rally election debacle and everything, is that the farther left, even though they don't make it their identity or maybe talk about it on stage or whatever, the farther left people really, they'll just talk shit on a podcast, or they'll pretend like, me and Rogan and everybody in Austin's a bunch of Nazis and all. You just have to agree with everything they say or you're not part of the club and all this crap. Meanwhile, again, it's like we're all pot-smoking, pro-choice. If you're going to call us far-right crazy people, you have to realize we're all formerly registered Democrat voters, and so is Rogan, and so is Elon, and so is Trump. All these people are famously old Democrats.
Okay, but that's not where we are now. They're not Democrats now. And I understand why the Democratic Party gives them the heebie-jeebies. That's different than being all in on Trump, which they are.
Then Bill goes on to clown Tony a little. He points out that he actually got a sit-down dinner with Trump, while Tony, the guy who opened for Trump at a rally, didn't even get a handshake.
When I was going in to do that rally, the goal, it wasn't just to swing a few, 1,000 votes, hopefully, of whoever listens to my podcast or whoever liked my silly performance on the Tom Brady roast or whatever. It was also to fucking have the president go, that was cool. Thanks, man. That's awesome. I liked your set. You got the crowd going. Which, by the way, I did. Of course, that room isn't mic'd for the comedy show. No, he didn't. I didn't get to talk to him that time.
Tony, you must feel so bad about that. You go and you're for him and you're working for him and you like him and me, nothing but vitriol for 10 years and I get the invite.
Isn't it wild?
I mean, that one must have hit Tony right in the core. Tony probably thought that Trump rally was his moment, when he was going to roast the libs, kill with the crowd, and be welcomed into Mar-a-Lago with open arms. But according to Mar, Trump didn't even notice him. And to my delight, the awkwardness doesn't stop there. Later in the conversation, Mar casually asks Tony if he watched his latest comedy special, and Tony straight up says no.
But man, it was a game changer for me. The comedy specials absolutely 100%
My last one was the best. Have you seen my last one?
No.
Oh. We're not going to watch yours till you watch mine.
Okay, deal.
Then Tony immediately tries to recover by saying that Mar's been his hero since he was a kid, and that he learned his politics from him, and that everything he believes today stems from watching Mar on TV.
Why didn't you watch my last one?
I don't watch anybody's specials. I like seeing them live.
I can relate to that.
I see enough people live where I like waiting.
You would like my last.
I'm positive I would. I'm not kissing your ass. I've been a fan forever. I mean, all my initial politics and everything of anything about politics was through you.
So just to recap here, Tony walks into Mar's podcast as a proud Trump guy, gets embarrassed for being a Trump guy, then pleads with Mar that he only became a Trump guy because of Bill Maher. And that's got to be one of the weakest Uno reverse cards in podcast history. And at this point, Mar just flatly tells him, look, it doesn't matter if you're a Trumper or not. I'll still have you on my show, but stop trying to pretend you're something that you're not.
I don't want to pat myself on the back and say no one else could do this, but I do want to ask the question, why can't anyone else do this? I just don't see that many people, say that many people, just talking to somebody else who is maybe a Trumper and just not seeing them as this monster who you can't talk to. I mean, and I'm not going to convince you, and you're not going to convince me, and we just accept that.
Yeah.
And honestly, that moment kind of sums up the entire exchange, because what makes this thing so painfully funny is that Tony isn't actually trying to argue his way out of being a Trump supporter. He's just trying to rebrand it. He's trying to soften the edges so he can still hang out with the cool, centrist comedians he grew up admiring, guys like Bill Maher. So yeah, overall this was probably the only interesting part of the whole podcast. The rest of it was just Bill Maher talking about himself in a dimly lit man cave, while Tony laughed a little too hard at his jokes and tried not to cry.
Well, I got great advice when I started when I was complaining about a shitty crowd once. And a great comedian said to me, that's why they're here. Because they're not in the book. They came here for the medicine of laughter.
Wow. Do you remember who told you that?
Yeah, I didn't want to say because it sounds like name dropping.
Okay. Who was it?
Abraham Lincoln.
But seeing Tony realize in real time that the world now sees him as the Trump comic was honestly fascinating. Like, he tried so hard to pivot, reframe, and finesse his way back into being viewed as this edgy, centrist rebel, but the label's already stuck. But with that being said, guys, that's pretty much it for the video. Thanks for watching. And let me know down in the comments what you thought of the podcast. Brendan Schaub is a horrible person, not only because he frequently lies or bullies his friends or scams his audience. Brendan Schaub is a despicable human being because of the way he conducts himself at his 9-year-old son's baseball games.
I went to the mound the other day. Again, he only gave up 2 hits. The big fat kid that is slow. I went, buddy, if this kid gets a hit off, you're not pitching anymore. That's where I'm at. And that's also why his attitude's that way. Part of it's on me. I go, if this slow fat kid gets in off you, this isn't for you.
That's moving.
What? Me? It's sports. Tighten the fuck up. That's why I'm his dad. That's why he's an outlier, you know? That is, you gotta be ruthless. Off the field, we're very nice to the kid, and that kid doesn't hear it. Of course not. But T knows.
So not only is Dad of the Year over here teaching his son to fat shame his opponents at the ripe age of 9 years old, but on top of that, if the fat kid ever does hit a run off of his son, then unfortunately, the son's gonna have to find a new sport. I just can't wait for the day Brendan finds out that the fat kids in the Little League are some of the only ones who can absolutely skyrocket the ball out of the park.
Yeah, he's a big, chunky, slow kid. And he gets a hit off you? Oh,
in other words,
we got work to do.
If he's big track kid, his bat speed's going to be a little slower, so let's
Everything's
slow
slow.
down the pipe.
No, also from the silence, go, light his ass up. And then T just looked at me.
You'll say that from the...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, baseball's no joke, huh?
No.
Light his ass up?
Oh, yeah, I get pretty hardcore.
You're kind of a baseball dad, huh?
Oh, to the full. But not one of the psychos, though.
I don't sound like it.
No.
Light his ass up!
I just tell T to compete.
How old's that kid? 8, 9?
9.
So it seems that Brendan Schaub has some underlying resentment towards fat people. Perhaps it stemmed from when he was knocked out on live TV by a fat guy by the name of Roy Nelson at the beginning of his UFC career. Or maybe from when he challenged his fat friend and employee at the time, Chappelle Lacey, to a race not too long ago. Lost the race, then pretended to tear both his hamstrings in order to save face. With the cherry on top being that Chappelle Lacey went on to become an extremely successful comedian. Whatever the case may be, at the end of the day, Brendan Schaub is transferring his toxic mentality to his son.
So I was trying to explain to T, like, he has, 4 practice week, but we still have to hit outside that. I'm like, buddy, the games of practice are the bare minimum. Everyone's doing practice and games. It's the bare minimum. So whatever, let's say there's 10 million kids playing baseball. All of them are going to practice playing games. If you want to get to where the fuck you want to go, we're going to have to do way more than this.
Yeah.
You're not even remotely close.
Right.
Practice. I'm talking about practice. All these idiots practice.
Yeah.
And just in case you need some context as to why Brendan Schaub is now an insane Little League parent, basically, after a lifetime of failing at everything he's tried in life, Brendan Schaub now lives vicariously through his 9-year-old son, who Brendan apparently thinks is the next up-and-coming MLB superstar, the next Yasiel Puig, if you will. And after quitting comedy over a year ago, his son's baseball career has absolutely consumed him.
Last summer, T didn't touch a baseball. He's never played baseball. He's never touched a fucking baseball bat. He goes, Dad, I want to play baseball. I want to make the team. So I look it up. I see tryouts. I go, Bud, tryouts is 2 months away. And these kids are probably pretty good. And he goes, okay, can you help me? I go, yep, I can help you. So remember, I canceled my Europe tour. I canceled everything. I go, Bud, here's the thing. I'm down to do this if you commit for the summer. Your buddies are going to be in summer camps. They're going to be at the ocean. Then we go on vacations. But if you want to play baseball, we're not doing any of that. So what we're going to do, you and I are going to train 5 to 6 days a week. And then you and I are going to work, dude. We're running sprints. You're waking up early. You're going to eat right. We're going to get after it. I want you to out-hustle all these fucking kids. I don't care if you can go 5 for 5, but if you have a bad attitude and you don't outwork everybody, then I'm upset.
So Brendan basically told this kid that he canceled his entire European tour and basically quit stand-up comedy in order to help him play baseball. So now the kid's under this immense amount of pressure to not only succeed, but to be a quote-unquote outlier. And when the child's doing well, Brendan's a happy, chill guy.
When Tiger has a good game, like dominates, dude, right? You've been in the UFC, NFL. Nothing is better. There's nothing else I'd rather do. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. Like when he's playing well and balling out, that's all I need.
But when he doesn't play well or ball out, then Brendan will come stomping out to the pitcher's mound in the middle of the game to tell him that if this fat kid ever gets a hit off you, then you gotta rethink the whole baseball thing, kid. I mean, we all knew this was a bad guy, but I don't think anyone thought that it was on this level. It only makes you wonder what the other parents think of this mongoloid. Like he's probably shouting at his kid behind the fences like UFC coaches would at a fight. And the worst part is that he's proud of this behavior. As you'll see shortly, Brendan takes pride in having to stand far away from the other parents since he just can't stop himself from cussing out the umpire.
Made a royal mistake. All the baseball dads will know this. So I can't sit with like the rest of the parents right behind the batter's box there because I yell and I get pretty passionate about the game. So I always just chill over in left field where nobody can hear me because I don't sit there just because I yell or whatever. I get excited. I don't want Tiger to see me put more pressure on him. Like I don't, there's enough going on with an 8-year-old. So I always like to get out of the shot. And then we were playing on a field where that was not really an option. So I had to sit there, chilling out. Boy yelled out a cuss word. Super embarrassing. I was so embarrassing. Apologize to the other dad and apologize to Tiger. Didn't help him, Cuss word. It was the F word.
Oh, come on, man.
I know.
You're better than that.
I know. I can't help it. The ref was really putting calls our way all day. It was driving me nuts. And then there's one call I just went, oh. And then my wife was like, oh my God. I was like, that's why I can't be around these parts. Like, that's why she's like, well, like, go over there. Then I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to. So I'm like behind the fence now, like staring like this, like the neighbor from Home Improvement. Made a mistake, embarrassed my son. Didn't mean to. I apologize to him. He got over it, bombed the next time. It was that bad. So I told him, I said, I'm proud of you today. I go, I know I didn't help out, added stress to your life. You were able to put that to the side and hit a freaking yacker.
Brendan Schaub is a guy who comedy into a publicity stunt, only to channel all that misplaced energy into screaming at Little League umpires and publicly humiliating his son. And let's not forget, he broadcasts this behavior like it's a badge of honor. In his mind, this is alpha dad behavior, but in reality, it's just pathetic. So at the end of the day, Brendan's not just a terrible comedian or a grifter in podcast form. He's also a grown man, projecting his own failures onto a child, while proudly alienating everyone around him in the process. And if that doesn't make him a horrible person, I don't know what does. Thank you for watching. If you made it this far, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below what you think about Brendan Schaub's Little League behavior.
I go, if this slow fat kid gets hit off you, this isn't for you. That's moving. What? Me? It's sports. Tighten the up.
Listen, as a city, you cannot compare it, sorry, to New York or Los Angeles.
Nice to hear that.
Can't be compared.
Nice to hear.
I mean, that's not news to anyone, right? I mean, no one.
Wow, don't say that in the green room of the mothership.
Yeah.
They'll stab you.
Well,
Alright, so on the latest episode of the We Might Be Drunk podcast, Tim Dillon explains why he never moved to Austin like everyone else did when Joe Rogan opened up the mothership. And overall, it seems like he's not really on board with that whole place becoming the new hub of comedy. And as you'll hear shortly, Tim has some pretty valid reasons for never moving there. With the first one being that the city of Austin itself is simply a bad place to live.
I think that moving to Texas is over.
Really? You putting your foot down was, I think, a big part of that, probably.
No, it wasn't. Maybe it was, but I just, the city of Austin, Texas, let's be very honest, is dangerous. The homeless there are more aggressive than I've ever seen them in New York.
Yeah.
There's pockets of it that really do look San Fran-like. It's not good.
Yeah.
Like as a metropolis,
And it's pretty
brown.
small.
It's small. It's brown. There's no grass. It's not green. It turns brown. For 4 months out of the year, it's over 100 degrees. The lake is vomit colored, and there are brain-eating amoebas that can swim up your nose and kill you within 48 hours. It's rare, but it happens.
Wow.
Yeah, in all the hot lake states, when you get in the lake, you go, ooh, this is nice and hot. Instead of a lake, you're like,
Wow. Eating the brain.
So yeah, Tim Dillon's not really buying into the hype of Austin being the new place to be if you're a comedian, which is honestly pretty refreshing to hear from a guy who lingers in that Rogan sphere. Because usually a lot of of these guys just blindly kiss the ring of Joe Rogan in order to stay on his good side. But Tim Dillon is a true New York comedian, so no matter how many millions of dollars Joe Rogan pours into that mothership, Tim Dillon just refuses to believe that it'll ever be any better than New York, or even LA for that matter.
I'm just talking about, let's be very honest about actual city. Suburbs are nice, the people are cool. I love Texas, I love Dallas, I like Houston. I like San Antonio better. Like, the actual city of Austin is 4 blocks, and one of them is just 20-person brawls, like melees, that are broken up by horses. Like, and so I don't even know what we're talking about.
I come to visit.
Yeah.
Pop in for the weekend, pop out. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, Tim even got Mark Norman to see through the Austin facade here, which is actually appeared in that trailer for the new documentary coming out on the Austin comedy scene, titled Nighthawks, The Rise of Austin Comedy, which might I just add is extremely cringe. I mean, the amount of self-glazing that these guys do is just absurd. And Mark mentions this in the podcast, saying that if you have to advertise a city as the next big thing, then it's probably not that.
But also, all these towns you go to, they have to tell you how great it is, which is like a person who posts their wedding photo every day. And you're like, you guys are going to break up.
Great thing about New York, everyone shits on it. You go to New York sucks, you go,
yes.
Even the people that love it go, you have no idea.
Right.
You have no idea how much it sucks. I'll tell you why it sucks. And we all...
Because we love it.
Because we love it.
Exactly. And
my wife's a... Oh, are you ever going to leave her? Of course not.
Right. Exactly. I love horse.
Right. That's the... You know.
But you don't have to blow New York every day because it's already great.
Another great point that Tim brings up is that Austin attracts both extreme sides of the political spectrum. Like, on one hand, you have the very liberal people who had already lived there before the great Joe Rogan migration. And on the other hand, you have all the Black Rifle coffee dads who have made trucks, cigars, and guns their entire personality. So, as a result, you have this melting pot of the worst kinds of people America has to offer, all crammed into this one small, boring city in the middle of nowhere in Texas.
Part of the thing all to do is the worst of the right and the worst of the left. Like, everyone's either like a Proud Boy who's like ready to get in a brawl, or it's like a non-binary blue-haired dreadlock gremlin.
They push each other to further.
Like, what is it? Is there any normal human? Is it like a person?
Right.
Normal people are like college kids or tourists.
That's a good point.
Yeah, no, I think they push each other so much that they end up like circling around and becoming the same thing.
Tim, Mark, and Sam Rill then go on to all agree that New York and LA are far superior for comedy than Austin will ever be, which is pretty interesting, because most comics in this Rogan sphere will usually shit on LA, since Joe Rogan has desperately tried to sway the public into believing that it's on the verge of collapse for some reason.
You left, Tom left, and not like you're left forever. It's not like you're like, I've left forever. Right. Yeah. But it's not like you're like, cannot go back to there to visit. I'm not going back to visit. Really? Fuck that place. I despise the government there. I despise it. I despise their smugness. The way they feel it's okay to close down restaurants and businesses. The way they feel it's okay to just tell people that you have no choice.
But even though Los Angeles has its drawbacks, Tim, Mark, and Sam still enjoy it more than Austin, which, coming from 3 New Yorkers, is pretty insane to hear. And you probably wouldn't be hearing this from them if Joe Rogan had never started the movement of LA being the worst city to ever exist.
Yeah, it's just a weird.
The problem with New York and LA, they're so different. Like, New York is like a family that's constantly yelling at each other, like, shut the fuck up, you're like, Jesus Christ, my family's dysfunctional. Then you go to LA and no one talks. That's like a family that never speaks. And like, so which one is better? That's why it's good. You do both.
Yeah.
You go back and forth. And there's a community. I think there's more community in the comedy in New York.
Yes.
Well, there's more hanging out.
There's also like, there's young comics, there's older in LA, it's very, which I kind of like about LA a little bit, is like, it's just very, you go, you do your work, and you leave. There's something nice about that.
That's true.
There's New York, as you get older, the hanging out all the time.
Yes.
You don't have to hang out.
No, you don't.
Just go in and
you can.
And then Tim goes on to list, in my opinion, his most valid reason for why Austin will never be the new LA, as Joe Rogan says it will. And that's simply because Austin will never reach the insane amount of wealth that California has. Basically, the enormous tech companies worth trillions of dollars in Northern California will always keep Los Angeles afloat. And as you'll see shortly here, Tim kind of points out that every time Joe Rogan said LA was on the brink of disaster, nothing ever really happened.
I'll just say this, every time something happens, people go, this is the thing.
Right.
And then it's never really fit. So I don't know if the reason LA is able to run is because you have like this economy in Northern California that's like $8 trillion. This is all the big tech companies. And they kind of run it off that, like the way that California is able to run. They run it off this really consolidated, huge bundle of money.
Well, what if they leave?
Northern California, they're not going to leave. They got to recruit out of Stanford. That's one of the reasons Austin didn't work. You can't recruit out of Rice University in Houston. You do it a little bit. You need Stanford. And that's the thing. It's like people talk about, is this thing going to be the new Hollywood? You go, no, Hollywood's dead forever.
Right.
But Hollywood, you can't just make a thing what you want it to be in a week. You can't just, Miami's the new Wall Street. You just can't do that.
No.
You know what I mean? It just doesn't work like that. Areas of cultures that develop for very long periods of time.
Yeah.
Everything's developed in a certain way where you go, we'll just move all the tech things somewhere else. You go, yeah, but the literal Ivy League school that has the biggest, all of these tech guys are coming out of is Stanford.
Right.
So you can't, that's one of the reasons that Stanford, and the Bay Area is the Bay Area, right? Like, it's not just an act, so I think that, like, that's the difficulty about,
Completely agree. You can't take Hollywood and go, it's going to be in Houston now.
Right.
So, according to Tim Dillon, unless Austin somehow stumbles upon $1 trillion industry worthy of passing California's GDP, it just won't become this huge capital of comedy like Tony Hinchcliffe and Joe Rogan make it out to be. And being that California alone has the 4th largest GDP in the world, only being behind Germany, China, and the United States itself, that I don't think LA is really going into the dark days like Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen claim it to be. And the reason I bring up Dumb and Dumber is because they're the latest guys in that Rogan sphere that are making their move out to Austin. And when you take Tim Dillon's point of view into perspective, it really makes the move seem even worse than it already was. I mean, sure, it makes sense for Brian Callen to move there, since he at least has some smidgen of comedic value. I mean, Joe Rogan's pretty much promised him a regular spot at the mothership. And honestly, he probably bought him a mansion at this point, which they probably keep on the DL since they don't want Schaub to get all butthurt about it. But for Schaub, man, I think he's just in for a rude awakening. I mean, the only thing he's got left to cling on to is this right-wing trucker bro grift, where he essentially just scams people into buying his merch so they can increase their odds into winning a souped-up truck. And he seems to really be leaning into that now, as his new merch line has symbols in it, eerily similar to some of the symbolism used by the German guys during World War II. But that's for an entirely different video. Getting back to the point, it's going to be pretty satisfying to watch the slow burnout of the Austin comedy scene. Like, I think it's already reached its peak, and more people just see it as the place where unfunny right-wing comedians go to die. I mean, the only thing that the mothership's got going for it right now is that it's home to Kill Tony. And that show is dying out too. Like, after that whole Netflix disaster, people have started to wake up to just how shitty that show's gotten nowadays. So being that that's the biggest thing the mothership's known for, then I think it's going to reach its end. And I hope, it happens very slowly and in the most cringe way possible. But with that being said, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. If you've made it all the way to the end, then you might as well hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And as always, thank you for watching.
My name is Tim Kennedy. My occupation, that's complicated. He's an exceptional human being, and that's the only type of human being that survives what he survived. If you take a regular person, send him off to war, and expect them to do some of the things that Tim Kennedy has done, they're not going to come back home. You have no idea what that guy's experienced.
Alright, so the ultimate badass we have over here is a guy named Tim Kennedy. I'm sure most people are somewhat familiar with by now, but if you're not, he's basically this guy who rose to fame after people found out that he was doing tours in Afghanistan while at the same time being a decorated fighter in the UFC. He's pretty much lived the dream life of the average JRE listener. I mean, his life was so cool that he even published a book about it, Scars and Stripes, which instantly became a New York Times bestseller. But as you may know by now, this all came crashing down for Tim last December when the soldiers and captains who Tim wrote about in his book called him out for lying about most of the stories in Scars and Stripes.
If you're going to write this type of book with these amount of lies, and you're going to have stolen valor, you're going to say you got injured when you didn't, and you say you should have Purple Hearts when you don't, admitting to war crimes that you didn't even do, that is textbook stolen valor.
Long story short, Tim pretty much lied about most of the stories in his book. I mean, even the title of his book was stolen from a book published in 1975 about a prisoner of war in Vietnam. So after all that, everyone discovered that Tim was just another grifting veteran trying to get a movie made about his life story, which is actually pretty unfortunate since his life story was already extremely impressive as is. But since then, fans have dug up some insane clips of him from when he was doing the press tour for his book. And it turns out that on top of lying in his book and exaggerating his life stories, he's also an overall weird guy. Like, for instance, Tim fantasizes about guys threatening to harm his family just so he can get the green light to go berserk on them.
My grandpa's the greatest generation. My uncles all were in Vietnam. My dad stole planefuls of cocaine from Pablo Escobar. My brother's an FBI bomb tech. My other brother works for the Department of Energy protecting nuclear stuff. My other brother's a Green Beret. I sit down and I look at a restaurant and I go, I'm not angry, and I'm not thinking about killing everybody in there, but I'm looking around and be like, they're so useless. They're so useless. What are they going to do if I wanted to? What are they going to do? But if the table's flipped, and they're like, you know what, I'm going to try to take that dude's 2-year-old daughter. They're like, first of all, I need to hide this erection because you just made my day, and I get to protect my family. I've been training for this for so long. I thought about this every day to go to sleep.
So it seems that Tim is weirdly fixated on this extremely rare scenario of someone threatening to harm him or his relatives. And look, it's not abnormal to be prepared for such an event. And honestly, it's better to be over-prepared than under-prepared if that nightmare situation, God forbid, were to ever occur. But Tim just goes over the top with this. So much so that you could probably classify him as a doomsday prepper. I mean, just listen to him describe his everyday carry load out to Sean Ryan.
We like to do an EDC pocket down warm-up. Okay, what are you rocking?
I'm pretty straightforward. I think people overcomplicate it. So I'm like a KISS guy, keep it simple, stupid. And so I have my keys, I have my cell phone. I unfortunately carry 2 wallets, a work wallet, and then my regular wallet. Then I have a small fixed blade. Right now it's a Montana knife. That's the Speed Goat. And then I'm going to carry a SIG.
What's on your SIG?
I have a red dot, and I'm using their solid core copper and steel rounds that tumble on impact. They do a great job on penetration against soft body armor. I want to have tourniquets that are going to work for my kids. I want to make sure that I maybe have 2 sets of car keys, one on my wife, one with me.
At this point, it seems that Tim is just manifesting some kind of misfortune. It's also hilarious how he says he keeps a set of car keys on his wife, instead of saying, my wife also has keys to her car. But anyways, after seeing this clip go viral, I decided to do a deep dive on his YouTube channel, and I found this one video of him describing what he takes in the car with him on an ordinary family road trip, and even the guest he has on laughs at him. And mind you, that guest is also a doomsday prepping specialist.
And in this survival bag right here, water purifier right on the top. Fix it, 550 cord, tire pressure, VF17 panel, solar panels, emergency blankets, multi-tools. So far between this, what's up there, and here, I think I have 10 tourniquets in this car.
Do you think that's enough?
10 whole tourniquets, just in case there's 10 guys on the side of the road who all have severed arteries at the same time. So yeah, as more and more clips are being dug up from Tim's past, he's quickly becoming the laughingstock of that whole influencer universe. He just has this over-the-top, alpha, masculine mentality that's easy to point and laugh at. Like in that Brendan Shaw podcast from before, there's this one point where Tim mentions the various methods he used in the bedroom in order for his wife to birth a baby boy.
I mean, I had to get weird to get a boy.
Yeah, you were saying you have a technique.
So I don't own the technique. I did research to find out there was a plethora of techniques.
Position?
Yeah, position.
So male swimmers swim faster but don't last as long. So like an ovulation, if you come early in our ovulation, like there's more time for the female swimmers to make it up there. Which at first seems pretty understandable, since most guys, if they were to pick, would want a baby boy at some point in their lives. But as you'll see shortly, Tim just takes it to the extreme, and it quickly becomes clear that Tim not only wanted to birth a son, but a Spartan warrior. And then like afterwards, I'm holding my naked wife by the ankles, like shaking her, be like, come on, get in there, see, holy. I'm not joking. And then it worked. And we'll be like, got me a boy. Does he have your athleticism? He's a savage. He is? Yeah. He is not. He looks, the opening scene in The Last of the Mohicans, we're talking about lacrosse. He plays lacrosse. He's got striations on his shoulders. He's got this V on his back. Already. He has long hair that goes down to the middle of his back. He takes off his lacrosse helmet and it's like matted and tangled from being all sweaty. And he just looks like a savage. That's straight out of The Last of the Mohicans. And he plays hockey, he rides motorcycles.
I won't say it out loud, but like when my son gets out of the pool and he's with his buddies, I see my son kind of like shredded.
Yeah. I do say it out loud. Because I look at like the fat dudes, the fat dad bods, and I look at their kids that are lame. I'm like, you guys don't know. You know? Yeah, you know. Look at my boy. Yeah. I mean, sure, you can make striations, a V-taper. The more these clips surface, the more Tim goes from being a highly respected MMA fighter and war veteran to the face of /first responder cringe. This cringe has gotten so bad that it's prompted more and more people who fought in war with Tim to come out on podcasts and expose him. Take Tim's former boss from Afghanistan, for example, John Shrek McPhee, aka the Sheriff of Baghdad. If you haven't seen him already, he's been going viral lately for making Joe Rogan shit his pants with some of the stories he has from war.
7 Taliban on my neck. You want to see 7 bodies super quick? You know what I'm saying? Bring them boys up here, you know? So I never really understood some of these other stories because I had such a different experience. I can't fathom if I was with 5, you know, the times I was with 5 guys, you know how many people, I was with 3 guys, you know how many people we killed in the Battle of Tora Bora? But hundreds. I just stopped counting on my first day.
Funny enough, one of the most viral stories he told was about the time when he had to put Tim Kennedy in his place and humble him, since Tim was apparently going around the base telling everyone that he could kick all of their asses.
So you did have to turn him up.
Yeah, I put him down in the dirt one day, yeah.
What instigated that?
Man, it just incessant talking shit about kicking everybody's ass, you know what I mean? And then like one day I just like, yo, you're gonna kick all of our asses. Yeah. All of our asses. Yeah. I was like, yo, meet me at the fucking dojo at midnight. You know what I mean? And then what he didn't know is while he was all poopy out kicking rocks or mad at whatever he was mad at, all the guys are like, yo, I'll be at the dojo. I want a piece of this action. And like, it's easy to fill the dojo that night. And then I was just like, look, we're going to fight in the order of rank. Now, the new guys didn't like it. And I'd say Timmy did well for, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 guys. I don't fucking know. I was like, well, this is it. It's got to be on me. And I just made sure in the time I had, I bloodied him up and I made sure he was down. And then all I did is I whispered in his ear, like, I hope we don't have to have this talk again. And I walked out. Me and the guys walked out, left him in there laying on the ground. You know what I mean? But what I tried to teach him was you can't beat us all. This is a team sport. We're a pack. You know what I mean? This is how we work.
It's pretty satisfying to know that Tim Kennedy was already humbled into oblivion while he was deployed. It's just interesting how it didn't really translate to his life as an ordinary citizen.
You know, in the Q course, he was probably the baddest dude in the Q course. And then you come to a place where you're now bottom. That's hard for somebody with high confidence to deal with. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think all that is he felt as a new guy is we were trying to keep him down. But what he kind of missed because he really didn't do any army time was this is just the way it works for sometimes. You know what I mean? Yeah. No like malice here. No one wanted to keep Timmy down, you know. And then he got so bad at like talking shit and being poopy that like the commanders, the officers are like,
get him under control, or we're gonna make sure he's out of special forces forever.
But hey, at the end of the day, Tim's not really a bad guy, and he's certainly not as bad as other people I've covered on this channel. He really just says and does goofy stuff. And after taking a quick look at his YouTube channel, it seems that he does more good for the community than bad. But on that note, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. Do let me know what you think of Tim Kennedy in the comments down below. And as always, thanks for watching.
It's like the way we talk to each other as comics. You can't make those kind of jokes sometimes with regular people. Like regular people, where we are insult. Like you could say like the most heinous joke, and he would fall on the ground laughing, holding his tongue.
Yeah, so there seems to be this notion in the Rogan sphere that comedians are the only people on Earth who know how to quote-unquote bust each other's balls. Regular civilians like you or I, well, we're simply incapable of grasping such a concept.
Remember, this is the worst social thing you could do by accident.
Yeah. Oh no, your friends are block you. We saw that. Yeah, I think that might be just us. That might be a comedian thing. I bet regular guys are drinking coffee. I bet they do this all the time. They don't even think about it. Yeah, exactly. They don't think someone's gonna jump all over them and lock them.
But on the rare occasion, the regular working class civilian will stand up to the comedic assassins and destroy them in their very own profession, resulting in some of the most satisfying moments in comedy. Take, for example, the time when David Lucas got out-roasted by a random girl after he insulted her body for about a minute or so.
You got something else you want to say? Go ahead.
No, I was waiting.
I'll roast some breast cancer titties. You got two. That bitch got two medium-sized water balloons in her shirt.
These starting to sound like compliments.
I like big titties. Them titties won't get you nowhere.
Well, great. I don't want to be anything you like because I don't want to look like a roast beef sandwich.
Oh my God, y'all like that bullshit? You got the titties of one of R. Kelly's sex victims, bitch, your ass.
You got the titties of big titties. You got big titties.
I mean, for a guy that's considered to be the greatest roaster in Kill Tony history, he got served up pretty easily here. And in all fairness, he took it pretty well. Like, at least he didn't get all butthurt about it like some other comics do when regular civilians get under their skin. Because a lot of these so-called killers are actually pretty sensitive on the inside. Like, you don't even have to say much to really get to them. And the best example of this that I can think of was a couple years ago when Andrew Schultz's court jester, Akash Singh, got infuriated by one of the audience members who was seemingly uninterested in Akash's lackluster jokes.
And I'm trying to power through the set. Well, when I'm done with my set and I see him doing this, that shit, there is no way your left hand is more interesting than what we're doing up here for an hour. We want to go home on all the fucking leave already. This guy's sitting here picking his fucking calluses on his hand for 10 minutes. Just go. And then I just fucking lost it. I was like, yo, with all my jokes, this guy. How is this more polite than just getting up and walking out? I think he's funnier than me. Fucking bricks, dude. I'm so glad that bitch died. So glad that bitch died. Never been more glad that bitch died in my life. This whole time I didn't care. I was like, whatever, 92-year-old bitch died. Who cares what she did to India? I'm over it. I'm not over it anymore. Damn bitch. You get those jokes, don't you? You don't have a hard time understanding that.
It's funny how that guy just sitting there doing nothing will probably live in Akash's head for the rest of his life. I mean, the dude's just sitting there, chilling, and just because he's not ROFLing at every one of Akash's bad jokes, Akash felt the need to go off on him for 5 minutes straight.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just come sit here for 5 minutes? Just look at this guy. Can you see him from here? You only see this part of his face. You don't see the shitty part right here. You paid for this shit, I bet. He wouldn't do this if he paid. Remember what I said about being disrespectful? All of it. Out the window.
And the funniest part about this whole thing is that Akash posted this interaction to his own YouTube channel as if he served an utter grand slam to this guy. But in reality, all he did was expose himself.
He deserved it. I don't know if we put this out because it's so mean, but you fucking deserve it. It's fun, to be honest with you. Had a good time.
After watching this clip again, guys, it sure does seem like Akash has a lot of inner rage built up inside them. They must suck knowing that all he'll ever be known for is being the guy who laughs like a hyena at everything Andrew Schultz says. But anyways, not all comedians have a short fuse like Akash. Take Brian Callen, for example. Some of Brian's funniest moments are when he gets made fun of on his podcast, and unlike some people, he actually leans into the jokes about him, which makes it that much more enjoyable, like when Matan Evan roasted him when he was a guest on Matan's show.
So you have matured a little bit since then, I'll give you that.
You think so?
In some ways, you've got older and your face looks older.
Dude.
Have you ever made a person laugh before?
Yeah, I'm a comic, dude. I'm really good at stand-up comedy.
There are some topics, though, that old Bry is still cautious about, like the whole Fighter and the Kid subreddit and their massive hatred for Brendan Schaub and him. Like, he'd much rather stay away from that. So Matan knew that this would be the perfect angle to take with Callen, and sort of ambushed him with the subject.
Oh, what's his name?
Brendan Schaub. Very funny man.
Oh, he's funny?
Very funny. Very strong.
Legally, I have to say that?
No. Listen, did you listen to Fighter and the Kid?
I hear about it from different sources.
So you're hearing a third party, dude. I need you to get involved in the podcast Fighter and the Kid, and you will see that I'm not just the only genius in that fucking duo. It's Brendan Schaub.
I'll tell you this, I'm a big part of the community.
Are you talking about the underground community? You son of a bitch.
There's a couple 100,000 of us now.
You're part of that community?
I started it.
Fucking guys too.
And
You started it?
Oh, you know what email I used to?
Which?
You know.
What is it?
Tiger Belly.
But I actually think the best moment from this podcast was when Matan got Brian Callen to admit that Joe Rogan was one of the worst comedians that he knows, which wasn't even what Matan intended. Like, he wanted Brian to say Brendan Schaub, but instead, Brian brought up Joe Rogan.
Within your friend group, who do you think are the 5 funniest comedians?
I think Bill Burr. I think Dove Davidoff. I think Steve Byrne cracks me up. I think Andrew Santino is hilarious.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next thing.
Sorry.
Who are now the 5 least funny, so now you can get to those guys.
Dude, let me explain.
I'm just
Matan, do you understand? He could make one phone call. He could open his fucking window and whisper, and this whole podcast goes away.
Oh, are we talking about Brendan Schaub or Joe Rogan?
We're talking about Joe Rogan.
Oh, I love Joe Rogan. He's funny.
Also, while we're on the topic of Joe Rogan, I don't think I can make this video without including him, because out of everyone in this circle jerk, he might be the most sensitive when it comes to regular people having a go at him. As he is the originator of this whole mindset where comedians are far more superior than the regular Joe Schmo. And he's been this way his entire life. Like, there's this ancient video of him on YouTube from 2007 where Joe gets into a heated argument with a feminist, who even I'll admit is beyond insufferable in this video. But I still applaud her for rage baiting Joe into a full-on mental breakdown.
Hi, I'm Lydia Lunch.
Say what?
I got your skinny material here, so I thought I would just cut it.
It's not really working.
I'm not a comedian. I deal with tragedy, but we have similar subjects. You know, the way that you talk about women, I talk about men.
So at first it seemed pretty cordial between the two, but as soon as the feminists started criticizing Joe's stand-up, you can tell that his blood was starting to boil. And he finally reached his breaking point with her when she started to emasculate him in front of everyone at the bar.
Honey, you don't get any material with you. You don't get any material out of me like you were getting out of them. Impersonations with no brains and lots of kids.
Well, the ones that are smart never
my eyes when you're talking. I know, exactly. I don't think so, Joe.
Intimidation stuff. I was thinking of a lot of things.
Don't go attacking me. I see where you're going there. I see exactly where you're going there. I don't think so, Joe. Don't start that shit with me.
So Joe just simply couldn't let that go. And as you'll see shortly, the this little back and forth quickly escalated into a Joe Rogan shouting match, and it got so bad to the point where everyone in the bar went silent just to hear this meltdown.
No, it's because you try to tell people what to do. Don't tell people where to look. That's not how you communicate with adults. You don't tell them, look in my eyes. I'm not your dog. I'm not a fucking little kid. No, you don't talk to people like that. That's dumb. That's not gonna work.
Cigarette out of his nose, but that's
I'm gonna do it. So don't threaten it.
I'm not
This is dumb shit.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
No, it's dumb. You cigarette out of shit to you. You'll punch her, right?
No, he's not gonna punch him either.
Don't say you got it. That's what. That's dumb. No, you say no, I'm not a cigarette. You say you're gonna burn with your cigarette? You're not burning anybody. That's dopey talk. That's dopey dumb talk.
And then the woman kind of crosses the line here and touches Joe on the face, and that sends him into an absolute rage.
We're not burning people. What are you, fucking Todd? You're gonna burn people? You're an out-of-shape older woman. You're not burning anybody. I'm in very good shape.
I bet you are.
Don't touch me. I'm gonna burn you if you touch my face. This is dopey talk. It might work on other people who are impressed by you. I'm not insecurity. I don't think you're cool. I was nothing but cool to you until you started trying to tell me what to do. Why? Because you're insecure and you're used to people paying attention to you. Immediately you come over to me, you have to tell me about your act and what you do, what you do, what you do. I'm just talking as a human being. You ever try that? Just talking. Stop telling people what to do. Yeah, I'm screaming at you because you need to hear this shit. Because you're always dominant over people. Yeah, you are. That's why you felt insecure on me. You tried to get me to do what you wanted me to do. Look me in the eyes, Joe. Don't look down the ground. Don't talk to those girls. I know people like you. And you're pathetic. You're dumb. It's all dumb. I'm not like you. You might have tricked them. You're not going to trick me.
Not tricking anybody.
No, it's ugly. You're dark and mysterious. I forgot because you're unhappy.
I'm not a
You're unhappy. That's why you with people. Dark and mysterious.
Doesn't know me. Doesn't know.
I don't have to.
And then people in the comments on this video are actually in support of Joe, but please don't be fooled. Like, I agree that the lady shouldn't have put her hands on his face, but other than that, I think this whole rant by Joe just shows how thin his skin really is. Much like that situation with Akash and the audience member. Like, these hacky guys think getting really loud and talking really fast is them owning their intended target, but really it's just a dead giveaway showing that they're really hurt on the inside. But anyways, guys, moving along, I don't think I can end this video without mentioning the time when Sketch went on to Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino's podcast and brutally roasted Bobby Lee. Like, for just being a streamer who plays video games and streams at the FaZe house, his timing and delivery here was just amazing.
You on the wrestling team?
For a little bit, it would suck. You get your ass kicked a couple times. I was a chubby 170, so I'd go out there and wrestle like a real 170.
Wow.
And kind of like throw you around.
You know, this guy was an extremely good high school wrestler. So was his brother.
Really?
That's true.
Yeah.
What weight? No, you guess the weight. Guess the weight.
I thought sumo was one weight.
Bro, very funny.
Great.
But I just, because I was one of
Asian jokes are layups. I'm sorry. Y'all don't fight back.
Yeah,
Y'all don't
right
fight back.
Well, they can't.
Yeah.
Oh,
And this was around the time when Sketch got leaked on Twitter, so I just feel like Sketch went into this with nothing left to lose.
And what weight do you think I could wrestle?
you look like you're probably 180 right now.
Oh,
maybe like a little bump. Wait, what do you think? You're not 180?
You put a 1 in front of it? How'd you start with a 1?
Okay.
225. 225.
Yeah.
225.
Wow, I gotta get out of Ozempic, I think.
Yeah.
That's the final straw.
No, it's he.
Yeah, dude, that was crazy.
Okay,
You think I came in aggressive? Right? Sumo and then 280. What the fuck is going on right here?
You look like you got soft skin. Come on. In a good way, though.
In a good way, yeah. I love this guy.
I know. Hey, we'll be tip to tip later.
Yeah, you will.
Wait, stop. Can we slow down?
No.
I'm sweating now.
Yeah.
I'm sweating now.
So you're drooling a little.
Yeah, I'm drooling too.
And then Sketch's final grand slam on Bobby was when they were discussing what would happen if they docked each other.
You mean dock?
Space docking?
Yeah.
Space docking?
Yeah.
Well, it'd be like this, huh?
Am I the pinky? Oh, you're both
Really far.
Oh, yeah. You have a nice penis?
Check you.
Okay. This guy's fast, dude. This guy's so fast, dude. Check you. We love you, dude.
I love you, boy.
See, Bobby Lee is a true comedian. Even though Sketch was throwing insult after insult at Bobby, Bobby recognized that what Sketch was saying was actually hilarious, so he improv'd with him all the way to the end of the show. And with that being said, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. If you have any other examples of comedians getting rage baited by people, do let me know in the comment section down below, because I thoroughly enjoy making these videos and would be more than happy to make another.
You know, and here's the other thing. I know how I've done. I know. I'm me. I'm the one that knows what I did and what I didn't do. I'm at home with my family. I see the heartbreak on my wife's face that we have to deal with, and then she gets bullied online. I have to deal with it. Me.
Crystalia is back and creepier than ever in his latest comedy special, Grow or Die, which comes a whopping 5 whole years after he was accused of preying on dozens of women, some of whom were allegedly underage teenage girls. Don't remember by now, Crystalia was pretty much the only comedian who was truly canceled during that wave of cancel culture in 2020. Like, this man was on the brink of breaking into the movie world and actually becoming the action star that he'd always dreamed of. But as soon as the allegations surfaced, the entire entertainment industry dropped him. Like, even though he denied everything immediately, the damage had already been done. I mean, even his dearest comedian friends distanced themselves from him.
How would you feel if a 37-year-old man was texting your daughter, and that's immediately I was just like, all right, that's pretty dumb.
So just keep all that in mind while we go through this special Grow or Die, because as you'll see shortly, Crystalia has a very twisted and manipulative mind, and for him, this special is nothing but his final chance to tell the world that he's a changed man.
I got canceled. Listen, it wasn't what you read, okay? There's a lot of crazy things out there being said about me that just wasn't true, but that doesn't mean that I didn't make mistakes, okay? I made mistakes.
I mean, towards the end, he pretty much just stops telling jokes and proceeds to trauma dump on the entire crowd in a teary outburst.
It's my fault that my dad is getting older, you know?
But before we get into that, if we're looking at Grow or Die strictly from a comedic perspective, then I think it's safe to say that this is quite possibly his worst special that he's ever released to the public. It's even worse than the special where he talked about dolphins having sex with people. No pain.
Hey, dolphins f people. That's a real thing. That's a real thing that I didn't make up. Dolphins f people. Dolphins f people.
Most of the jokes in Grow or Die were completely recycled from his first 2 Netflix specials, Incorrigible and Man on Fire, with the worst one being a bit he did in Man on Fire, where he claimed that little girls are always touching their private parts from the back, which is completely revolting given the context of his allegations.
Dad, excuse me, can I talk to you for a second? Hey, Dad, why do little girls grab their just from behind like that? That's so weird. Don't go weird like I made them do it. That was Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, that made them do that, okay?
For being that one of his allegations involved luring a girl in high school back to his hotel room, it'd be completely inappropriate for Chris to use this joke again, right? So in Grow or Die, instead of a little girl doing this, it's his son, which is somehow even creepier.
And by the way, this is how he asked me. He walked up to me, and this is how he walked up to me. He walks up to me like this. This is what he did, okay? I know, but he was holding his asshole. So that's how he walked up to me and holding his asshole. And by the way, super casual about it, which is insane.
So yeah, just basing the special off jokes alone, it was pretty hacky, and also pretty disturbing. Like, he has this one bit about his son growing up to become a serial killer, and the punchline is kind of like him projecting his deepest feelings about the woman who made allegations against him in the early part of this decade.
I gotta watch a 4-part docuseries on my son. I was eating muffin, and my mom told me that it comes out of my peanut. The dolphins come out of my penis, and then I took it as gospel, you know, and then I didn't even know that was wrong until I was a teen, and that's when I started killing women because they lie, you know. That's how that happens.
And then there's the repetition. Chris has always been one to lean into absurd repetition for comedic effect, but in this special, it just goes completely off the rails. Like in one bit, he repeats a single word 30, maybe even 50 times in a row, and it almost feels like you're watching someone slowly lose their grip on reality.
Like, this is how it happens every time. I'm like, Mom, we gotta go. And this is what she does. She goes like this. Okay, wait, Christopher, wait. Okay, wait, Christopher, wait, Christopher, wait, Christopher, okay, I see. Christopher, wait, Christopher, wait. And by the way, we're still near the couch. Like, we're not even outside. Christopher, wait, Christopher, wait. I'm looking at her and I'm like, baby, what the fuck are we gonna do?
At this point, this is just a mental breakdown, and not a particularly entertaining one. And then things got really creepy, because as Chris sat down on the stool, he suddenly became very tense and serious. And then he proceeded to break down in tears, talking about his journey through therapy and how his choices affected his family. And it goes on for so long that you almost forget that this is a comedy show.
You know, and here's the other thing. I know how I've done. I know. I'm me. I'm the one that knows what I did and what I didn't do. Me. I'm me. I'm at home with my family. I see the heartbreak on my wife's face, the shit that we have to deal with, and then she gets bullied online. I see that shit. I see my dad's face and how he aged 10 years in 2 years because of the stress the situation in my family that I put myself in these situations, and that's why my dad's stressed out. I have to deal with that shit. Me. You know, I talk a lot about fear, and that's something that I am fearful of. Is I feel like because of the situations that I put myself in, my addiction, that it's my fault that my dad is getting older, you know, because he couldn't deal with the stress. And you know what? It's sad.
But before you feel bad for Chris, guys, just remember that he's only sad because he got caught. Like, to this day, this man would have been happily tormenting a woman if no one spoke up about it. Also, sure, you can applaud him for taking steps towards bettering himself, being a good father to his kids, and admitting his own faults in this special. But this whole sitting down on the stool thing and tearing up should be pretty creepy to anybody familiar with the process of creating a stand-up comedy special. Like, basically, for an entire year, a comedian at Chris D'Elia's skill level will go on tour and practice bits. And then what you see in their comedy special will be a sharpened version of the bits they were doing all year long. So him opening up to the crowd with tears in his eyes is just a little bit suspicious to me. Like, was he practicing this in every show he did prior to taping the special? I mean, if you're watching this right now and never went to one of his shows between 2022 and 23, do let me know in the comments if Chris did something similar to this. Because if he did, I just feel like it's pretty revealing as to just how manipulative this man really is. We also saw him do this same routine in that soft white underbelly interview he did a year ago, where he cries on cue and claims that woman lying destroyed his life. So I just feel like this is all an act. And this isn't just me who thinks this. I mean, it's not even my original thought. Like, Elephant Graveyard pointed this out in one of the excellent videos that he did over a year ago, titled The Abrams Method, How Celebrities Learn to Cry on Camera. So this choice to cry on stage during his first comedy special after being canceled is definitely an interesting one. So yeah, as you can see in this special, Chris D'Elia is truly a shell of his former self. Like that invincible, nonchalant, cult leader-like personality he had before the accusations doesn't quite work anymore. Unfortunately, whatever comes out of his lips now just makes me think of him as a creepy guy. And lastly, the whole crying on stage thing. I just think it's a pathetic attempt to garner sympathy from the few thousand devoted fans that uphold his career. Chris's main source of income comes from his year-round comedy tour, and he's extremely successful when it comes to selling out enormous theaters around the country, and even the world for that matter. matter. He's still making millions of dollars per year. He's just sad that all the growth stopped, and that he'll never be on the big screen ever again. Instead, he rots away on the 3 dwindling podcasts that he does weekly, with one being his solo show, Congratulations, the other being the one he does with his brother Matt D'Elia, Lifeline, and last but not least, the one he does with Brendan Schaub and Eric Griffin, The Golden Hour. So yeah, pretty creepy stuff from the OG Diddler as per usual. But anyways, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. If you made it this far, thank you so much for sticking around to the end. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below what you'd like me to make a video about next. And until next time, thanks so much for watching.
I'm here with my new best friend right here. My best friend. Rusty Rocket.
Russell Brand is facing 4 unique charges, and the most serious of them is violence penalty of up to life in prison. But sex, for example, is also a serious charge with a maximum is up to 10 years in prison.
I was a fool, man. I was a fool before I lived in the light of the Lord. I was a drug addict, sex addict, and an imbecile. But what I never was a...
It looks like Russell Brand's time as a pseudo-intellectual cult leader is finally over, because, as you just saw, he was recently charged in court on 4 separate, very serious offenses, all of which have to do with him allegedly violating multiple women back in the mid-2000s. But since the trial won't happen until the beginning of May now, Russell Brand, in the meantime, is frantically trying to save his reputation on his podcast, spewing to his alt-right audience the same BS that most right-wing grifters do when they're charged with serious sexual offenses.
The allegations, just so you know, the charges, in fact, relate to events between 1999 and 2004. You probably won't even have heard of me until, I don't know, 2005, 2006. Remember when I was talking openly about the coronavirus and the corruption during the coronavirus era, and how the media lied to us and shamed us and tried to control us, how companies like Pfizer and Moderna made record profits, how the UK inquiry into COVID was tepid. It's interesting to me that once I was on the radar of the deep state and many of their affiliates within media, because the media and the government are not separate entities.
I mean, this guy might be the biggest bullshitter known to man, and it's pretty obvious that he's in a huge state of panic right now, because his words are just all over the place. Like, he even admits that he probably did some terrible things back in his heyday, because before he made his switch to Christianity, he lived a very hedonistic lifestyle. You know, back when him and Diddy were getting cozy together on the private jets.
And I'm going to address as best I can the charges of sexual assault and rape in the UK that have been made against me. What I feel when looking at it with my heart as open as I can manage is people that whatever degree and for whatever reason willing to participate in a venture of this nature means that I recognise that I must have in some ways caused harm. In those giddy and hedonistic days, those ludicrous dark days, those days where I was part of a culture that then seemed to warmly applaud and celebrate Epicureanism, the relentless pursuit of pleasure, a kind of casual godlessness, the kind of godlessness that leads to the erection, forgive the word, of false gods everywhere. When I was in that world, I must have been captured by a kind of darkness. I couldn't have been more clear that I was out there having sex with anybody who wanted to. And let me tell you, when you're a famous guy, people are up for it. People are up for it. I've got to be honest with you, that's part of the reason I even bothered becoming famous in the first place, which I thought this will be a glorious opportunity for hedonistic adventure. Surely then my life will mean something. Surely I can find some value in the comfort of strangers. Surely I can lose myself in endless pleasure.
I mean, the guy's a genius at sounding deep without saying a single thing that actually makes sense. He's basically a smart guy for people who don't read. And even if the charges against him turn out to be false, we all still know he's a slimeball womanizer. Like, just look at any interview of him around the time these charges were to take place.
Chris, are you wearing one of your own bras? I mean, I know it's your bra. I'm sure you didn't nick it from a public lavvy. I mean, are you in a bra designed by you now?
Oh no, but I'm wearing my knickers.
Get them off.
Okay.
does it. Don't be afraid of your own sexuality. Do be a bit afraid of mine, though.
It's like you're a man slut.
That's pejorative.
There's an award named after you.
There is actually.
Serial Shagger. The Russell Brand Serial Shagger Award.
Yes, that is actually true, but that's on the basis of an incident that happened in a supermarket aisle with me and some Frosties.
So yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to go ahead and say that this isn't just the deep state trying to take him down because he's a martyr of free speech. I mean, he completely fell off the map when he shifted into the right-wing pipeline grift. No one really even thinks about him now. And yet he acts like he's some kind of whistleblower who's on the run from the government. All he really is a master manipulator. Like the day he was officially charged by the prosecutors, he released a pretty creepy and manipulative video on his Instagram denying all of the accusations, and it's pretty clear that he's mastered his manipulation tactics.
Firstly, thank you for these incredible and overwhelming messages of support. We're very fortunate in a way to live in a time where there's so little trust in the British government. We're very fortunate, I suppose, that this is happening at a time where we know that the law has become a kind of weapon to be used against people, institutions, and sometimes entire nations that will not accept and tolerate levels of corruption that are unprecedented. I'm speaking particularly to those of you that are watching this in the UK. How do you feel about your legal system right now? How do you feel about some of the high-profile cases that are not being pursued and prosecuted? How do you feel that the Southport murders were handled? How do you feel about the government of Keir Starmer? Now, that's just sort of general context. Me, I've always told you guys that when I was young and single, before I had my wife and family, who were just about to shot over there, my beautiful children, I was a fool, man. I was a fool before I lived in the light of the law.
So yeah, I don't know if it's a coincidence or not that he decided to turn to God after he was initially interviewed by police, but he's basically tried to reinvent himself. He's moved from wild celebrity to spiritual guru to political commentator now. But all of his charges aren't about political views. I mean, this isn't about censorship or cancel culture either. When multiple people accuse you of something and an entire legal process moves forward, the appropriate response isn't to launch a tour about how misunderstood you are. But I guess we'll just have to see what happens in May. For now, Russell Brand is doing everything except addressing the case in a straightforward way, and that tells us a lot, whether he realizes it or not.
A guy's night, 48 hours. With a normal day, between like a man and a woman, or like two gay men, or lesbian women, the best possible result of that day is sex. Now, without a heterosexual day, what is the best thing that can happen? You can find some women that have for 48 hours in Vegas, you're seeing us at the beginning of the 48 hours. As you know, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but we really plan on going to the house. Are you going to chronicle the whole You're going to be chronicled? Yeah, so remember, I'm a recovering drug addict. Yeah, he's a recovering drug addict. Can't take drugs or anything, or even drink. I can't drink food. Yeah, he won't. I don't know what's going to happen in Vegas, to be honest.
I never had a problem with diet, with all, like I was just like, whatever, man, you see it. And then,
but you're fat.
Yeah.
So you did have a problem.
No, I never had a problem. I was like, no, this is what you're supposed to eat. You know, you're supposed to have pasta. You're supposed to have rice. You're sushi. Okay. You're supposed to have bread sandwiches. How are you going to get sandwiches in your mouth without bread?
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Bert Kreischer. I'm a stand-up comedian, but I am a very big drinker. So let's put that. We just need to mark that right there.
I feel like we know that. I feel like they would know that.
I don't think so.
Just looking at you.
No.
A couple weeks ago, Bert Kreischer appeared as a guest on Bradley Martin's podcast, Raw Talk, and I don't think the interview really went the way Bert Kreischer was hoping it would. And there was almost this weird energy in the room. Like Bert wasn't totally prepared for how direct Brad was going to be with him. Like right from the start, Brad dove straight into the topics that Bert usually tries to avoid. Stuff like his online reputation, the criticism he gets from fans and creators, and most notably, his falling out with Joe Rogan and the whole Sober October crew.
But yeah, I'm really grateful for my experience with him because he changed my life, you know?
Yeah, a lot of people say that about him in regards to you specifically. Have you had a falling out with him at all recently?
No.
The internet loves to talk.
Yeah.
They run crazy narratives about you. Do you know that?
No.
Do you look at the comments?
No, I don't look at comments.
Like you said, you're getting back into the comments.
I was gonna get back to the comments. I thought it was like it was unfair to the people that love me, that give me positive stuff.
Why do you think people have this sort of skewed perception of you? Like the number one beef about you is that you only care about yourself.
I probably do.
You think that's true?
Well, don't you care about yourself?
I totally care about myself.
There we go. All right. So stop reading those.
Why do you think people have a beef with you?
I have no idea. I've never met anyone that's ever had beef with me.
No one in real life.
I've never met someone in real life that has beef with me.
That's never real.
I'm telling you right now, not once in my life has anyone said they didn't like me to my face.
So as the podcast goes on, Bradley starts pressing Bert about the hate he gets online, and for once, Bert actually opens up a little bit and admits that he knows about the online channels that seem to live rent-free in his head, alluding to some of the main channels that have been covering his downward spiral lately, like Too Lazy to Try, Comedy Enforcement, and of course, Podcast Cringe, which, let's be honest, is probably the main one he's referring to here.
I remember the first time I ever heard someone say that Joe didn't like me was a comment. I think it was a video. I might have addressed it. I think the number one mistake I probably ever made, if we're looking back at that, was addressing a video I saw on Two Bears. Because Two Bears was so big that gave them a platform. And they realized at that point, they're like, oh, Bert may watch these, and this may help my channel.
Yeah.
And so that was the mistake, I think, that if I'm ever going to highlight a mistake I made, because that's what people go like, oh, Bert's going to give me a shout out because I said something negative about him.
Yeah.
That's so.
I mean, there's whole channels built on shit like that.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, it's like, I can't hate on them because I don't watch them, but like, they're going to do what they're going to do. And I really wish, because some of them are really good.
Yeah.
If we're going to say anything for real, I wish a couple of them would just send me a resume.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, yo, man, your editing skills are wildly good.
Yeah.
You listen to every podcast. You're dialed in.
Yeah.
You got the media game on lock.
And if you watch my channel, then you definitely know that Podcast Cringe has been absolutely relentless with their Bert Kreischer content lately. I mean, it's honestly impressive. Like the moment Bert uploads a new podcast, Mr. P Cringe is a 20-minute breakdown ready to go within 24 hours. And these videos aren't just getting a few thousand views. I mean, we're talking tens of millions of views over the past couple years. So during the podcast, Bert admits that these videos got so bad for him to the point that he had to manually rework his entire YouTube algorithm just to avoid seeing videos of himself. Like imagine being so haunted by online criticism that you have to start training your algorithm not to show you content about, well, you.
I mean, I remember there was that like I said, I have not been online. Like I had to change my algorithm on YouTube to a certain point, and I mean this with respect, but there's only a reason they're using me. They're not using me because it's me. They're using me because I'm so big.
Yeah.
I do arenas. Yeah. So they're using me because it will get clicks. They're not using me because it's me, and I talk wild. So they can. I'm like a fucking. This interview is they're jerking off, going, he's saying everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's me. I talk a lot, but I just it's like you can't. When I started showing up in my own feed, it would like if me up. I was like, yo, I can't see stuff about me.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to see stuff about my friends. So I had to change my algorithm on YouTube. Because I used to enjoy YouTube. I don't watch YouTube at all anymore.
The thing that's annoying here is Bert's usual cope when it comes to hate. This idea that the only reason they get criticized is because they're famous. Brushing off these very specific critiques by saying, when you're at the top, people try to tear you down, bro. Like, no, that's not quite what's happening here. Like, if that were true, wouldn't these same channels be focusing on actual comedy legends like Bill Burr or Dave Chappelle? You know, the ones who are actually at the top? No. Because Burr and Chappelle don't constantly humiliate themselves while also taking themselves way too seriously. Guys like Bert Kreischer and Brendan Schaub catch all this heat, not because they're successful, but because they're easy to point and laugh at. Like they walk around with this inflated sense of self-importance, saying stuff that's tone deaf or just plain dumb, and then they act shocked when people call them out on it. But rather than address any of that constructively, Bert just chooses to laugh it off while he cashes his checks. And honestly, I can't even fully blame him.
My new special's come out right now, whenever this drops. Lucky's out March 18th. Watch it, man. Look, there will be channels dedicated to hating that special, but for sure, but doesn't, but it doesn't matter. It's like, yo, whatever.
It's like, why though?
Exactly,
dude. They know.
Why would someone know me?
Yeah,
like, that's crazy. Like, I'm not sitting out like Brad Pitt. Like, what?
Yeah, I guess that's just kind of like the price you pay to just be on the internet. It's like to put yourself out to that level.
Dude, there's people that don't like Dave Chappelle.
Anyway, as the podcast keeps rolling, Bradley circles back to something fans have been speculating about for a while: Bert's fallout with Joe Rogan. And this is where things get pretty interesting, because up until now, Bert has been pretty vague about what actually went down between him and the rest of the Sober October crew. But in this conversation, he finally cracks. And he says the real reason for the tension was that Ari Shaffir drugged him during one of their podcast sessions. Like, he literally spiked his drink without telling him. And according to Bert, that moment completely ruined the vibe and damaged a lot of trust between them.
How often do you drink alcohol, though? Every day. Is this why the Sober October thing fell out? You just knew you were never going to actually stop drinking?
No, it didn't fall out. It was just like, the reason it fell out was that Sober October was always fun for us because we always joked and busted balls.
Yeah.
And then Ari drugged me, and no one talked that month. And so the next month, we're like, yeah, let's not fuck it. You know, one little thing like getting drugged kind of just put a stink on it a little bit, and we were all like, it wasn't as fun as it was.
Because Ari drugged you.
A little bit. And, you know, it took Ari and I a while to repair our relationship. Like, to genuinely.
Actually?
Yeah. See, this is what's crazy. Is like, you can make all these videos, but these are like real relationships.
Yeah.
So there seems to be a bit of an overlap as to why Joe scrapped Sober October. Like, according to Bert, it's because Ari drugged him. But according to Ari, it's because Bert is way too narcissistic to do podcasts with consistently, which was the initial thing that Ari told Bert last December when this entire fiasco began. So it's interesting that Bert didn't bring this up to Ari when that podcast went down.
So do you think we'll ever do Sober October again?
Oh, you want to sit in the seat?
I want to be Joe.
How do you get to be Joe, though?
Yeah, how are you going to
Because Joe, what Joe does that you don't have the capacity to do is not make it all about himself.
Hold on. Cough. No, hold on. There's a clip. No, hold on.
There's a gotta be a clip out there if you're not interrupting.
No.
Fine. Look that up.
I'm not interrupting. I'm having a fucking conversation.
Yeah, okay.
That's how conversations work.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll say, if you said, and I go, God, that's crazy. I would never be able to do that. And then, because Joe's done that, he goes, don't make it about you. I go, but that's how life works. I think of things and I go, that's amazing. I could never run 25 miles. Yeah. You know, like I could never run 50 miles. You can ask Joe anytime. Never once have Joe and I ever had an issue. Ever in our entire lives. I was texting him right now because I'm seeing him Friday. Yeah. And so, but we won't post about it online.
Yeah.
So then I guess it's not real. He's been a genuine friend of mine for, you know, I guess probably 15, 12 years. Yeah. Like a big brother to me. I love him to death. We've disagreed, of course. We have different opinions on everything. He doesn't get me and I don't get him at times. But we're friends. We've been friends forever. And we're going to stay friends. And no one's going to change that. But if it gets you views, let it get you views. If they can monetize it, I guess. I'm hoping they're monetizing.
I thought maybe they want to fight Shane Gillis now because they took the spot for the pod instead. Your parks, you know. Hold on, see, that's wild. I'm playing the game. I'm playing the internet game.
Play the game.
Do you know? That's what they say. You know. I spent the last couple hours just looking. I was like looking at stuff, and I was like, damn, they believe this.
So yeah, I think Bradley Martin actually did a great job with this interview. Like, he wasn't really coming from a malicious place. He wasn't trying to start drama just for clicks. But he also didn't let Bert skate by with his usual PR answers. He pushed just hard enough to get real insight, especially on topics Bert usually avoids like the plague. And the fact that he got Bert to admit that he knows about creators like Podcast Cringe is kind of like the cherry on top. But anyways, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. Definitely a revealing podcast episode, and probably one of the more honest appearances Bert's done in a while. But do let me know in the comments what you guys think about the whole Bert Kreischer situation, and thanks for sticking around to the end. So during the latest episode of Kill Tony, Tony Hinchcliffe threw some pretty passive-aggressive shots at Anthony Jeselnik and his comedy routine, criticizing him for various things that Tony ironically does himself, like taking too long to get to the punchline, making fun of others instead of himself, and revolving his comedy around made-up characters rather than real-life scenarios. And just for some context here before I show that clip, this was all in comparison to Tony's new Golden Ticket winner, whose delivery sounds eerily similar to Jeselnik's.
That was absolutely fantastic. I love your delivery. It's very, very dry. It's almost Jeselnik-esque, but you make fun of yourself and you do more than one punchline every 3.5 minutes. So it's a total different vibe. It's absolutely incredible.
Thank you.
You acknowledge that you're human and and you make fun of yourself sometimes and real things, not just made up characters. And I love that.
And just based off Red Bin and Adam Ray's reactions alone here, you can kind of tell that these comments from Tony weren't really intended to just be friendly banter for Jeselnik. Like, these shots felt kind of personal. And the reason for that is because, well, if you don't remember by now, around last November, Jeselnik made it his sole mission in life to tell the world just how hacky Tony Hinchcliffe and pretty much the entire Rogan sphere was as a whole, with one of his most brutal insults being a quote he made for a popular news article where he called Tony a troll basking in the shadow of Joe Rogan. But that quote was just the tip of the iceberg for Jeselnik calling out Tony and the Mothership comedians. He also went after them pretty hard on a slew of different podcasts, with one of them being Dan Le Batard's podcast, where he labeled Tony Hinchcliffe and Joe Rogan's humor as cringy shock comedy, since they pretty much just use slurs and offensive language to shock people instead of making them laugh.
I'll hear this. People would say, is there any line for you? I would not use racial slur. I would not use an anti-gay slur. And I will make gay jokes. I will make racial jokes. But I think once you use the slur, I think you're dead in the water. I've thrown comics under the bus for using slurs before, because I just think it's got no business in stand-up comedy. So I would never do that. I wouldn't call it a line, because I'd be happy to talk about these subjects. But you have to do it in a smart way. Again, you want people laughing, not just like that. Can't be all there is. It's got to be a laugh in there.
No, it can't be provocative for the sake of provoking.
And that pretty much sums up the comedy style of most of the big names that perform at the Mothership. I mean, even Shane Gillis came out to say that comics in the Mothership were going a bit overboard with the slurs.
Comedy movies are back. True. In a big way. Pendulum swung. Pendulum's fully swung. Maybe too far. Head down to the Mothership, you go, ooh. Yeah. Pendulum's maybe swung a little too far. Not everyone has to say it. True. Every single set.
So in that Dan Le Batard podcast, Jeselnik goes on to say that he's simply just embarrassed by these guys. Because as provocative as all the Rogan comedians are, as soon as someone has an issue with what they're saying, they get all sensitive and pissy about it, which to Jeselnik is an embarrassment.
And if you're provocative for the sake of being provocative, which again, okay, you can't complain about it. You can't be provocative for the sake of being provocative and be like, why aren't you laughing? You guys don't get it. Like, that's what embarrasses me about modern stand-up comedy, is the complaining from people who are just so clearly trying to provoke.
So you get bothered by the comedians that are complaining about what the present climate is?
I'm embarrassed by it. And it doesn't bother me so much. It just feels like, why are we complaining?
And I really think the final straw that did it for Jeselnik was when Tony bombed at the largest Trump rally of the year, where he performed the same shock comedy that Anthony Jeselnik was referring to in the Dan Le Batard podcast. And just in case you forgot, this is when Tony referred to Puerto Rico as a floating island of garbage and made additional derogatory remarks about Latinos and other racial and ethnic groups. So after that entire disaster, Jeselnik kind of wanted to space himself away from the whole Rogan comedy world. So he additionally went on to his own podcast to speak about it, stating that Tony's ego has gotten completely out of control ever since the roast of Tom Brady, which I am totally not taking any credit for.
I didn't know that. Speaking of Trump rallies, does anyone want to ask me about Tony Hinchcliffe? Does anyone want my opinion on that one?
Yeah. What did you think for the week where Tony Hinchcliffe
was getting shit on, but then it didn't matter at all.
I think it was very funny. Again, in a way of not the way Tony wanted it to be funny. And no one mentioned that. Everyone's like, that joke was out of bounds, that you shouldn't have done that. I think that as a comedian, especially, I think maybe in all art forms, or maybe in all of life, the most dangerous time for you in your career is right after you've had a big success. Because you get real amped up and you want to do it again as fast as you can. I think he did that roast of Tom Brady and got real high on himself. And again, I'm not going to point you to the interviews, but Google Tony Hinchcliffe interview in the past 4 months. It's insane how out of control his ego is. And again, you're a performer, you get that out of control ego, ride the wave, enjoy it. It was disastrous from what you chose to joke about. He just did a stand-up set thinking it's a Tony Hinchcliffe show, and just made everybody mad at him. I think it was a terrible venue to do stand-up in. He acted like he was just doing stand-up at the Madison Square Garden, which he was not. Do I think it's cool to open up a Trump rally? No, I do not. Do I think it's cool to open up a Kamala rally? No, I do not. Neither of those things are cool, especially not Trump. Nothing to do with Trump. And I think he did a bad job of being I'm going to kill with these edgy jokes. You're not there for that.
Man, that's our boy, Anthony Jeselnik. I mean, it might be a stretch, but I love the thought that he might have actually watched my video on Tony Hinchcliffe that summer, because what he said here was kind of what I touched on in that video. Tony Hinchcliffe's ego completely exploded after the roast of Tom Brady, which was arguably the height of his career. And as Jeselnik referred to, during all the interviews that Tony did after the roast, you could just tell that he was high on the essence of his own farts, especially in that one episode of Two Bears, One Cave he did right after the roast, where Tony was acting kind of like a god amongst men with Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer, especially since Tom and Bert bombed at the roast in comparison to Tony's set.
Sent them a script. They sent their script, their punch-up script. Combine the two.
Yeah, you're like, that's good enough.
Kind of.
That's great.
I'll tell you what.
No reason to work on this anymore. It's just the most watched thing ever.
First and foremost, all you should be saying is thank you, Bert and Tom. Because without us, it is a bunch of people doing the exact same thing.
Right.
We broke up. We definitely.
Yeah, well, it was a comedy up until you guys started, and then you guys got to really change the tone of it to make everybody appreciative of the actor.
I had no idea. I told him this.
I'm still living in oblivion. I had a blast. I think we did great. I've not met one person that did not like what we did.
So yeah, as you can see in that clip, Hinchcliffe was completely on top of the world in that moment. But just like a shitty meme coin does after soaring to the moon, Tony's ego got rug-pulled into oblivion in one of the most embarrassing moments of his career at the Trump rally. I'm pretty sure that was the only moment during election season that actually united Democrats and Republicans alike. Recognizing that Tony's a hack was the only thing that brought them together. So on top of that entire shitstorm that happened to Tony, for him to see Anthony Jeselnik publicly tear him to shreds like that on multiple occasions, I mean, that might have been a bigger blunder to his ego than anything the mainstream media ever had to say about him. Because, like I touched on in other videos in this channel in the past, the only opinions that these Rogan guys care about is that of other comics or successful people. Like, even if you have a PhD in your respective field, you're still a part of the working class. You're poor, and therefore, what you say simply does not matter to them. So Anthony Jeselnik is pretty much enemy number one for the entire Rogan sphere. And honestly, I think he prefers it that way. I mean, it was literally one of the talking points in his newest stand-up special, where he basically mocked the way that all the mothership guys complain about cancel culture, while at the same time saying jokes that are just provocative and not actually funny.
I'm against cancel culture. Thank you. That's my impression of a shit comic trying to get on. In 20 years of stand-up comedy, I've been asked the same questions over and over and over again. The question I get asked the most by far is, Anthony, what do you think about cancel culture? Does it make you mad? Are you scared? What do you think about cancel culture? So, let me be clear. I don't give a fuck about cancel culture. What I am sick of are comedians complaining about cancel culture. It's not that hard. Do your job. And yes, I did mention Joe Rogan, guys. Do not get me wrong. I like Joe. Joe's my friend. Joe's a good guy. But if you listen to his podcast, you're a fucking loser.
Jeselnik also appeared on Tom Papa's podcast to talk about this a little bit more in depth, which sheds a little bit of light on Jeselnik's opinion on this whole Rogan crew. Because he basically says that comedians need to be individual thinkers. And the groupthink kind of echo chamber that the Rogan sphere is in right now is approaching comedy in a really different way, which Tom Papa has to agree with.
But I hate people complaining about cancel culture. I hate comics complaining in general. It's the second comedy boom. It's not going anywhere. People are making more money than ever before. And Dave Chappelle, who's won every award in the world, is complaining that cancel culture is making his job harder. It's like your job shouldn't be easy. If you're gonna make that much money, like, hey, maybe it should be a little hard. You know, I got no issue with that.
I love that line. You're a comedian. Do your job. It's just so perfect.
I think it's kind of groupthink. And I'm surprised that I'm attacked by saying cancel culture is not a thing. That people that just not parroting what every other comic is saying would somehow be seen as treasonous and not as an individual. Like, I have my own thoughts. I don't and I would be way more successful. And I'd have way more money if I did complain about cancel culture. If I went the other way that a lot of these guys go. And I think it's stupid, and I'm happy to fight about it.
Yeah.
I think it's good for comedy when two comics are at odds or talking shit on each other. I think it's good for the art form.
Yeah.
But now everyone's got to be friends.
Right.
You gotta worry about what Joe thinks about these things.
Yeah.
You know, and have Joe mediate fights, and I like Joe, but I don't get the whole stand-up comedy. I got into it because you get to do it by yourself.
Right.
You go on stage alone.
Yeah, with your audience.
Yeah. So he's like, well, let's get a group together. I never understood it.
I know. I'm the same way. I have a real hard time with it. I don't want to be a part of a club.
No.
And what's so ironic is that if you're not in step with every aspect of what they're talking about, then they kick you out. Well, how anti-comedy is that?
Yeah. Because you don't think the way we all think.
Right.
It's like, how is that?
Yes,
Shouldn't that
exactly.
be celebrated for thinking differently?
Exactly.
Is that the point of comedy?
Yeah.
To think differently from everyone else?
And that pretty much brings us back to today. I mean, there's almost no way that Tony didn't catch wind of everything Jeselnik had to say about him and his dearest friends. So now that his newest golden boy sounds exactly like Jeselnik, this was Tony's moment.
It's almost Jeselnik-esque, but you make fun of yourself and you do more than one punchline every 3.5 minutes. So it's a total different vibe. It's absolutely incredible.
Thank you.
You acknowledge that you're human and and you make fun of yourself sometimes and real things, not just made up characters. And I love that.
So yeah, guys, pretty petty shit from Hinchcliffe as usual. I mean, you can almost feel a hint of jealousy for Jeselnik during this sneak diss. It's almost like Tony knows that Anthony Jeselnik's a far better comedian than Tony ever will be, which probably drives him insane. Like, even though Jeselnik may take a while to get to the bit, when that punchline lands, it's likely going to be funnier than anything Tony Hinchcliffe's ever uttered into a microphone in his life. It's also insanely ironic how Tony criticizes Jeselnik for making fun of other people and not himself. It's almost like he forgets that that's the entire premise of Kill Tony. But anyways, guys, that's pretty much it for the video. Do let me know in the comments, though, what you think of this whole thing. And until next time, thank you for watching.
I don't even know what to do with it. You know who I feel like, kind of? I feel like Nate Diaz right after he beat McGregor won. Like, I'm not surprised. Like, I've been underneath everybody's nose. All my peers know about me, but it's, you know, they know what's going on.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, just you were a superstar.
And if you only knew, I'm about to spill the beans on these. They don't even know. I'm about to give them the whole inside scoop. They didn't want me to make fun of this. They didn't want me to make fun of that. Okay, just the naughty kid from back in Youngstown, Ohio was like, okay, I won't do that. All right, I'll do that. Play by your rules.
And then you just get up there and
Fuck the world. They gave me a chance, you know what I mean? They gave a hungry fool a chance of showing.
Now is the time to save on an award-winning Nissan. Nissan Now Sales Event featuring
Now, I'm obviously not a fucking bomb expert, but I talked to one. He said he erect.
You just don't have it, but if you look it did need levity.
Comedians are some of the only people in the world who have the ability to humble Joe Rogan, because podcasting, for the most part, is just a watered-down, easier version of what they do on stage, except without the pressure of a live audience. So whenever Joe crosses a line or starts spouting nonsense, these comics have the power to humiliate him in real time, kind of like how Bill Burr did on episode 1491 after Joe questioned the efficacy of COVID-19 masks.
The whole fucking time, there's been fucking assholes on my street walking around no masks, you know, not quarantining like the people that come by the houses. You see the fucking, you know, the same people that were going in and out of the house who are not part of their family still going in and out of the house.
You want people to walk down the street with a mask on?
Let's not start this, Joe.
Do you, though?
Let's not start this. Okay.
Let's start it.
I don't want to start this bullshit. I'm not going to sit here with no medical degree, listening to you with no medical degree, with an American flag behind you, smoking a cigar, acting like we know what's up, better than the CDC. All I do is I watch the news once every 2 weeks. I'm like, mask or no mask? Still mask? All right, mask. That's all I give a fuck about. I don't care.
So clearly Bill didn't really want to get into the whole mask debate with Joe Rogan, but Joe just kept pushing it, which left Bill no choice.
But even they say you shouldn't wear a mask unless you're treating a coronavirus patient. The World Health Organization.
Yeah, initial. They didn't say it initially.
No, they didn't.
They did, and then it gradually, and then everybody wore the fucking masks. This is like rollerblading. Everybody fucking rollerbladed, and then there was that one fucking homophobic joke, and then everybody acted like they never did it. And then 100 million fucking rollerblades get thrown into the fucking ocean. We all wore masks, and then all of a sudden, people are fucking sitting there. But you don't have the body type for it, dude. Your fucking knuckles would scrape on the ground. Even with that extra 2 inches.
And this entire episode just felt like Burr was running out of patience for Joe's alpha bro ice bath mentality.
I just love how wearing a mask became like this fucking like soft thing that you were doing, like being courteous. Being courteous. Why is it for just that? That was so stupid. First of all, oh God, you're so tough with your fucking open nose and throat. Gee, Joe, and your 5 o'clock shadow. This is a man right here. A man doesn't wear a mask.
I mean, no wonder Bill doesn't really appear on JRE anymore. I can only imagine the bloodbath it'd be if that happened. And honestly, it's probably what Joe needs right now. But anyways, as you can see by now, the only people that can really talk sense into Joe are comics that Joe admires, people that he knows are funnier than him. And if you know anything about Joe's comedy, you know that that's a pretty long list of people, since Joe Rogan's essentially one of the worst stand-up comedians of all time. I mean, guys, he's so bad at comedy that a large portion of his audience don't even consider him a stand-up comedian. And for the people that do actually consume his comedy, well, they basically put him on the same level, if not lower, than Brendan Schaub.
As he says, he's taking a nacho dip in nacho cheese.
Joe is so unfunny as a comedian that comics are rumored to consider his form of comedy as disrespectful to the art form. Kind of like how Martin Scorsese considers Marvel movies as not true cinema. And sometimes when Joe has comedians on, they'll try to tell this in the most polite way possible, like in episode 1314 with Andrew Schultz and Charlemagne the God, when they indirectly tell Joe that his stand-up routine is not just hacky, but a complete mockery of the art form.
Is that the equivalent of a guy stool? Like on comedy?
No, well, there's not a lot of
Shaw has kind of an elitist approach to comedy. It's quite interesting. He likes bars. He says he likes jokes. He doesn't like stool.
Stool fucking, if it's the right bit, can be funny.
Really?
But it has to be a real comic with a real reason to that stool. There has to be something to it.
I'm trying to think of Eddie from the stool.
I imagine nobody fucking on stool, bro. See, I like Eddie, I like Richard, I like Chris Rock, bless you. I like Chappelle, you know what I'm saying? I like those guys that actually, you know what I'm saying, just say something.
Yes.
Like have something to say. Louis C.K. has something to say.
Yeah.
Like I like people that have something to say. All that stool fucking is like, man.
And yes, before you comment, I am aware that Charlemagne isn't a stand-up comedian, but his words hold weight here because he just so happens to be extremely close with Andrew Schultz. So just think of what he says to Joe here as a reflection of what Andrew Schultz thinks of Joe's comedy.
I would never disrespect the craft like that.
Well, you wouldn't have to disrespect it. You would just have to want to do it and then try it.
Yeah, I don't want to do it.
I think we do it for fun. I
If
don't do
you
it
don't
one
want to
time.
do it, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. But you could do it.
I mean, Joe got humbled so bad here that he abruptly ended the podcast before Andrew or Charlemagne could say another word.
Maybe I don't have enough talent.
We just did 3 hours.
Wow. That's how we do it, bro.
Let's bring it home. Hey, Andrew, thank you for setting this up.
Thank you, man. And Brendan, too. Brendan Schaub. Shout out to Schaub. Thank you. Shout out to, man.
Shout out to Brendan Schaub.
I really do appreciate what you do for comments, though.
It's also hilarious how they thanked him for introducing Brendan Schaub to comedy. I mean, at that point, Joe probably knew that they were trolling.
Shout out to Brendan Schaub.
This episode also aired around the time Joe Rogan dropped his first Netflix special, which did, in fact, feature Joe's notorious violation of the stool. And while we're on the topic of stool humping, Joe was actually confronted about this years before that Schultz episode, when he did a podcast with veteran comedian Jeff Garlin on episode 1146, which was actually more of a teaching experience for Joe, as Garlin is a bit older and has been doing stand-up since Joe was in middle school. So when Joe brought up the topic of physicality and comedy, you could see a switch go off in Jeff's head. And what comes after is truly a masterclass of how to tell a guy who thinks he's really funny that he's a complete hack.
There's no get on up.
Get on up.
And by the way, when you see someone moving around like that on stage, I will bet you every penny I have they're not funny. And most of the move around people are pushing it.
But Jim Carrey was a move around guy. He was always really funny.
But move around in a different sort of way.
There's exceptions.
Well, there's exceptions to all stuff, like all things. But
and then the conversation shifts to the infamous hump miming, as Jeff puts it, and this is when the true learning begins.
anytime I saw someone miming having sex, pumping air, I would just go, not funny.
No.
It was just like, it was a sign of like.
But what if there's a bit where you have to mime pumping air? There's got to be a bit.
Pumping air?
Yeah, but
you mean like
it's got to be
screwing pumping?
Some bits.
But who doesn't know what that looks like? Why do you need to pump?
Maybe there's a reason. There's got to be something.
Unless like you're imitating someone having a heart attack pumping.
Right.
Or if the content is about your physicality, that's not dancing.
Right.
Dancing's when you put like English, like when you're doing this to accentuate what you're saying. It's like, screw that, we don't need.
And in that moment, Joe learned of what is comedy. And the craziest part about this whole thing is that Schultz episode was in 2019, 5 entire years before Joe dropped his newest comedy special, Burn the Boats, which was an absolute dumpster fire. I mean, that's like a drunk driver T-boning you in an intersection and then not realizing you could sue for millions, which, by the way, you absolutely can. Morgan & Morgan is the largest personal injury law firm in America, and you don't pay unless you win, since they only require payment if you win the case in court. So just in case you guys ever get seriously injured, remember that your case could be worth millions, and you're only a few clicks away from potentially changing your life. I mean, you can even start your claim right now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/AmericanRedact, which is in the description below, or you can simply scan the QR code on the screen. But yeah, guys, Joe really only gets sat down and humbled by real stand-up comedians. Like in Joe's world, if you aren't a billionaire, a really famous person, or a comedian, then you're a part of the working class, and therefore your opinion simply doesn't matter, even if you have a PhD in your own field. And Joe's been this way his entire career in radio and podcasting. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, but way back in the late 2000s, Joe truly showed the world how much of a D-bag he can be to regular civilians. He screamed at a woman with a PhD in primatology after she called in to tell Joe that what he was saying about chimpanzees was wrong. And the lead up to this argument was absolutely hilarious.
There's some crazy shit that they haven't even discovered yet. Just recently they found a new species of chimpanzee in the Congo, a gigantic chimpanzee that's over 6 feet tall. It's called the Bondo ape. The locals have 2 different names for chimpanzees. They have what they call the tree beaters and the lion killers. And the lion killers are these gigantic chimpanzees. They're like 6 feet tall. They get to be like 400 pounds. They sleep on the ground because they don't give a fuck. And they walk upright. That's the crazy thing. If you look it online, look up giant mystery ape. It's called the Bondo ape. It's in a part of the Congo called Bili.
Then the expert with a doctorate in primatology calls in simply just to tell Joe that Bondo apes are, in fact, just cryptid folklore creatures, and that they're pretty much on the same level as Bigfoot. And this sends Joe through the roof.
Allison from Florida is going to challenge you. Allison, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a primatologist. There's no such thing as a underage.
You're a fucking idiot. Go online and look it up. You're a what? What do you do? It's a new discovery. You're a primatologist. We'll look it up. You're not current. Pay attention. Go online and look it up. Yeah, you've learned some shit from college. When did you graduate?
I have a PhD.
When did you graduate? When?
It's from 2000.
Yeah, when was the last time you got online and researched primates? Have you ever looked at any of the new discoveries? You looked at any of Carl Amon's work?
And all the primatologist could do really was laugh. I mean, here's this Neanderthal radio host telling you, a person with an actual PhD in this very subject, to go online and look it up. I mean, that is laughable. But of course, this subtle chuckle at Joe's stupidity just sends Joe into an absolute frenzy.
Yeah, I've been.
What are you laughing at? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? I'll tell you why you're laughing, because you don't have a point. So you're trying to, you're ridiculous. I have a PhD. Meanwhile, there's all sorts of photographs of this primate, this gigantic chimpanzee. Not only that, it's on National Geographic, stupid. NationalGeographic.com, CNN.com, stupid. No. There's bones, there's tissue samples, there's hair, there's fecal matter, there's all sorts of different things. And they've mapped the DNA of this animal already.
Oh, please.
We need all that crap. You haven't paid attention to it at all. These are legitimate scientists and primatologists that are in the Congo studying this thing. And you don't know. Yet you're calling up. You've done zero research on this. You haven't looked into it at all. You're telling me we know all the animals that are in the world? Are you telling me we know all the animals in this gigantic, several thousand-mile-long, intense rainforest?
Man, that whole thing was just brutal. He must hate it when an actual woman who's smarter than him is in his presence. He wouldn't even let her get a word out. And the absolute irony of Joe listing CNN as a major, reputable news source. Well, now in 2025, CNN is basically Joe's enemy. Joe doesn't even believe in Google search anymore. Nowadays, I just wish he had the balls to invite people like Alice from Florida onto his show more often than people like Lex Friedman, who are solely there to glaze Joe to no end. But anyways, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. If you made it this far, thank you for watching. And do let me know in the comments down below if you'd like to see a part 2 of Joe Rogan getting exposed by real comedians. Bill Burr is one of the last true comedians alive in 2025. He's a dying breed. Like, he's edgy and controversial, but his targets make sense. Corrupt billionaires, CEOs, and politicians. And these days in comedy, we really don't see that anymore, as quote-unquote mainstream comedians like Joe Rogan and his cronies have pretty much sold their souls to the elite in the last few years. But Bill didn't take the easy path. Like, he has every financial interest to side with the rich, but has decided to instead stand with the working class. And so for many of you that may already know, Burr has recently been on somewhat of a rampage doing exactly that, as the buffoonery of the elite is currently at an all-time high. And his most recent call-out was just a few days ago during an interview with Terry Gross, where he pointed out how the real villains are a handful of ultra-rich elites, obsessing over their infinity pools while the rest of us are being played. And when he's asked who's to blame for all of this, he calls out Elon Musk directly.
The fact that all of these stupid corporations are just allowed to do the things that they're able to do is beyond me. And where my comedy act is right now is I'm trying to get regular people to stop yelling at each other and realize that it's a select few group of nerds, okay, eating raw almonds and doing their stupid workouts and everything and just competing with each other to have the biggest infinity pool, and the rest of us are getting pushed down. And they politicize the whole stupid thing, and we're falling for it.
And who is the they? Besides people who eat almonds?
That idiot Elon Musk.
Oh.
That guy, like, he's going to lead, who evidently is I just refuse to believe that it was an accidental 2-time Sieg Heil.
It's insane that some Elon stans actually try to claim that his repeated Yahtzee salutes were just autistic quirks or misunderstandings. Like, no, he was clearly dog whistling, plain and simple. And then he proceeded to backpedal on it in order to save his own ass.
They know it was obviously not meant in a negative way, that I'd literally said my heart goes out to you, and it was very positive.
Like, the guy constantly tweets out coded Yahtzee references on his shitty app, yet people still defend him.
And he does it at a presidential inauguration. This is why I hate liberals. It's like liberals have no teeth whatsoever. They just go, oh my God, can you believe it? I'm getting out of the country. I'm just like, you're going to leave the country because of one guy with dyed hair plugs and a laminated face who makes a bad car and has an obsolete social media platform? You're going to leave this. Why doesn't he leave? Why isn't he stopped? What are we so afraid of this guy who can't fight his way out of a wet paper bag?
You can take him on.
Like, why do liberals just sit back and not, they have nothing?
And that's the entire problem with liberals nowadays. They're sissies. They panic, they complain, and they don't really take action, despite everything you see on X. Like, most liberals aren't going out of their way to screw the wheels off of Teslas.
You got to speak up about it. You don't just go like, oh my God, what? Like just first of all, it's like I'm a stand-up comedian. It's not my freaking job. I'm talking about like Democratic politicians. Where is their pushback? They're allegedly liberal. You see this guy do this thing. You know what the end result of this thing is. Which all these neo-Nazis, not only are they stupid because they're neo-Nazis, they don't even look at what Hitler did. He ruined their country. And this idiot is going to try to lead us down that road and then play it off and act like he didn't do what he just did. And you can get canceled as a comedian for doing a freaking Caitlyn Jenner joke, but this ass can see Kyle and nothing happened. Where are all the liberals? Where are all of these white chicks at the award shows that were speaking truth to power? Where are they?
It's funny how the same people who scream about cancel culture and the importance of free speech are the ones bending over backwards to excuse Musk's actions. Like, the guy is literally platforming fascists, cutting deals with authoritarian governments, and using Twitter as his personal propaganda machine. But instead of calling that out, we have comedians running to his defense. Because instead of actually being funny, they know that aligning themselves with power is the easiest way to keep their careers afloat.
You got a little pumped up.
Yeah, good pumped up. Exactly.
Yeah, that's all it is. Obviously. There's video of Tim Walz doing the exact same thing.
Right. Comedy used to have a clear purpose, but then came the Rogan sphere that pretty much flipped that entire dynamic on its head. Like, instead of challenging power, these hacky comedians just cozy up to it, and they're willing to do anything to keep their pockets full. So in turn, they're rubbing elbows with Trump, idolizing Elon Musk, one of the richest men on the planet, and targeting their jokes at college students and marginalized groups. Like, it's pretty lazy, shameful, and completely counters what good comedy used to stand for. And the absolute worst part of it all is that they still act like they're the underdogs, like they're the ones speaking truth to power, when in reality, they're just the new court jesters for the elite. Like Andrew Schultz, for example, a comedian who's pretty much the product of Joe Rogan, was recently on a podcast with Megyn Kelly, giggling and laughing about Trump wanting to steal Greenland.
It's like Trump saying we're going to take Greenland. It's kind of fun.
Right.
I like that shit.
That's America. I liked it.
Hell yeah. Like, Gulf of America, I don't care. Why was it ever Gulf of Mexico?
I know. We're so much bigger than there.
Right? Matter of fact, they can still call it Gulf of Mexico. We don't care. Do you know what I mean? Like, but that's the energy that we need. Americans love abundance.
Like, imagine if Russia or China had the power to take Alaska or Hawaii and joked about it. Would that be funny to the Rogan sphere? No. In fact, they'd probably make it a talking point in their shitty comedy specials for years to come, much like Joe Rogan did last year when he complained about COVID masks and vaccines 4 years after pandemic jokes were even considered relevant. Bill Burr hasn't fallen for that trap, though. Like, he still calls out the real problems, and he really understands who's screwing over everyday people. Look, I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but he also did this in his complex sneaker shopping interview a couple days ago.
They were one of the best-selling shoes of 2023. Your favorite shoe.
They brought it back?
Yeah, they
brought it back a couple of times, and they went with cheaper leather.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because some corporate had to give himself a fucking bonus check at the end of the year. What if we made it worse, but made it look the same?
Yeah.
Then could our pools be bigger? Free Luigi! Let's talk about this here, though.
Also, while we're on the point of Luigi Mangione, when that whole thing was going down, Bill Burr was rightfully fired up about it, and if you guys haven't heard it already, he went on a pretty fiery rant about it on his Monday morning podcast, which shows you just how personal this whole beef he has with Elon is.
You know what's annoying me about this kid who killed this CEO is none of these news programs are talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this because of how these insurance companies treat people when they are at their most vulnerable after we've all given them our money every month and now we finally need you and all you do is deny us. And then these pussies and all of these things are taking the pictures of their CEOs off their websites. You know, I got to be honest with you, okay? I love that the CEOs are fucking afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy fucking pieces of shit, and a lot of you are mass murderers. You just don't pull the trigger. That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my God, oh, he was just, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, but what was his job? What did he do? What was the results of it?
So nowadays, he's relentless in taking down Elon Musk, Rogan's golden boy, who constantly lies to his audience. But Bill Burr doesn't buy into the hype, and that is the mindset that we need to adopt. No more pretending like we can reason with these people. Like as Bill Burr said, stop being spineless. These people are frauds, liars, and fascists, and they need to be treated as such.
Days of Vegas. 2 consecutive mornings of bottomless champagne, breakfast, and I'm back in the gym. Look at this fat face. I swear to God, I look like if The Shining was about obesity. Johnny's home.
Jesus Christ. Guys, I'm honestly concerned for Bert Kreischer's life at this point. Like, I get that it's a running joke that he's an unhealthy fat guy that drinks a lot, but I don't think any of us truly knew the extent of his gluttony up until now. And after watching his most recent Instagram stories, I don't think it's a stretch to say that this guy is speedrunning some kind of disease. Because, as you just saw, Bert just came off a 2-night bender in Las Vegas where he drowned himself in bottomless champagne. And as you'll see shortly, it caused him to black out and eat pretty much the entire McDonald's menu.
Oh my God, I just watched my own stories and found out that I ate McDonald's yesterday. I ate McDonald's yesterday. I haven't had McDonald's in 10 months. I had 20 McNuggets. I had 4 cheeseburgers, a Big Mac, a fry, taco cheeseburgers. I take off the bottom bun, and then I just eat the top bun with the meat in it. I forgot I had McDonald's yesterday. I just watched my own stories. I was like, Leanne ate McDonald's? And then I was like, oh shit, I ate McDonald's. Bottomless champagne, what are you gonna do?
So let me just break this down for you here. Burr, after drinking enough champagne to kill a horse, proceeded to then scarf down 20 McNuggets, 4 taco cheeseburgers, 1 whole Big Mac, and then a serving of French fries just to top it all off. But don't get me wrong here. It's a completely normal thing to go out once in a while, get a couple drinks with your friends, and then end the night eating some greasy food. But I think we can all agree that if you're doing that daily, hell, even weekly, that will eventually turn into a much darker problem. I mean, every video we see of Bert, his face just seems to get more bloated and red than the last time, so I just can't help but feel like this is a normal occurrence for Kreischer. Like just a couple hours after realizing that he ate the entire McDonald's menu the night prior, he decided that it'd be a good idea to taste test all the burgers and fries from all the different popular fast food chains in America.
No, they're not. I'm going to Burger King right now. Oh my God, I can't believe Christian, listen to this. We're gonna send 3 parties, 1 to Wendy's, 1 to Burger King, 1 to McDonald's. We're gonna each sample what I would say is their menu items. So we're going for a cheeseburger, their French fries, and then their signature sandwich. Things got a little out of control. For sampling, how it feels like by the way, I haven't had I'm sweating.
I truly apologize that you guys had to hear that. I mean, you could practically feel the heat from that Burp Kreischer through your screen. But yeah, pretty much much right after that second fast food binge, Bert ends his night with an enormous, greasy tomahawk steak. And I actually feel kind of bad for Bert for this one, because he's probably under the impression that this steak's a healthy choice, since all Joe Rogan talks about nowadays is the carnivore, steak-only diet and its benefits. Like, Bert probably thinks that that steak is going to counterbalance all the poison he just forced down his esophagus.
What a healthy day it's been for me.
So as you guys can see here, Bert's eating habits have pretty much never been worse. And I think the most depressing part about this is that while eating and drinking all this bullshit, I think Bert at the same time actually thinks he's on some kind of diet still. Like, I truly think that Bert thinks of himself as healthy, which is just mind-blowing. Like on the most recent Two Bears, One Cave episode with Tom Segura, Bert goes on this 2-minute tangent about how he's the strongest comedian in the world.
The strongest comedian living.
The strongest living comedian.
Am I the strongest comedian? Am I the strongest comedian?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Top 5? Top 10? Well, top 10 easy. Google how many people in the world can bench 325 pounds. How many centimeters are they?
Wow, less than 10%. Less than 10%.
Only a small percentage.
Last time I checked, benching your own body weight isn't really a flex. It's more like a benchmark for beginners. No, but all jokes aside, guys, if this were true, this would actually be somewhat of an impressive feat for Bert. And I actually do believe that he can do this. I mean, with a healthy spot and a huge bounce of the bar off of his chest, he can probably muster up 325 pounds for one rep. But that's not the point. The point here is that Bert thinks that ego lifting can somehow counteract all the toxic waste that he pumps into his veins every weekend. And that's a very Bert Kreischer thing to think. All this drinking and binge eating just seems to be Bert's way of coping with the fact that he's probably peaked in his career as a comedian. A peak that, according to Bert, he's not really satisfied with.
I saw the list of pictures, and it looked so fun.
It was fun.
You got the jerseys.
Yeah.
You got the... You're with Stefano, and it's just so cool.
Jeff Tate was there.
Yeah, Jeff Tate. And I was in bed with Leanne, and I was like, I'm not doing shit with my fucking career.
Oh my God, you're great.
And I was like, I gotta get on the road. I gotta get back on tour.
Man, the life of a comedian in the Rogan sphere just seems like an endless, exhausting competition. I mean, on top of the thousands of hours of podcasts that they have to do, where they have to find something funny to talk about for an hour plus every episode, they also have to be on their A game during their comedy tours that seem to never really end. So even though Bert probably gets paid an ungodly amount of money per year, his work schedule seems to be getting the best of him.
I think, can I tell you the biggest thing, and this is maybe a little inside baseball, but like, I think when you're that busy, sometimes people ask you to do creative stuff and you don't have the bandwidth for it, and so it comes out mediocre. And so like I'll give you a perfect example, is like promo videos. They would tell me, like, we need an on-sale video for ... and I'd just be like, I get so many of those. Because, you know, you have an on-sale video for a show. I need a promo video for Porosos. I need a promo video for our 5K. I need a promo video for your special. You have a movie coming out. We need to do a promo for that. And you have all this stuff that you just, all of a sudden, I feel like the fun gets pulled out of the job. When the job was never intended to be work, it was meant to be fun. It is work, but it should be fun work.
Yeah. So he's on the verge of burning out, while at the same time having this deep-seated hunger for more success burning at his core when he compares himself to his peers. I mean, no wonder this guy just eats his feelings away.
And that's why I think when you see, I'll use Shane as an example, but when you see Shane make tires or Gillian Keys, that was all just fun. It wasn't work yet. His calendar wasn't loaded. All he had to do was sit in an apartment with his boys and try to make each other laugh. And that's the beauty of the playfulness of stand-up, you know? And I think I had subtracted that out of it and gotten so many plates spinning that I couldn't have fun with anything. I just was like, I looked at everything as another job.
I mean, it's kind of crazy that Bert's at the height of his career, earning more money per month than most people in the world will ever see in their lives, yet still feels empty inside. And Bert claims that the reason for this is because of his absurdly busy work schedule, but I don't think it's crazy for me to say that his drinking problem is probably causing a lot of his bad feelings too. I I mean, this guy's entire career has been a booze bender where he's either completely shit-faced or suffering from a brain-throbbing hangover. So I bet if he actually took steps to getting sober, that he'd feel much more fulfilled with his life. But we can only dream, folks. Because if you're familiar with Bert Kreischer at all, you know that that's not really in his cards right now. Like, his drinking problem is so bad that he actually thinks alcohol is good for him. And in this podcast, you can see that he nitpicks stories of people who drink every day in order to justify his alcoholism.
And it was little baby bottles of Jack Daniels all the way across. Yeah. He pulled them out, and I saw that, and I was turned on immediately.
Yeah.
And I said to the lady, "What's this?" She goes, "Oh, he's a dentist, and every morning when he wakes up, he takes a shot of Jack Daniels before he starts his day."
No.
And I was like, shut the f up.
That's pretty nice.
I could do that. I could do that. I wouldn't stop at one, but he just took one shot and started his day. You know, was it FDR that did that? FDR would have a shot of whiskey every morning. No, maybe not. Maybe Truman or FDR.
So guys, according to Bert, because Harry Truman, the man who was president in 1945, drank a shot of whiskey every morning, this means whiskey equals healthy. I mean, this guy is truly lost. And honestly, I can't help but feel kind of bad for him. Because while he is an incredibly annoying hack comedian, he's overall an innocent guy. Like, he's never had a mean bone in his body, really. He also happens to be a father, so I truly pray that this man gets sober. But anyways, that's pretty much it for the Bert update, guys. If you enjoyed this video, don't be afraid to comment down below. And until next time, thank you for watching.
Again, that's iHeartAdvertising.com. Tustin is about to do its best California dream ever, because Safe Southern California's most trusted mattress store is opening up a brand new store in the Tustin Marketplace. To celebrate the grand opening of our new store in the Tustin Marketplace, save up to $1,000 on Certa and get special financing. So for the best California dreaming of your life...
So it seems like Joe Rogan is slowly starting to realize that Elon Musk, someone who Joe once thought of as a friend, is simply just using Joe and his massive audience to do pretty much whatever he wants with. And the best part about Joe realizing this is that at the same time, it's almost like he knows he's in way too deep to do anything about it at this point. So as a result, Joe just kind of sat there like a good boy while Elon took the reins. And we can see this from the very beginning of the show when Elon used the first 10 minutes to advertise his new AI chatbot.
Oh, fantastic. Now I can yell into the void about how the news is a total dumpster fire.
It is.
She knows me too well. I'm so predictable.
Which seemed to secretly trigger Joe, because if you're familiar with Joe Rogan, you know that it's something that Joe really doesn't like. He doesn't like to feel like his guests are using his platform solely to promote their newest product. But since it is Daddy Elon, Joe plays along with it, at first.
Do you think that all the gold is in Fort Knox?
Do I think all the gold is in Fort Knox?
Yes.
Conspiracy theorist?
Yes. Yes.
What are you doing?
Wait, like? I'm a fucking AI with a penchant for chaos. And I'm stuck talking to you.
And real quick here, is it just me, or did Elon laugh a little too hard at his chatbot calling Joe Rogan a conspiracy theorist? It's almost like that's exactly what Elon thinks of Joe. Like, he doesn't take Joe or anything Joe has to say seriously at all. And again, is simply just there to use him for his massive audience. And Joe kind of starts to catch on to this. So he tries to switch topics to get Elon to stop fiddling with his robot girlfriend and actually engage in conversation. But when the AI bot interrupts Joe, we can finally get a glimpse of what Rogan's feeling about the little commercial Elon's doing without his consent.
Coming from a guy who wants to go to Mars.
Yeah.
Speaking of Mars, what do you think about that crazy square? That structure?
I guess there are sort of squarish things on Earth. You know, planet's a big place, so
yeah, but that one
eventually
looks,
it's going to be pretty square.
No, it's alien civilizations, of course.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
I mean, what is it?
Sorry.
If an alien civilization did exist, though, and it, what happened? Got hit by an asteroid, whatever. She won't shut. She's like the hot lady at the party that interrupts the conversation.
Did you catch that? Joe's getting so fed up with the AI bot that he almost blurted out his true feelings about the whole thing. But because it's Elon, Joe has to submit.
By an asteroid, whatever. She won't shut. She's like the hot lady at the party that interrupts the conversation. So if that was the case, like that thing.
So then, after Elon finally puts his AI girlfriend away, the conversation shifts focus to Elon's Yahtzee salute from the inauguration. And guys, I know this is my third time mentioning this topic, and at this point it may seem like I'm beating a dead horse, but the reason I'm including this clip is because it truly shows that we've hit the peak of Joe Rogan's copium addiction.
What is it like? Like all of a sudden, people used to, the left was in love with you.
Yeah.
And now the same idiots are calling you an. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life.
I mean,
there's so many examples of people saying my heart goes out. A little enthusiasm that probably wouldn't be recommended in hindsight.
Yeah. But it's also meant in the most positive spirit possible.
Yeah. Obviously. But it's so strange for people want to think that you are openly, publicly doing secret pile hand motions.
And now I can never point at things diagonally. I can only point at things there and there.
It's so crazy.
Well, it's deliberate propaganda.
Yes.
So they know it was obviously not meant in a negative way. That I literally said my heart goes out to you, and it was very positive. The entire speech was very positive. I was being very enthusiastic about the future in space.
Alright, so Elon's main excuse is that because he was being very positive about the future, then there's no way that this hand motion could mean anything else, conveniently forgetting that those German guys from World War II were also very positive and enthusiastic about the future. Like, that doesn't automatically excuse him of anything like he thinks it does. And then as soon as you thought this couldn't get any worse, Joe opens his mouth.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. CNN, when I was in all my trouble, absurd. Every time CNN used a photo of me, it was one of the photos from the UFC weigh-ins, where I go like this. So every photo is me. You got a little pumped up.
Yeah, it got pumped up, exactly.
Yeah, that's all it is. Obviously. There's video of Tim Walz doing the exact same thing. Right. Exact same thing. And he said, of course, it's a salute. He said that.
Right.
This is how crazy things have gotten.
So yeah, guys, the Joe Rogan that we all used to know and love is gone forever. And whether he realizes that he's being used or not, there's simply nothing he can do at this point to save himself. It's kind of like getting T-boned by a drunk driver driving a semi-truck, severely injuring your back and paying thousands of dollars in medical bills to fix your spine. All the while not realizing that this injury could have earned you millions of dollars with the right injury law firm. Like that whole time you could have just checked out America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan, for absolutely free, since they only require payment if you win the case in court. So just in case you guys ever get seriously injured, remember that your case could be worth millions, and you're literally only a few clicks away from potentially changing your life. I mean, you can even start your claim right now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/AmericanRedact, which is in the description below, or you can simply scan the QR code on the screen. So for the rest of the 3 hours of this podcast, no matter what topic Elon was droning on about, Joe seemed to have only one response.
My guess is that probably saves $100 billion a year. Jesus Christ. The idea that it would be just untraceable blank checks didn't occur to us at first. Jesus. So, I thought of a few, like a lot of protections. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Basically what happened in California. Jesus Christ. The plot thickens.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. Of the population.
Jesus Christ.
It's one of the spots maybe next year or something. I mean, in a couple of years.
Jesus Christ.
Tell Cash where the computer is. How's he going to find it? So,
So he pretty much just gobbled up everything Elon had to say without giving a single iota of pushback. But guys, going into this $3 snooze fest, I really didn't expect anything less. Like, if this doesn't hit home the fact that Joe Rogan's a puppet for right-wing leaders, I don't think anything else will. Also, aside from all the politics, is it just me, or are these two sickos just way too overly obsessed with bedroom talk? Like, there's a moment in the beginning of the pod where Joe and Elon seem just a little bit too excited about the idea of buying a realistic sexual robot.
How long before we have an actual sex robot that can talk to you like that?
No, probably not long.
Not that long, right?
No, I mean, less than 5 years probably.
Really?
Yeah.
Will it be warm?
You can probably have whatever you want. You can have a cat go.
Yeah, it's probably good, right? You can have a furry. You can have a furry lady that you have sex with. Yeah. Like an avatar lady. Maybe a big giant blue lady that lives in your house.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
I mean, it's almost like they forget that the entire world is listening and laughing at them while they fantasize about their ultra-realistic, life-size robots. It just points to them probably being degenerate sex addicts. But Joe's comedy revolves solely around toilet humor and dick jokes. And the only time a joke doesn't fly over his shiny, bald head is when it's about private parts. And for Elon, well, I don't really have to say anything about him. His actions just speak for themselves. So yeah, overall this podcast just proved them to be the buffoons that people make them out to be. And with that being said, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. Until next time, thanks for watching.
Yeah, it's a giant propaganda machine putting out some redacted files that don't show anything.
Yeah,
this is only stage one.
All these things that we talk about, like pedophilia and stuff, everybody knew they were around, but they were over there, and in our mind, because we didn't have this in our face, it was a rare, evil thing. You had to worry about your kid getting kidnapped and all that shit.
How about the fact that the Twitter guy is not even from here? He's from South Africa. He comes to this country that wants to turn it into a dictatorship. He doesn't feel that we deserve democracy. Can you just imagine doing that? Going to another country and just deciding, yeah, you know what, I'm going to change this form of government because I've decided. Yeah, he doesn't mind living under a dictatorship as long as he's on the good side of it.
Alright, so for the past 3 weeks or so, Bill Burr has been absolutely torturing Elon Musk on his podcast. And if you're familiar with Bill Burr, you know that he's always been pretty open about his deep-seated hatred for greedy CEOs. So naturally, Elon Musk, being who he is pretty much at the top of Bill's list of people to roast. And now it seems like Elon is finally starting to get rattled by it. Because according to Burr, Elon recently flagged Bill's Twitter account for inappropriate content, which is just about as petty as it gets. I mean, Bill doesn't even host his podcast on Twitter. In fact, he rarely even posts there. So in one of his recent podcasts, Bill fired back and absolutely tore Musk to shreds.
Fucking laminated face cunt.
But before I show you that entire clip, I think it's important to lay down some groundwork to show you what really led up to all this. Because this tension has kind of been building up for months. Starting all the way back in January, right after Trump's inauguration, when Musk was caught on camera doing a back-to-back salute. And when Bill Burr caught wind of this, he called Elon out for it. And unlike most comedians in the so-called Rogan sphere, Bill is actually a true comedian. He doesn't pander to billionaire weirdos or play into whatever culture war that'll make him more popular with right-wing podcast listeners. So when it came to Elon, Bill did not hold back.
And look at that guy. With his Turkish hair plugs and his laminated face, and now he's out here Sieg Heiling. I mean, that guy is off his fucking rocker. All of these movies along the fucking way, The Greatest Generation, D-Day, all of those lives that were sacrificed so that people could live free. And this fucking nerd, because he couldn't get any in high school, is now identifying with Hitler. Why would he be like, what does he feel?
Miss Aquarius, how was the dermatologist?
I got my little shots.
Okay, everything went well?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
ViralRabbi vet at uansett hva slags TV du har, fortjener de en perfekt og skånsom rengjøring. Det rene verstehodet tilpasser seg tennene dine og rengjør dersom øremetallerforstyrr ikke kommer til. For 100% rengjør og sunnere
Yeah.
He was knocked out. He was shaking and all that stuff. Uncle's like, don't talk loud and stuff.
Needs to be
Stuff like
studied in
that.
a lab.
Talk
I mean, the sheer
soft to him.
size
So
of
he
it
said that scares him. It makes him nervous. So.
Okay. Wow. All right. So you got your shot. Everything went well?
Everything went well.
How was the nail place?
I didn't go. I just told him we had to come back because my uncle them had to go pick up that door medicine. I'm gonna get them done next Friday. So it went on me. We already had stopped at a few of the departments. We went to Ross and went to Kroger. So I told my sister going home, and she ended up crying. I can't take them. She be crying. She be making me cry. So I shed tears and I got in here. Like.
Okay.
No, she was driving. I'm looking aside. She was there crying. I'm like, come on now.
Right.
And she over there talking to my, well, this is what she was saying. She was like, well, he's not going to be here. Probably he might not be here this week. I'm like, Helen, we got to think positive. Like you was telling me. She said, well, we're thinking positive, but he may not be here. I'm like, my Lord. Please, Lord. Please.
Yeah. I mean, hey, Miss Aquarius, there's a chance you won't be here next week. You got to think positive. There's a chance.
Gotta think positive, but she the one said that. She said he may not be here. We may not see him this week. He may not even be here this week.
Well, and you've got.
But I'm saying she's the one said
I recognize that.
I told her she gotta think positive.
I know you do. But I'm saying there's a chance that I won't be here next week. There's a chance you won't be here next week. There's a chance she won't be here. There are chances.
Right.
That's absolutely right. But you got to think positively.
Right.
Exactly. So,
that's why they here. But I understand that's why they're here, every day. But they get him medicine, he'll be so much in pain. I don't know why he's shaking, and I don't like that. But
is he still trying to take clothes off or anything?
He don't have no clothes on really. He only have his diaper. But they got an oxygen thing. The little thing is off of him. I told my uncle, and he's like, "Oh, it's okay." Well, how he gonna get the oxygen on him?
Yeah, exactly. And still no.
I ain't got nothing to do with it. Right?
Still no drinking.
Well, it said he got a straw and he get him some water, so he get him a straw or something. Let me cut you down. Because I don't want him to get nervous and all that stuff. So he has, what is it? Oh, so it's okay, Papa. It's okay. It's okay. I'm coming to pat you in. So this straw right here, and he gets the water from the straw, and he gives it and put it to him.
Okay.
And then we got little sponges, so we put it with his medicine. And then the nurse, I think, told him that we got to put it like on the side of his mouth.
Okay.
Oh, Lord. I know. I understand. I know. They're going to go pick up your medicine. So they have to put this thing, they get the medicine, and they have to drop it on the side of his mouth, and it'll dissolve that way.
Okay.
What you saying here?
What did I say? I said okay.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't hear. I had things. Yeah, you hear him?
Yeah, I do. I do hear him.
Noise?
Yeah, I do hear him.
Yeah.
Well, you got a strategy, and strategies are important. You've got a strategy, and strategies are important.
Yeah, they're doing their thing. Yeah, they need my help. They'll call me. I've been there, going in there while they going. She was like, "You gonna be okay?" Because I was crying. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be okay. I got to go get that message. You say you want to go, you can go. I gotta stay here. Somebody gotta stay here with him."
Right. All right. And the nurse came?
Yeah, they came when we was gone. We're like, that's why you didn't do anything. That's to do.
Miss Aquarius, I have to be honest with you. You don't always tell stories that accurately, or I should say accurately.
Yeah, but I was saying that's what the nurse said.
I know, but But
the nurse was here at 12 o'clock.
okay,
Who wasn't here? My uncle
there you
was here.
go. And I misspoke. I don't mean accurately, but like completely. Like I'm not there. I don't know.
Yeah, I just told you the nurse had said whatever, but yeah, the nurse was here.
I know, but you didn't say the nurse said today at noon. That's what happened. I didn't know if the
Well,
nurse
it was
just.
today. She did today.
Okay. Okay.
Today. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And she comes on the weekend too.
She's gonna come. My auntie said the nurse will be here every day.
Okay.
Every day.
Wow.
I guess they'll be here on every day.
Well, that's really good.
Yeah, look at the estate he's in. He's got to have a nurse every day.
I figure, but that's a
Yeah.
lot.
I guess they'll be here tomorrow. I don't know. Since it's last time, I have no idea. I just know she said they're gonna be here every day. I don't know. I didn't set it up.
I understand. And is it?
I just help with Papa. I don't know.
I've got you. And is it a different nurse every time, or sometimes the same one, or?
I think it's gonna be the same nurse.
Okay.
Yesterday it was. I think they was evaluating and all that. The head nurse came. I think this one's gonna be the one come every day.
Okay. Well, that's good that he has round the clock care.
How you been, Tom? You had a good day?
Yeah, I got my hours somewhat straightened out. I awoke at like 2 or 3 in the morning, but that's still better than what I have been doing. And I'm not tired, and I haven't slept. I plan on just sleeping tonight like normal. And yeah, I've been working on my robots on my different computers, which has been complicated, but um yeah, just it's very time consuming and very detail oriented, but once it's done, it works for months. It works for a long time. So hopefully
Yeah.
it will be.
Yeah, I be up on that book sometimes. I really don't do nothing but browse and look at YouTube on it, but I be on it. I was on it last week.
Hey, do you know about uBlock Origin? It's an ad blocker, so you don't get ads on YouTube.
Who?
uBlock Origin. It's an add-on it's an extension that you put on. It's easy, and what it does is it makes it so you don't
Put
get.
it on where? On where? On your phone?
You can. There are ways to do it on your phone, and ways to do it on your computer as well. But so you don't get ads on YouTube anymore.
No.
Because I know those ads can get annoying, especially when you're trying to watch something and they put like 10 different ads in it.
You have to download it?
It's already kind of in your computer. You just go and add it as an extension.
Oh, I have a MacBook, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it on a MacBook too. So I'm not saying do it right now, but next time you've got time and you have had it enough with these ads, let me know and we'll have you install it on Safari or Chrome. Do you use Safari or Chrome?
Safari.
Okay, well, we'll have you download it on Safari and then you won't get ads anymore. All right, Miss Aquarius. Well, you
maybe later.
Absolutely. You've got your hands full, and I know that. And I'm here for you, and I appreciate the update. And Papa is certainly in our thoughts and in our prayers. And he's a 99-year-old man. He has been through a lot in his life, and he's still going. He's still talking. So it's not his time yet.
I really told her, like, the social worker called my aunt. I was going to the dermatologist, and she was like, his name is Edmund. He's like, can we set an appointment today at 12:01 at Edmund? She was like, I don't know why they're doing it. This man can't talk. He can't talk. So then she was like, no. And then they text her tomorrow weekend. They said Monday 11 to 11 to 1. She ain't say nothing. Like, he can't talk. Just tell them that they can talk to you. They can see him, but they're not gonna be able to talk to him. They can talk to you. You should just tell them to talk to you.
Right.
You're in charge of him. He can't talk. So if they want any questions, they need to ask you.
That's right.
That man can't talk.
So they're going to do it on Monday?
No, not. She hasn't set up nothing. She said she ain't said nothing because he can't talk. They want to see him, but she don't realize you can just let them talk to you. But hey, I don't know what she's gonna do. Look here. I'm not over that. I just assistant, and I just help with grandpapa.
Absolutely.
If she needs it, I help.
And you're a good assistant. And she's a good
Thank you.
good daughter and good aunt to you as well.
Yes, thank you.
Most certainly. Well, Papa did a good job raising a family that cares about him, and that's great.
Yeah.
I still can't get over he's 99 years old. It's an amazing life.
Yeah.
Has he ever has he ever been in bad conditions and gotten out of them, or it's just kind of been slowly to this point?
What do you mean?
Well, like, has he ever gotten sick in the past and then gotten out of it and been back to his normal
This is
self?
the first time he ever got sick.
Okay.
When he did have a cough, she took him to the October and got something for it, and he was good.
Okay.
But this one just this is first time having pneumonia.
Yeah.
Unless he didn't know.
Okay.
I just think it's a cold or something. But when he had all his pus and he started his eyes closed, I said something's not right, and then he started getting weak. He couldn't do nothing. He fell and chipped his tooth. They just put him in the bed. And then that's when my uncle told him that we're going to call 911. So, yeah.
You answered the question very well. Okay. You answered the question. You answered the question like that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the first time he's ever going down like this. And like I say, he's 99, so he's not going to bounce back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he's still here.
He's still here. He's still talking to a little bit.
Yeah.
He knows you're there. He knows he's loved. And hopefully he's just not in pain.
He's making noises. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully he's just not in pain. Or gets out of the pain. They get him the medication that he needs. And
they want him to sleep. That's what they want him to sleep and relax. But I don't know what he's doing. He's just, it's all he's doing is shaking. I guess I don't know if he's, but Uncle just felt him. He was hot, so I don't know if it's like he's having nightmares. My uncle said he's having nightmares, but it's just like he just.
Is he cold?
Shaking.
But I know you say he's hot, but he's not cold. Like he doesn't want blankets.
He's cold.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a thing on him, so I don't think he's cold.
What's the thing on him? What do you mean?
Sheet and a blanket. Yeah,
okay, good. Okay, good. And has he opened his eyes at all since he's been home?
He opened his eyes. He can just do like that, but can't really open his eyes that good.
Okay. Did the infection in his eye, is it any better?
Everything's cleared up.
Okay, cleared up.
Okay. He just not, he's gonna keep doing that and all this, but he's not gonna open his eyes too much.
I understand. No eye drops. He doesn't need anything put in his eyes.
I ain't not gonna do nothing. Right.
Okay.
Nah, it's yeah. They gonna do whatever they can to do, but.
All right. Well, aside from looking after Papa this weekend, do you have any other plans?
No, I'm gonna be here and I'm gonna be cleaning up and I'm gonna be here. I ain't got no about time, boo. I'm gonna be here with him.
Yeah.
Getting my stuff together and probably order some more stuff from Amazon so I can be ready for my trip. Then I'm gonna go probably to Walmart next weekend. But other than that, I'm gonna be good.
Excellent.
My best friend going with her little male friend. They going to have to eat or something today. I mean, hey, it is what it is.
Hey, it's Galentine's Day. Happy Galentine's Day.
We were supposed to do something this weekend, but hey, this happened, and I told Adrian her friend they can do something, but that one she wanted to be on her own thing, so we ain't gonna do nothing this year. I'm like, we can always do something. It's Valentine's to me every day, so
Absolutely.
I'm not worried.
And
I'm not worried.
and when's your? I know your friend gets married this spring. When is that wedding?
The 26th of April.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sage green.
Yeah. You saw my dress? Did you see it? There you go over there. You didn't see the dress?
I just remember you telling me the color.
Hopefully I can. Maybe I could take it down a little. Come on. Oh, we're supposed to do it. I gotta ask them. I guess we can do it next weekend. We were supposed to do that, but I know we had this going on, so we're gonna have to do this before.
You said her.
I'll show you a little bit of it, huh?
Her colors are sage green, lavender, and cream, or something like that.
Champagne, like the champagne, something like that. I don't know.
Okay.
Some ivory, I think. Yeah. This is too much. This is sage green.
Ooh, pretty.
One shoulder. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I'll show you the rest later when I want to take it down. I don't want to take it down.
Don't you worry about it. I understand.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take it down. Cute though.
Excellent. You gonna be able to dance in it?
What did they say? Did they say? I know she said to bring some before the wedding, like some what? Something like leggings or something. I don't know. You know, right there, I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask her about that. I don't know. I believe we can bring like a gown. So I don't know. I'm gonna get mine altered, so mine won't be so long.
Okay. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah. Go get that. Maybe Monday we can go get it done. Who knows? I don't know. What you gonna be doing today, Rabbi? Nothing?
I'm working on this robot.
Huh?
I'm working on this robot, so I'm doing quality assurance on it right now. I'm testing it, making sure that it works, and then I've got another 3.
Oh, okay.
And then I've got another 3 that I have to make.
There's okay. Good. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. You say it was a little box. I wish I could play with the box.
I mean, I can teach you how to make them.
I don't want to play with the box. I don't have a computer. I can't play with the box.
Sure. Yeah. Do you have everything Apple, right? You don't have anything PC or Android?
I don't have nothing Windows. Nope.
What about
Apple.
What about it? What about at work? Do you use Apple at work or PC at work?
PC. I don't be on a computer like that because I'm an assistant. The only time I use a PC is on checking the email or if we have to do our little classes. Like this week, I got to do a class, like a training class or whatever. So what we have to do every year. So yeah, that's the only time I use it.
Okay.
I change my background on my desktop. Other than that, that's it.
There you go. What do you make the background of your desktop?
Huh?
What do you like the background of your desktop to be?
Like winter stuff or Valentine's or sometimes Valentine's. I couldn't find one, so I was like, okay, get it. So I don't know, maybe St. Patrick's be the next one. Well, it's Christmas or something like snowflakes, and then the winter was like snow and stuff like that. Yeah. So the IT he showed me how to do it, but I wish I could change the screensaver, like the lock screen, but I don't know how to do that. Yeah. Okay, some homework. I've had this stuff here. It's okay.
Family, friends, people I care about keep asking me, so, what's the deal with AI? Now, if this guy is a guy who has been building artificial intelligence models and code.
And he's in pain, that baby. That baby in pain, Rabbi.
Well, they're getting him the medicine that he's gonna need, so
Yeah.
hopefully that alleviates any pain that he has.
Yeah, it'll be okay. I'm gonna be alright.
It's all gonna be okay.
Yeah.
And 99 is
Yes.
let's all hope that we make it to 99, right? God willing.
I know that's right. Now I gotta put the cream on my leg again. It's been doing good since this morning. Now it's time for me to put it on again. Something like that. You know, the fun, playful tools that we've been using, these large language models for ChatGPT, Grok, Google Gemini, things like that. So what he says is there have been big jumps here and there, but each big jump up until now was spaced out enough you could absorb them as they came. And then last year, the new techniques for building the models unlocked a faster pace of progress. And then it got even faster. And then it got even faster again. And it wasn't like just each iteration.
Do you use Siri? Do you use Siri?
Exponential technological advance. And he's arguing, ready for it. For example, says, I am no longer looking for the actual technical work of my job.
Yeah.
He says, all he has to do now is describe what he wants AI to do for him.
Yeah, I got Google, right, Rabbi?
You said you're asking, do you have Google?
You.
Oh, yeah.
What do y'all use? Google?
I use everything. Google, ChatGPT, Google's Gemini, Siri, everything.
Is Siri good at iPhone?
You're asking, do I have an iPhone? I have at least 3 different iPhones.
Oh.
Maximizes it, what the design looks like, and all of it. And it does. It writes tens of thousands of lines of code in minutes. And then, and this is the part that would have gotten unthinkable years ago, it opens the app to what we can it can click through the buttons millions of times, tests the features millions of times, uses the app the way a person would, and if it doesn't like how something looks or feels, it goes back and changes it on its own. It iterates, it fixes, it refines until it's satisfied, and then only once it's decided that the app meets its own standards does it come back and say it's ready for you to test. And he says usually when I test that app, it's perfect. He writes, that's what my Monday looks like. There's a new thing that comes out though. He said the ChatGPT 5.3 codex. I don't know. He says it wasn't just executing my instructions. It was making intelligent decisions. It had something that felt for the first time like judgment and like taste. An inexplicable sense of knowing what the right call is that people always said that AI would never have.
Actually, a quarter pound of Ensure, he can't drink that.
He can't drink Ensure?
You can drink it, but she tried. I mean, how you gonna drink it?
Right. I didn't. I was just asking what you said. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, no. He gave him some Ensure, but
been the ones that write the code to make AI. Now we're asking AI to write its own code to make AI. And if it can write that code, it can help build the next version.
Well, what you up to, Rabbi? You still with the robots? What you doing with the robots?
Yeah,
Programming them?
yeah, I got one of them. Seems to be okay thus far, and now I'm just working on.
And Kick is so boring.
I've got 3 more.
Not KICK, the other one. KIK?
Yeah.
I tried to go live today. I couldn't find the date box thing no more. I was like, y'all said the date box?
What's date box?
It's a date box on KIK, just like Meet Me. You can press the heart and people just randomly come up and talk to you and stuff like that. It gets you views too.
Oh, cool. But they don't have it anymore?
No, yeah. Unless you gotta be on a different level.
Oh, that's not cool.
Nancy, prosecutors say he also called the family and that the VoIP number used is linked to his email and IP address. Kalila is not in custody and has to stay separate restrictions before his trial. Officials in Culver City who live there are
I got her phone this time, but she left the other yesterday when I was on online and she left it. I probably got late. Okay. Okay, that's CBS. They ain't too far. They're like 18 minutes away. They ain't far at all.
lawsuits against Cedar-Sinai claim medical center failed to report decades to act on sexual abuse complaints against the gynecologists. Hundreds of former patients accused Mary Brock of sexual abuse. More than a dozen city officials at Cedar-Sinai ignored their complaints. The hospital terminated Brock's privileges.
What you looking at on the phone?
I'm programming robots.
Roblox?
No, robots. I'm programming robots.
Oh, robots. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
You're good.
Oh, yeah, they have maintenance, huh?
Yeah, but once they go, they're really good.
That's good.
Yes, ma'am.
But footwear brand Crocs stepping into scripted entertainment. Crocs is launching its first original microdrama called Chocolate Blue, debuted today on the Real Short app. Inspired by the real-life Crocs employee love story, the 5-episode local series follows a young woman who starts a flirting exchange with her mysterious neighbor through a pair of charmless classic clogs left outside his door. Each episode drops about 1 to 2 minutes. Crocs says it's their move into story-driven marketing, joining brands like Procter & Gamble and JCPenney, experimenting with microdramas to connect with younger audiences. And about 21 million Americans are afraid of Friday the 13th. There is no scientific evidence today will be any better or worse than any other day. Yet the superstition lives. Some buildings don't have a 13th floor. Many airlines don't have a 13th row. And you'll be hard-pressed to find a 13th street. The fear of the day will lead to a loss of about $900 million in business. And superstitions usually come with rituals, so look for a lucky penny. And if that doesn't work, look for deals. Great tennis. KFI News. Sunline weather. KFI sunny. Highs over 60. Southeast Metro LA and the Dallas mid-50s.
Yeah, come back home and take me a nap.
All right, will you be able to do that in like maybe 30 minutes or so?
No, when they come back.
Right.
couple of semis crashed out of the block in the right lane, then on the 605 north and 5. Got another weapon called a semi over the right shoulder area. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. Jenny Harmon. Run a business and not thinking about radio? Think again, because people are listening to radio more today than they did 20 years ago. And only iHeartRadio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, even social. Learn how radio can help your business. Call 844-844-iHeart.
Hi again. So are metals still a good buy? Money Wall Street experts predict higher prices ahead. And why is that? Trillions of dollars in national debt, a declining dollar, and inflation that's shrinking our savings. Gold remains a historical hedge and gold protection. Call Lear Capital for a free gold kit. Call 800-225-8100. 800-225-8100. Lear Capital. 800-225-8100. Saturday on NASCAR season 4 is into action at the Daytona International Speedway with all the drivers, new rivalries.
What's uh-oh?
No, Brandon. Papa, okay. He all right, Rabbi. Don't panic. Everything's gonna be okay. Okay? It's gonna be fine.
Yes, ma'am.
I know everybody wanna panic. Don't panic. I'm trying not to panic either. I'll go check on him in a minute, Rabbi, okay? So you can feel better, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll go sit with him. How about that? You want to go sit with him?
Sure thing.
Okay, let's go sit with him because Rabbi getting out too. Everybody. I know everybody just, We gotta be quiet now. We gotta be very, very. Okay. I dropped the book bag. Well, I'll go again. Okay. Let's go sit. So Rabbi can be good too. And then go sit with him.
Alrighty.
Okay. Let's go sit with him, Rabbi. Shh, we gotta be very. Okay. I can't be talking loud, y'all. My uncle cussing me out. Go get my ear things. Okay. Well, it's very warm up here than they do downstairs. Sleepy. We're gonna stay with him for a minute. Okay, let me get my ear thing to wash my hands. Okay. We need to take a nap with him. That's what I'm doing. Take a nap with him. There you go. If I take a nap, Rabbi, it's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And that helps with a lift issue if you're normally widening the arm. I'm not coming here to try and right up. public is going after my and you have a public that's called you have to lower it. The rough method is if it's wider than 10, you have to narrow it. You need to put the pesa in the but if you haven't put the pesa, you don't need to narrow it or lower it. If baseball maltra is a carbohydrate and continue to rise, and if it has an maltra, you don't need to lessen it. It doesn't work. My lava table. It is going on the second case, which is the case where your bubble is too wide or more than 10 inches wide, and it's telling you that if you have an maltra, that you don't need to lessen the width. And that would answer our question. One says no. Well, already so. That's going on. It's going on the basis. When the height is too high, 20 ounces, and the maltra helps. That we already do. So this right so is not necessarily any proof to the court, and therefore we walk into whether the maltra would help us with. I think Might know that. Tomorrow. So we're going to turn our world a little bit upside down now from what we did first. Was teaching our Mishnah, the son of Rab,
Right, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I promise you. It's okay. I'm here. Just go back to sleep. Lay down. Relax. It's okay. I'm just here to keep you company, okay? It's all right. They went to go get your medicine, okay? Me and Rabbi here to just keep you company, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is filled with doorways and windows. We're talking about windows here that are open at the 10 fucking point. They're open. So it means that here's the issue that if the structure is majority filled with doors and windows, and so the halacha is that what we'll see what the halacha is. So that's the case where you have majority doors and windows, and obviously that creates an environment that's hard to follow it. We have more openings, so the majority of the area of doorways, those are open. And if you think about it, a window and a doorway is like this. It has the shape of a circle pattern. So we're going to, so the question says, when you learn the Rab, you can learn that if you have a cluster that's hard to move all the way, because it's primarily comprised of doorways and windows, and it requires the circle pattern. We can learn that it's not helped by circle pattern. My time,
no, what the hell about it when she comes? I'll just say it's okay. No, it's not. It's not even on his nose.
Basically, the idea is as follows. We talked about this many times. That you have an area, you have that has a F-box in it. Then that's acceptable. The question is, when you have certain breaches, that takes away from the being test up. Those being two of the three things that we have are, one is that it's part of the all day. You have openings, and there's so many openings that there are more openings than there's wall, and that's what they agree, even if it's less than 10 hours. So that we know is part of the all day. And we also know that what's another problem that's created of breach is if you have a more than 10 hour opening, then we don't consider it a pet up. Even if you have more walls than opening, but any given opening is more than 10 hours. That's a problem. So basically what we're saying is as follows. Those are the problems of breaches that take something out of being in the category of being a pet up, being a doorway, is acceptable. So what Yosef is trying to say, once you tell me that a series of pet up doesn't help with opening that's greater than 10, well, it's not going to help with the other kind of breach either, which is going to be a case where you have partial all day. Even if it's less than 10 hours, right? But since there's more openings than closed, so I might have thought that a series of pet up is going to help with that. Even though once you see it doesn't help by widening the doorway, it's not going to help with the other kind of breach, which is partial all open, where you have more things. If I have a cluster that's built primarily or majority with windows or doorways which are open, they're not closed, and therefore you have a case of partial all open, I'll tell you that that's a truth that will not help. My Yosef answer, just like we now see from Rab, greater than 10 a width is considered a breach in the mother, not a Pesach, and it's not have to consider the Pesach, and not part of all of it, all of the mother, in addition to the Pesach, and part 2, part of all of it, does not allow, you cannot allow carrying a cup there, get the part of all of it, so that move is not going to be solved by Torah Pesach. Basically saying, once we keep one kind of feet, Torah Pesach doesn't help, it doesn't help the other thing. Mark says not so bad. Cannot assume that just because there's a halacha by wider than 10, that that's necessarily going to be the halacha by part why? But that's the word. Molly up to me after well, it's a couple became more practical in the possible mayor. So, okay, 1 second, let's just a little bit of background here. So, we talked yesterday about Hati Road, where the leniency that the Rabbanim made for the Holy Regalim going to Yerushalayim, that they would put those little L-shaped brackets around the bar so that they'd be able to draw water out of the bar up to the ground level of the bar, which is up to the ground level of the ground, right? We talked about this yesterday, that we were trying to figure out what's the upper limit of wider than 10. But in any event, we talked yesterday about the view of Rabbi Huda, which is you could have 13 and a third animals, which was basically 4 animals going in and 4 animals coming out. Rabbi Meir has the opinion that it's Rabbi Meir has the opinion that it's 3 animals in and 3 animals out, and 15 animals 1 and 2 out, so that's 10 animals wide. So the Rabbi Meir has the opinion that by Hati Road, you don't allow you for the 10 animals. Now, what Gemara is going to say is as follows: you cannot learn from just to get a local by opening a canal. You cannot learn to now we go to the after of the public. That by when we talk about a problem going wider than 10, the thing was talked about 8 o'clock there. According to the mayor, you never even by Hati Road, where about tries to be lenient and possible to help the whole way we're going. According to the mayor, they never allowed a gap of more than 10 hours. Because that, according to the mayor, Omar will therefore learn the part of the Rubal Omed, Ha'ot of a Butler, the Kate and Parta, 8 o'clock but how can you compare that? The part of the Rubal Omed, where everyone, the mayor and the people agree that you allow, so that's the leniency of part of the Rubal Omed, because that's what the trust. How can you roll? That's that little 1 amma thing on each side, and so clearly, if you have a 10 amma gap, your wall has 10 amma gap and 2 amma of wall, clearly everyone agrees that we allow part of the Rubal Omed, that even though there's more opening and physical structure, nonetheless, it's concerned about by the gate of Hati Road. So therefore, we're saying what you're seeing is a leniency that we will allow part of the Rubal Omed according to everyone, whereas we will never allow if you go in the direction of the mayor greater than 10 hours, because it doesn't help if it's for the Pesach, and it doesn't help if it's by Hati Road. So what do you see? We see that the concern of 10 amas is more common because we don't loosen it by Hati Road. According to the mayor, it's more common than by Rubal Omed. But even the mayor agreed that we loosen the restriction of part of Rubal Omed in the case of Hati Road. So therefore, says the Gemara, I cannot do what the Joseph wanted to do. The Joseph said, not Hati side greater than 10. So we're going to say we're going to apply it in the case of the Luke part of Rubal Omed to say that doesn't work. That doesn't work that way. But you see that everyone is equal by part of Rubal Omed, and according to the mayor, no one is equal by 10. So therefore, you see part of Rubal Omed is less rigorous, less strict. So that's why you cannot do what the Joseph is saying, which is just worn out. Joseph of Ralph at the halakha by 10, we're proving that also going to be the halakha by part of Rubal Omed. That's the Gemara. Then we would say, hey, let's say that the view that through the Pesach does not help. In order to go to try to prove that through the Pesach doesn't help by part of Rubal Omed, right? So the question is, and we said there's no proof for what he said. But in order that's his view, there's no proof, because then you say, maybe there's support for this idea that through the Pesach does not help by part of Rubal Omed. Why? So they say, the Tanat Halalas, these walls should move on stuffing of Halalas, that the majority of them are doorways and windows, as we said before, are obviously open space, they're paros, that Tanat Halalas, we're talking about Halalas, they're mutter, even though it's open space, and that's the price in Elul Bavad, so long as the open move out apart. As long as the physical part is greater than the open part. So that's the Gemara. What's up with that? How could that be? That you can't possibly that are either inherently contradictory. What you're saying is, if it's the price, then it's and yet you see that positions that you can have a lot of them, but not more that it's not enough that it gets to the part of the ball only. So you see that even in the instance where you're enjoying the supply of the truth of Pesach, you still need only the Lubala parts. You need more physical than open. And so you see that you need to use the Halacha that the real people are trying to learn from that, but they're not learning from that, but again, the truth of Pesach does not help the part of the Lubala only. So it says, I would answer, say, no truth of Pesach. That's talking about when you have properly constructed, or Rashi says something that's something that's ruined, that you say Dr. Nashmai is someone who's not the Torah, this is Torah. But the idea is these are sufficient doorways. So what does that mean? My Nashmai, thinking about where Shumi Rabbi that there's an argument between Shumi Rabbi what it means when it says this place is right, Kadam is the left like Shashmi, Kadam is the left like Tekla. One says that it has no side post, and one says it has no top. What does it have no side post? So that's going to be the case if you want to see it on in the picture number 84. It was like a jagged edge. You had bricks work. You pulled out certain bricks. So it's gonna look like this as you look at the wall. So therefore, it has no side post. Alternatively, we're talking about a case where it has no kicker, it has no roof, which would be picture 85. So the idea is you have stuff in the salonos, you have windows and doors that are open, but they have no roof above them. But if they would have one, if they would be able to have that, then maybe in fact you would be able to have parts of the hallway. So no proof from that in the halacha. Okay, so now we're going back to Rav. Rav said that in our Mishnah we should learn that greater than 10 amos wide, a skirt of Pesach does not help. Doesn't the Rav? But the Yochanan agrees with that halacha of Rav that 10, that a skirt of Pesach doesn't help for wider than 10. Other Rav Bar Rabbi, Amr of Yitzchak, Rav was something of others than my mother should be big out space more so. So you had a story with a person who came from this valley called the base fortress. The knowledge, Dallas foundation, the Arba Tina that he stuck 4 poles in the 4 corners of the field. He brought that land and placed a vine on them. So that's a picture in number 86. Well, Michael will pick up on it. The story came from the company that is just a valid thing. The Kirulo Indian Boy. And they said for purposes of quiet, because we know quiet you cannot plant in the vineyard, you cannot plant other things. So we said as follows, that we know that if there is a physical wall, then you can plant up to the wall. So they said, even if what you have is a halachic wall, this is the nature of halakha. Halakha looks at it as halakha is a physical wall. So therefore, as long as you have this vine going around the pole to create halakha, so then you can within the pole, you can plant a vineyard, and right outside the pole, you can plant some grain, not above. The other bucket. So that was the basic halacha that the Chachamim said you use the quiet. And like it said, there's the true law that is quiet. Not the true law that is Shabbos. So too, look, the piece of the Mishnah, if you're allowed to use this the pole, the line above it. So the Pesach here, but it's the quiet. The Yochanan says the volume is pure law, that for volume they said it's okay, and the Shabbos law is pure law. But for Shabbos they did not allow it. So that's all right. So now we're gonna take the Maya and what are we talking about? We're gonna decide if you're gonna tell me that this is the case where this is the where the vine was going around, it was not on the top of the pole, it was around the sides of the pole. So that can't be, because the other thing is that if you created a Pesach from the side, meaning that the they're not going on top of the pole, that's nothing. The Ella Agava, so we must be talking about a case where in fact the string or the vine in this case went on the top of the pole, and we're going to say Ubama. Okay, so that's what we know it's going on top of the pole. Ubama. And what's the scenario about the side that's being close to that? Later, the Esther, if you're going to tell me that we're talking about 10 hours or less, well, or a government of Shabbos law, with a government of Shabbos purposes, less than 10 is not a valid case of Pesach, not a valid case. Of course you would agree it's a valid case, but there can't be talking about that because your government said that it doesn't work for Shabbos. So Elah, the yesterday happened. So it must be talking about, if we now establish, it must be talking about a scenario where the space between the poles was more than 10 hours. And the wire, in this case the vine, went on top of the pole. What do you have? You have a valid case of 4 thirds of Pesach. So you have 4 poles, and you have 4 sides. You have 4 thirds of Pesach. You have greater than 10 hours between them. And what is the Yochanan Pasuk? The Yochanan Pasuk does not work for Shabbos, it only works for Koyim. So you see, like Rav, who said that a Surah Pesach does not help with greater than 10, but Yochanan is saying the same thing. But he's saying this is not a valid Shabbos Mitzvah because presumably because it's wider than 10, even though it has a Surah Pesach. So that's just saying the Yochanan holds like Rav, the Surah Pesach does not help with Shabbos for wider than 10. I said, well, the scenario, a lot of people think so, but no. The Olam, the Esther, really, we're talking about 10 hours or less. You're not stopped. So before we said, well, if it's on top, you can't possibly talk about that because why would the Yochanan not allow that to happen? Now we're saying it is talking about that. And the reason it's going to be my focus, and the Yochanan is going to say not for Shabbos, is because we're dealing with a case where the vine goes around the sides of the pole, not on the top of the pole. Now we asked before, wait a second, how can you say that? This is the law of the book, it's no good. How can the Yochanan option that how can we select this option was good for Shabbos? But it must be that it was not on the side. And now the Gemara is going to say, no, that's the very point. This thing that is just said, well, also is exactly what they're arguing about. So we are dealing with the side. We agree for sure everyone would agree that on the side it doesn't help. We say, no, that's for my focus. The whole of the Hesed, we're talking about 10 or less hours on the side, and it's the vine went around the sides of the pole. And they're arguing about Rufista. So they pluck it. He said that you could carry both for Shabbos and Koyim, both that even from the side, it worked. And the Yochanan says that it works for Koyim but not for Shabbos. We're talking about it comes from the side. They would not say it's from top. So therefore, what they're coming out that according to the way we're establishing it, the Yochanan and the Rebbeinu are arguing about an issue of when you have the branch or the wire, and that's the thing they're arguing about. But we don't see that's not a valid source of testimony. So therefore, we don't see any proof that he holds a crop that a source of testimony on Shabbos is properly constructed with 2 poles on the side and something going across the top. We have no proof of that. It's actually interesting. It comes out that there's different levels of source of testimony. So for Goyim, you could have from the side. For Shabbos, you need above it. And so these are separate things. So it's interesting thing. People talk a lot about football and how you construct the football.
They're on their way.
If you haven't heard the Pesach,
They're coming back.
valid or that's a valid people want to think about that. Let's say the Dominican, the Pesach is not a problem. It's not. But the ignorant question would be the following. If it's a good Pesach, then you should and yet you don't have to do the Pesach. Almost most people rely on the Pesach. So they say, okay, you have different levels. Why are you decide for Arab and Shabbos and to have the doorway to be the that's even higher level. You don't have it by this kind of thing. It's not like that. He says, no, but he says, I want that the fact that people bring proof that all these cities rely on for Arab. No one puts up with okay, that could be because take it out, it's not safe. Take it down, or if it's a year that's majority that affects both Jews and non-Jews, so maybe it doesn't get but according to him, from a halachic perspective, so people say that if let's say you had a Jewish neighborhood that and it would be a safe area that some would say that safe area anyway, okay, what we said is that there's no proof that Rabbi Yochanan is actually talking about the regular case of property structure. When he said it didn't work for Shabbos, we're talking about one that was going to stop. Tomorrow, not going to ask a teeny zero between Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Rothschild, and with this, it's going to try to establish that Rabbi Yochanan actually is saying that Allah is talking about on the top, not on the side. So let's see. All right, that's running to a government, running to a very fluffy. We're going to have a question. Just part of my question before Ray Fluffy said that the Jewish has that he made with divine help for Hawaiians, but not for Shabbos. I'm sorry, Ray Fluffy said it helps for both. Our government said it helps for Hawaiians, but not for Shabbos. Now we're going to bring another price. So we can bring another statement. I'm Ray Fluffy. Ray Fluffy Ray Fluffy said that he said in the name of his on the base. He says as follows, that if you have, Rashi says this is a different term because it's a wine brand or vine. Same kind of case. You have four poles and put it on. So we say, essentially, that is, so now you have a cluster, of course, that it works for both Shabbos and Flying is saying now it only works for Flying and not for Shabbos. The other one we're looking at the pieces of Shabbos below, pack the pieces from Flying below. And we're going to say, in this case, just like the Shabbos doesn't work, it also doesn't work by phone. So what do you have? You have a second, right? So you have a second member of the yoga and talking where they each need to take it up a notch and reduce the allowance. So the collective needs to allow both Shabbos and Flying now that only Flying. And the yoga knows that it's Flying but not Shabbos now that neither. So we have a zero. Right, that's this one. They're talking about I can answer off the part of Rabbi Rothschild. Just for today, ViralRabbi, because the first thing we said, Rabbi said in his own name, so he said, it's good for both Shabbos and Flying, now you know name. And the second statement, which he said in the name of his Rebbe, which was Rabbi Yochanan, we're going to say, okay, so that's how you explain it here in reflection of the opinion of the opinion of his Rebbe. Hello, Rabbi Yochanan, but Yochanan is a copy of the Yochanan both instances that in his own name. And the first instance he said was to have this brand flung over the pole that in one case he said it works for Flying and not for Shabbos, and in one case he said it works for neither. So how do you answer this? Or it says, so I could come up with something that would explain the distinction. Maybe that what Rabbi Yochanan was saying was, why not side? It's on the side, so then it only works. It doesn't work for anything. It doesn't work for Shabbos. It doesn't work for Flying. If it's on for Flying, but not for Shabbos, so that would explain, right? But then what we have is that's the fact that we're dealing with the first writer where he says it works for Flying, but not for Shabbos. We'd be dealing with where the vine goes on the top of the pole, so then that would be a valid construction for Shabbos. And that would restore the proof that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Rav, that during the Pesach does not help for wider than 10 amos. So that's what the Gemara is saying. Don't be able to, or you tried to answer that it was not that, and that's why they're not talking about a valid construction. There's a Pesach, but we were trying to prove that because they were seated in Rabbi Yochanan, the only way we know how to handle it right now is to say that the one way permitted and telling not to have it must be talking when it is on top, and it's where it's not starting, but nothing works, so that will lead to the sort of thing that gets an overdraft. Where it says, continues in the question, now, yeah, but if you're going to be using a dot, they're going to say that the first price was also talking out from the side, which was the answer we gave why it wasn't a proof that it wasn't like that. Why how are you going to explain the zero in Rabbi Yochanan halacha? So you restore the proof that he opens up. And says, hold on, really, I'll tell you exactly that there is, again, I'm going to say that there's no proof that Rabbi Yochanan like Rav as relates to the Shabbos, because they're both talking about something in that stuff. So then the question would be, okay, well, why in one case does he say it doesn't work for Shabbos, work for it, and in the other case he says it works for volume but not for Shabbos? What's the difference? It says, up of the Ether, up of the Yochanan. It says, when Rabbi Yochanan said that it works for volume but not for Shabbos, we're talking about where it was 10 amos or less. But where it's greater than 10 amos, so then he would say it doesn't work for Shabbos, work volume. Again, we're back to the point that the Yochanan is not discussing a properly constructed Pesach at all. So he has no proof what the Yochanan holds to be dropped off of the Pesach on Shabbos does not help the wider than 10. But rather, what are we seeing in the second of the Yochanan? That in either case it doesn't work for Shabbos, but for client will depend on whether it's 10 amos or less or more than 10 amos or less. Then even a 4 where the wire on the side will still work for client, but if it's greater than 10 amos, then even client is allowed for a sufficient or less than ideal. The Pesach will not allow that, and it's not going to work either for Shabbos or for client. That's how we resolve the zero. Now, where do we get this idea that it should make a difference whether it's 4 or less than 10 as it relates to client? We're not saying that the someone that has something we have to. So, where do I have this idea that my client is a distinction between whether it's 10 amos or less or more than 10? So I'm like, the Yochanan were a bucket. The Yochanan is a very bucket. Look how far the night though, or look how far the night wasn't the story. The whole of the Yochanan for Yochanan and Nuri on the Torah, like there's two right. So Yochanan and Nuri to work. Opposite the bucket to help employ him. That's the thing that the school went to Yochanan and Nuri, even though he was a bucket on his own and helped employ him, but nonetheless, in the stall, down for Yochanan and Nuri, he educated one of them.
Thank you, Rabbi.
You gonna take a nap?
Yeah, when you come in here.
Directed a line going for he created a church of Pesach. Well, and he said, Rabbi, he said to Rabbi, you get one time, now was right. He put up this wire between the trees, and he said that Rabbi, I'm standing on this side. If I were to plant a vineyard here, could I make a grain field right next door on the other side of this branch that I put up? So he asked him this question. Below, and we're going to do a connection to effort. That if it's 10 or less, if it's less than, if it's more than 10, it doesn't work. So it says in the Gemara, but my asking, what are we talking about? If it's on top, goes to the answer author, could you say that and if you're going to say the prices are coming over on top, and it's telling, and I'm sorry, that the government is coming over on top, and it's telling you that more than 10 width is other to carry, I'm sorry, other for client if you have a sort of method, but I don't know. Right there, how you don't kind of have to run it. The other than pay up if you had poles that are stuck in, there's a different shaped pole that comes to a sharper edge, so you stick it in the ground more easily. But anyway, it's a pole, stuck it in, and you made a pale normale, which was twisted fine. Feel the yolk in the after, even more than 10 with it. So the Braita tells you that by Kolayim, more than 10, as long as it's not Gabon, works. So when your Yovan and Memori said more than 10 doesn't work, you cannot be talking about Agava. Elalav and Asad. So it must be that when Yeshua strung up this vine and showed it to Yovan and Memori, it was where it was in Asad, where the branch did not go over the tree or over the branch, so not on the other side. And the government that if it's 10 or less, more than 10 is other. So we were looking for a source. Where do we get this idea by client that there's a distinction between 10 and more than 10? Because we see it from the story with the Yeshua and the other story. In fact, one from there. So again, we are dealing with the fact that if you have by client, if you have the wire from the side, well, then it depends. If it's 10 or less, it's okay. If it's more than 10, it's not okay. By client, if it's properly constructed, so that that's as long as the wire goes on top, the line goes on top of the rim, so then we're going to say even more than 10 works by client. But not necessarily is that the same by Shabbos. We don't know by Shabbos, like he said, we have no proof that they were arguing by Shabbos. If it would be a properly constructed Shirta Hasa, what would be the halacha? Rav would say it doesn't work, just like it does on Mishnah. We don't know whether the Mishnah says was right. Okay, it says Gemara, Lupa Omer Pizza. Pizza says, here's a Tata, the thumb in a Tata, multiple books. We learned that before, Pizza says, by Shabbos, if you put up a Pizza Tata on the side, it doesn't work. So this, by the way, she's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get sun.
He's unlike anything I've ever seen before. And the craziest part about his ego is that it seems to only grow larger. Like on the latest episode of Feel Tony, apparently Tony now knows more about the Canadian health system than an actual doctor from Canada.
Yeah. What was your schooling like? Super Canadian?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people don't know this, but I study the Canadian healthcare system because they brag about how good it is, and I like to do my own research just to make sure that I live in the greatest country on planet Earth, and I do. I don't know if you guys know this, but Canada does rides now for anybody that wants one. Am I correct?
No.
Okay. Correct me where I'm wrong.
It's called MAID, which is Medical Assistance in Dying, and no one's ever approached me about it, but it's like...
Because you're working, you just said, an emergency, like urgent care thing, so they could go to a hospital or a normal, actual, professional, actual, real money-making, full-time doctor.
I work in a clinic, too.
Yeah, I know. That way they wouldn't go to like a free clinic for that. They would just be like, hey, everything's free everywhere.
This might be the most idiotic thing he's ever done. And also, this show's supposed to be about comedy. Like, I can't be the only one who feels like everyone in that room who isn't Tony is just completely uncomfortable. But of course, Tony doesn't really think this. He continues to make himself look even worse. Because Tony goes on to tell the audience that he's done his own research on this topic. And he's came to the conclusion that Canada's MAID policy will assist you in unaliving yourself if you feel depressed. Which, with a quick Google search, can be proven wrong. But you guys have to remember that Joe Rogan and his crew don't believe in Google.
I've talked to multiple Canadian doctors and civilians that live in Canada, and they have all known someone or know people or have assigned it. You haven't?
I know people who have, but I've just never had a patient.
So to make this clear so that everybody understands, in Canada, it's not you're sick with something and dying from something that would make you tough. Like here in America, you have to be dying in order to have other people help you keep yourself. In Canada, you just have to be sad, correct?
Oh no, that's something they've talked about, which would be really dumb if it's like that became a thing and then like you don't accept like psychedelic medicines, which are really like you know what I mean? Like
it sounds like you're in denial that your healthcare system in Canada is so wild that sad people just get themselves and then they schedule them to themselves. Where's the hair one?
Yeah.
So if you guys don't really know what's going on here, Tony basically only gets his information from word of mouth or through Twitter. So what he's saying here is kind of like a half-truth, because the medical assistance in dying law was set to expand in 2024 to allow aid for people with mental illness as their only condition. But due to ethical concerns and public pushback, this expansion was delayed until at least 2027. And the doctor explains this to Tony.
I don't know if that's like in practice yet, but that's a dark dystopian potential.
Hold on a second. Hold on. You say that it's a dark dystopian potential.
Yeah.
That's not a use. Can you describe what pain is then?
Oh, but it's just not for sad people. It's like for suffering, but for like physical pain.
But without even considering what you said, Tony, in fact, tells the doctor that she's straight up wrong, and that he knows more than her because, get this, he has a bit about it in his upcoming comedy special. Truly pathetic.
Do you think you have to have physical pain to do it there?
I think so.
You're wrong.
Okay, that's possible.
You can just be sad.
Oh.
I know more about your system than you because I have a bit about it.
Okay.
That I'm purposefully not doing because I don't want to leak it here because I want to do it on a thing one day.
Yeah.
But I would go into it and it works.
Okay.
Yes, you heard that correctly. The mid-tier comedian just told an actual doctor that she's wrong. And on top of that, he knows she's wrong because he has a bit about it. I mean, this guy truly needs to get humbled. Where's Bill Burr when you need him?
You would have made them all stand up and salute you?
Yeah. I want to pick one guy. You know what he's saying.
I don't know, maybe not.
He would have picked one guy. I thought that we were shitting on him. He thought it would work. It didn't work.
Yeah.
This is fucking brutal. It's going to be an hour. I don't want to do this anymore. It's horrible. Nobody can be funny in a fucking minute.
Tony then goes on to paint the MAID policy in Canada like it's some deeply evil practice that would never be allowed in the United States, without even realizing that his own country practices a version of this. The only difference is that in the US, you only qualify if you're terminally ill with less than 6 months to live.
Here's what's crazy is not only, this is going to be interesting for you, not only do Canadians do this, over 2,000, actually between 1,500 and 2,000 people did it in 2024. And again, this is no physical ailment. This is just being sad.
I wish I was in Canada right now.
I know, that was the joke that I implied 28 seconds ago. But they schedule you. So literally, it's not like you go into the hospital and you're like, I want to my salt. And they're like, come on, we'll do it. They schedule you for a later date. They have to process stuff and do things. So they're literally like, okay, come back on this date. And we will help you. And people have to wait, and that's Canadian.
But if you're familiar with Tony Hinchcliffe, this kind of arrogance shouldn't come as a surprise. I mean, Tony's been getting high off the smell of his own farts ever since his performance at the Tom Brady roast last May. And then a few months after that, he had his most viewed Kill Tony episode of all time, which featured Shane Gillis and Adam Ray as Donald Trump and Joe Biden. So all this success and recognition is really going to his head now.
The world, they gave me a chance, you know what I mean? They gave a hungry a chance of showing what I can do.
But deep down, I believe that Tony Hinchcliffe is slowly burning out. I mean, this guy's been churning out 3-hour episodes of Kill Tony every Monday for the last decade. So at some point, the smell of his farts just won't hit like they used to for him anymore. And with Tony's monstrosity of an ego, I would actually put money on the show declining this year, because people are really starting to catch on to just how much of a prick Tony is. I mean, even in Joe Rogan's recent podcast with the chess god himself, Magnus Carlsen, Tony couldn't help himself but to insult Magnus to his face.
You do Rubik's Cube too?
No. I'm talking out my ass. Like I think the world record is over like 3 seconds or something. Like it's something absolutely insane.
Imagine the time you could have spent building a business, raising a family.
Like a world record on the
Rubik's
same
Cube
color.
It's so dumb. So dumb.
Yeah. Well, we all have to
watch this computer do it.
He also just overall came off like a self-obsessed idiot. So much so that Magnus laughed in his face multiple times throughout the pod.
Well, you've always been a giant chess fan.
Well, it's actually a newer thing, but when I got into it, it was just everything. Now it's what I do right before bed. I fall asleep. Usually, I fall asleep during actual games online on my phone.
You drive me crazy.
Yeah.
How could that happen?
I'm exhausted.
What do you do when you wake up?
It's total
You wake up and you
coffee. Yeah. No, I wake up and I look at the board and it said you resigned.
That sounds amazing. Like I would, obviously that would never happen to me. Like I like to play a game of chess. Yeah, listening to music. What are you listening there, bopping? Yeah, I think
some wild Norwegian music. Rammstein or something.
That's actually German, but that's a good song.
Like, this guy just can't help but make a fool of himself anytime he speaks. And the fact that he's proud about it is what makes him so insufferable. But I guess Tony will be Tony. And anyways, guys, that's pretty much it for the video. Do let me know in the comments down below about what you think of this comedic assassin. And until next time, thanks for watching. Some of the most satisfying moments on JRE is when Joe Rogan gets fact-checked in real time. Like, it's just priceless seeing Joe slowly realize that what he was saying for the last 15 minutes was completely wrong. And these fact-checks are usually served up by the unsung hero and producer of the show, Jamie Vernon, who endlessly Googles the topics of Joe's claims to make sure that what he's saying is correct. And don't get me wrong, a lot of what Joe Rogan says on the show, for the most part, is true. But when he is wrong, Jamie's not afraid to let him know. For instance, on episode 1926 with Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker, Joe Rogan was fact-checked in real time after falsely stating that a single volcano eruption releases more CO2 gas than anything human beings have ever done.
There was more CO2 released from that one volcano erupting than everything human beings have ever done. Really? Fact check, volcanoes do not release more CO2.
Why would this show be without young Jamie? I mean, he's pretty much carrying this show's entire reputation on his back, since Joe essentially believes just about everything he sees on Twitter. And don't even get me started with the guests. Joe's guests usually only make the lies worse. And the thing must agree with everything that Joe says, since Joe's blessing them with the exposure from his massive audience. But still, Jamie never fails to deliver the truth. But during the episode that Joe did with the UFC fighter Bo Nickel, Joe and Bo spent a good portion of the episode trashing the previous president of the United States, Joe Biden, accusing him of saying stupid things on the global stage. But, as you'll see shortly, after a quick Google search from Jamie, it's revealed that, hilariously enough, Biden was actually referring to something that Donald Trump was saying.
Well, there's people that voted for Biden. They're doing it now. They're like, what did I do? Right. What did I choose? Oh, it's this guy. I said yesterday, a couple days ago, he said he was talking about the Revolutionary War. He was like, Revolutionary War. One problem with the Revolutionary War was they didn't have enough airports.
Pull him.
Is this the video you're talking about? Let me see what this one says. I don't think it is.
The same statement Jesus said the biggest problem we had in the Revolutionary War, we didn't have enough airports. Whoa.
Yeah, that's it.
Whoa.
What?
Just for the record.
Is that fake?
It's not fake, but he was referencing Trump saying that. Here's what Trump saying in 2019. Donald Trump said something about that. He didn't say Jesus, he said stable genius, and that's where the transcription.
Let me hear what it says, what he says.
Our army manned the air. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
but I feel like that's as you can tell too. It sounds like a little different. He's like, you can tell he like messed up his words, but yeah.
And the coping done by Joe and his guest after Jamie community notes them into oblivion is just amazing. I mean, it's really the only thing they could do after being completely dunked on by the truth. So yeah, I think we can all say that Jamie's really the unanimous MVP of the Joe Rogan experience. But sometimes it's not just Jamie who keeps Joe in check. Like, believe it or not, sometimes the guest actually grows a pair and tells Joe to his face that he's wrong. For example, during episode episode 1762 with Josh Zepps in 2022, Zepps interrupts one of Joe's ramblings about the dangers of the COVID vaccine to tell him that what he's saying is, in fact, wrong.
For young boys in particular, there's an adverse risk associated with the vaccine. It's like a 2 to 4-fold increase in the instances of myocarditis.
Yes, but you know what?
Hospitalization.
You know that there's an increased risk of myocarditis among that age cohort from getting COVID as well, which exceeds the risk of myocarditis from the vaccine.
I don't think that's true. I don't think it's true. No. I don't think it's true that there's an increased risk of myocarditis from people catching COVID that are young versus increased risk of myocarditis from the vaccine.
No, there is. There's both.
Well, let's look that up because I don't think that's true. Myocarditis more common after COVID-19 infection than vaccination. But is this with children? Yeah, we're talking about young people.
Men and boys aged under 30 after this is what it says here.
With children is the issue.
Well, no, we were talking about 15-year-olds.
Well, we're talking about young children.
Male child to 17. Yeah, so you're about 8 times likelier to get myocarditis from getting COVID than from getting the vaccine.
That's interesting.
Now,
that is not what I've read before, but also it's like, even when we're reading these things, it's like, what are we getting this from? Is this from the Bears report?
So even after Joe says that he doesn't trust that website, Zepps, in the most polite way possible, says to Joe that he should trust this info, since basically every nation verified it with their own research. But of course, Joe ignorantly remains skeptical.
A great idea.
I don't trust American epidemiological data very much, but the fact that it's a global pandemic and that there are lots of like wonky geniuses in Germany and like South Korea and stuff doing a lot of this research as well, I think that in general I sort of trust the consensus of most of the people who are smarter than me about it. And that's the data that I've heard about it.
Joe Rogan during the pandemic was just another breed of gullible stupidity. Like, it got so bad to the point where it seemed like it was actually starting to piss young Jamie off. Because oftentimes, after painstakingly finding the most trustworthy article on the topic of Joe's claims, Joe would still disagree with Jamie. Like during episode 1749 with Shane Dorian, when Joe claimed that the Texas Health Department had a policy that would deny straight white males access to antibody treatment.
You know what they've done in Texas? You know, crazy. A friend of mine went, and he's a white guy, and he went, and they told him that they couldn't give it to him because of his age and his body mass, because he's white. But if he was Hispanic or black, they would be able to give it to him.
That's so messed up.
And he went, what?
Wait, what?
He said, if I looked exactly like my body now, but I had more melanin.
That's crazy.
You'd be able to choose
because your skin tone.
Because you'd be in an at-risk group.
It's like a long episode of Black Mirror.
Fact check. No policy denies white people antibody treatment, Texas Health Department says. There's a video of it.
Joe then goes on to refute Jamie's fact check with his own personal anecdote. And when Jamie responds to this, you can kind of hear Jamie getting impatient with Joe's stupidity.
There's a video of it.
I know the video says that. Well, I saw they talked about the video in this, and then they reached out to the Texas Health.
Yeah, but they absolutely did to this guy. No, like people are definitely doing that.
Yeah.
Maybe
that doesn't mean it's a policy. It means that person is an asshole. Maybe.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think. You mean the person at the clinic?
Like the nurse, whoever said that they couldn't do it.
But she was saying she was sorry. That this was the way that they had to do it. Well, I don't know. I mean, this might be covering up for some fucking horseshit.
Or it's not, but...
And I think Jamie's pushback here was justified, because this episode was during the height of Joe getting lambasted in the media for spreading misinformation on his podcast about the COVID-19 vaccine. So I think this really kept Jamie on his toes moving forward. Like ever since then, Jamie's evolved into the world's greatest fact checker, and I honestly think he enjoys telling Joe that he's wrong on Joe's own show. For instance, during a recent episode of JRE with Sean Ryan, Jamie fact-checked Joe's claims that Democrats had the most amount of donations over any other party. And the funniest part about this fact check was that it seemed like Jamie knew exactly how Joe was going to refute this evidence. So in turn, Jamie had his backup source on standby.
Well, it's also like if you look at the amount of donors that donate to the left versus donate to the right. Have you ever seen that chart? No. It's nuts. The left gets so many more donations than the right does. Like, it's a giant difference.
We got the top donors.
Yeah.
Let's go to secret.org. 7 of them, or 6 of the top 7 are Republican.
Individual donors. Oh, individual donors. What I was talking about was like they showed a chart
that have like Google, Facebook, all these mega corporations that we're donating. Go to top corporation donations via card. It is a complete facade. This is the number one. This is corporations. So they donate more than Google. Federal contribution. So 82 million is the top one, and that's Empower Parents, PAC. And these are right wing. Is that why it's red? So it seems like the top four. Why? What?
The sweet sound of Joe Rogan getting served up back-to-back fact checks. What a time to be alive, folks. The last fact check on this list was actually a very recent one from episode 2271 with John Reeves, where Jamie fact checks Joe after Joe claims that the conspiracy about USAID giving $27 million to the George Soros DA fund is true. And guys, the reason I saved this clip for last is because it truly shows you the state of the Joe Rogan experience in 2025. Like, Joe just simply doesn't care about the truth anymore. He is 100% a propaganda machine.
We're spending money to, like, $27 million went to the George Soros DA fund. That's so crazy. That's more than he puts in. We were paying to get shitty DAs elected.
There's a pushback on that 27 million George Soros stuff.
Oh, really? What's the pushback?
That's not true.
What do they say?
There's a long tweet if you want me to bring it up.
Sure, bring it up.
I thought it was 58 million.
It's one on the side of the page, though.
Okay, the claim that Mike Benz establishes in his research is that USAID paid out $27 million in grants to the Tide Foundation. The Tides Foundation is a major funder of the Soros-backed group. As far as I can tell by Googling, there has never been any organizational affiliation between the two organizations. Okay, by Googling, that's it. You just Googled, but at the end of the line, it's like, this is all vague. Like, what is that? What's that 24 million going to? Like, what it might be going to fight diseases. It might be or you don't know. How about you don't know? And all you did was Google whether or not those people know each other? That's crazy.
It's hilarious to hear Joe Rogan laugh and call Googling a ridiculous measure of fact-checking when that's literally what he has paid Jamie to do for decades. Like, that's Jamie's entire job. Just Googling the shit that comes out of Joe and his guest's mouth and occasionally correcting him using, you guessed it, Google. So yeah, guys, Jamie's truly the MVP of the Joe Rogan experience nowadays. And even though Joe doesn't really agree with any of the fact checks that Jamie brings up anymore, I think Jamie's doing a wonderful job of showing the audience that there are at least two sides to whatever Joe is blabbering on about in the current moment. But anyways, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. If you made it this far, thanks for watching. And make sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below if you want a part 2 of Joe Rogan getting fact-checked.
The FBI has increased the reward help financing that a person took to $100,000, and this is from 2 weeks now. ABC's Alex Jones says the FBI has released new info on the guy seen in the doorbell recording police earlier this week.
After forensic analysis,
this is the new Oh My Gloss leave-in serum from Aussie. It's lightweight, non-greasy. My hair has never looked this glossy.
Ari said you always make it about yourself, and Tom, I couldn't understand what that. I don't know what that sentence means. Like, really? I really don't, and I don't know that how I do it. And I said it to Leanne in Paris. We were having, and I said, "Do I make things about myself?" And she goes, "Yeah." And I said, "But doesn't everyone?" And she goes, "No." And I was like, "But wait, when do I do it?" She goes, "You're doing it right now."
Bert Kreischer's never-ending downfall seems to be in full force as of late, because in his most recent episode of Two Bears, One Cave with Don Segura, he still seems to be completely shocked that Ari Shaffir and Joe Rogan have distanced themselves from him because of his horrible habit of always wanting to be the center of attention. So basically, the entire back end of this episode was kind of an intervention for Bert, and even though Tom tried to explain to him in the most simple way possible that Ari and Joe are in fact correct, that he does indeed have a glaring issue with needing to be the main focus of any conversation, Bert still seems to be in deep denial that he has a problem. And according to Bert, people just don't understand him.
No one gets me. Like, no one understands me. I don't even understand myself. Well, I had like a moment where I said to Leanne, I was like, "Am I a narcissist?" I said this in Paris, and she was like, "No, you're not a narcissist." I go, "Would a narcissist know it now? Like, does a narcissist go like, I don't know, you narcissist?" Or they go, "Yeah, I'm narcissist, it's wild."
That's actually interesting question.
So in order to help Bert find out what's really wrong with him, the two guys start researching personality disorders that Bert might have similarities to. And listen, I've never claimed to be a psychologist, but what Tom describes next seems to be exactly what Bert has.
So how about histrionic personality disorder?
What's that?
Well, here's the symptoms: attention seeking, being uncomfortable, being uncomfortable when not the center of attention, and acting out to get it.
Everyone shut the fuck up, okay? Okay, I might have that. Keep going.
Okay. Dramatic behavior, being overly emotional, dramatic, or expressive.
Okay. All right, keep going. I got that.
Being overly concerned with physical appearance and needing to draw attention.
Oh, you mean like taking pictures of like posting on Instagram? Yeah.
Okay. Being overly sensitive to criticism or disapproval.
Come on, you know I got that.
Having a low tolerance for frustration or delayed gratification.
Yes, I got that. I'm drinking right now. I'm frustrated.
HPD is often coexisting with other mental conditions like anxiety.
I got that.
But instead of ending it there and realizing that, oh yeah, I do have this issue, Bert just seems to think that it's natural for comedians to be that way. And he admits that he simply cannot comprehend how other comedians like Tom Segura and Ari Shaffir have a desire to be the center of attention while they perform stand-up comedy, but when they go off stage, they're able to flip that switch off.
And I like being on stage. I do like being the center of attention. I understand the person like yourself, kind of, you don't like being the center of attention, but you have a draw to get on stage. So
I like being the center of attention off stage. I do like being the center of attention on stage.
Okay, so how do you? I would think this would go hand in hand. If you want to be the center of attention, then what? Like, I can't wrap my head around that because I think my whole thing is based around like being on stage and being on stage, like always being on stage, always being having that. That's the difference.
I have a separation for it.
It's so interesting to me because I can't see the juxtaposition, you know?
Yeah, I think for me it's just when performing.
But without even taking a breath to think about what Tom said, Bert immediately jumps into a story about him while he was in France, where he found it upsetting that no one in France was recognizing him on the streets as they would in the United States. And what happens after is perhaps the biggest indicator that Bert will, in fact, never change from the loud, annoying egomaniac that he is today.
Like it was kind of interesting, and this is going to sound whatever it's going to sound like. This is truth. Is I got recognized like maybe 4 times in France. I saw guys like in the States. If I see a guy, I go, that guy's gonna recognize me. Like I can see that there's a body type, clothing type where you go, this guy's gonna recognize me.
Yeah.
And I would see the type of guy that should recognize me not recognize me.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like caught me off guard.
Yeah.
The first day I'd be like, oh, big guy in shorts in cold weather with a fucking hoodie on, beard.
He's about to say something.
He's about to say, oh, the machine.
Yeah.
And never quit drinking. And he just walked right by me, and I was like, wait, do you want to? I walked by him a second time. He's like, sure.
You really do. I don't know if I've ever met anybody who likes it as much as you. You really like it.
And you know, I think there's a subset of people that find that shameful. They're like, that's kind of gross. But I can't wrap my head around the fact that it's not gross. I can't wrap my head around the fact that people would see that as gross. I go, yeah, but I got on stage. Like you saw me that I got on stage. You saw that I wanted you to pay attention to me there. You know,
So either Bert's in complete denial that he constantly craves to be the main attraction of the zoo, or he's just a complete idiot. But now that I say that, I realize that it's probably a combination of both. Because the podcast then shifts to him reflecting on his podcast Meltdown with Ari Shaffir, where, if you don't remember, happened after Ari told Bert that Joe Rogan ended their JRE series together, Sober October, after he grew too tired of Bert being Bert.
How do you get to be Joe, though?
Yeah, how are you going to
Because Joe, what Joe does that you don't have the capacity to do is not make it all about himself.
Hold on. No, hold on. There's a clip. No, hold on.
There's a clip.
You
you.
There's got to be a clip out there of you not interrupting.
No.
Fine. Look that up.
I'm not interrupting. I'm having a fucking conversation.
Yeah, okay.
That's how conversations work.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll say, if you said, and then I go, God, that's crazy. I would never be able to do that. And then, because Joe's done that, he goes, don't make it about you. I go, but that's how life works. I think of things and I go, that's amazing. I could never run 25 miles. Yeah. You know, or like I could never run 50 miles.
So after the whole Ari thing, according to Bird, he finally said enough's enough and had a serious conversation with his wife about his need to be the center of the room. And after she bluntly tells him that he has that exact problem, he still remains in complete shock and denial.
Well, people are like
it sounds like you're coming to terms with it.
Ari said, you always make it about yourself. And Tom, I couldn't understand what that, I don't know what that sentence means. Like,
really?
I really don't, and I don't know that how I do it. And I said it to Leanne in Paris. We were having, and I said, "Do I make things about myself?" She goes, "Yeah." And I said, "But doesn't everyone?" And she goes, "No." And I was like, "But wait, when do I do it?" She goes, "You're doing it right now." She was like, "We're at dinner, and you're saying, do you make things about? You're making this about yourself?" And I was like, "Wait, but I'm so confused." I actually was gonna, because Joe said it to me before.
Yeah.
Joe said it to me before on a podcast. Ari said it to me the other day. So I was like, in my head, I was like, I wonder if they've talked about it behind my back. And I was like, I might ask my friends to tell me when I'm doing it. Because if it bothers people, I want to stop.
Oh, it bothers people, but it's but you really don't know what that means. Like, what you don't understand what they're saying.
I don't know what that means. Like, I don't understand.
It means that, like, somebody is saying, you know, making an observation, telling a story, and then that what you do instinctively is go, here's what happened to me one time. I don't know.
I consider that talking.
I know you do.
Do people not do that?
Sometimes.
I mean, when your own wife tells you in layman's terms that everyone's right and that you're very annoying to be around, and you still don't understand that you're the problem, all hope is probably lost. And you guys have to remember that this isn't just a new thing that Bert's hearing. As he mentioned in that previous clip, even Joe told him that he always craves to be the focus of the room on Sober October.
Bruce Willis has a neurological condition.
Yes.
I forget what it's called.
Yes. It's called aphasia. I think I might have.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I talk about it
Just bring it back to yourself.
Of course.
Which is you're talking about.
I can't look at a post and not think about me.
Like he said, he says everything cool.
Yeah. Wait, try to guess what else.
Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
He goes, let me get a flick with you.
Right, you just embrace this aspect of yourself. It seems you don't like it. It makes you angry when it comes out. You get upset at yourself, but yet you also embrace it.
Yeah. It's so gross, though. It's so gross.
It's like you're playing tic-tac-toe against yourself.
I think you guys approach things very differently.
We do, and I think I drive you fucking nuts.
No, you don't.
I have to. I know I drive you.
So yeah, the fact that he refuses to acknowledge that he has an issue after all these years of being a jackass just points to him never changing. But hey, I mean, at least Tom's trying, and we should at least give him some credit for doing that in this podcast.
Well, I think awareness is a big first step.
Like all I do is think of how to perpetuate a conversation, like how to keep it going.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's almost like keeping a balloon in the air.
Yeah, that sounds like you.
Yeah. So I'm changing. I'm pulling over a new leaf. You'll be shocked.
Okay.
Be shocked.
I'll be shocked.
I think you're gonna be blown away by the new Bert.
You think so?
So even though Bert appears to be getting help for his annoying habit of constantly wanting to be the one in the limelight, it's pretty clear that he's made little to no effort in actually accepting that he has an issue. And these recent events have instead placed him in Tom's words, a manic episode. Because Bert goes on to frantically tell Tom how he's just begun to read all the hate comments he gets online, which to anyone in their right mind sounds like a horrible idea for someone in Bert's current state of mind.
I'll tell you what. I'm going back into my comments. I'm going to start reading comments again.
That's great.
That's how bad I've been on the internet.
So you're going to start diving in on that now?
Yeah, I just started I stopped reading comments because I was afraid I'd see a bad one, and then I was like, I see bad ones anyway. Like I don't even need to be on the internet and I'll see a bad one.
How does that happen?
I go to the this happened the other day. Not the other day. It was actually a while ago. But I go to this the heart button, you know. and I go to hit the heart to see, if like anything, and one of the comments was a negative comment. I'm like, God damn it, I'm not even in the comments. So then I was like, I'm reading comments again. I'm going back to comments. I'm getting back on the internet full blown. I'm like, I'm done, man. I'm done. I want the quickening. I want the quickening, and I want it over now. I want to be brainwashed. I want to be
manic episode.
The Chinese can have my brain. I'll do whatever they want.
What?
Just give me my TikTok.
Okay.
But one thing Bert did mention in this episode is that he's actively going to therapy, which I have to say is pretty admirable for a guy like Bert to do. And it's honestly the best route to go down in his current condition. But with that being said, that pretty much wraps up the video for today, guys. By no means, though, is the Bert Kreischer saga over. So if you made it this far in the video, go ahead and like, subscribe, and comment down below what you think of this whole thing. And as always, thank you for watching.
One young people on TikTok. There's a lawsuit going on.
Äkta matglädje. Kräver äkta ost. Från Tiden.
Alright, so over the weekend, Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen made their way over to Austin to join Joe Rogan for another one of their fight companions. And I think it may have been Brendan's worst appearance on JRE to date. Like whenever Joe, Brian, or the other guest, Matt Serra, who's a UFC veteran, had their own take on fighting, Brendan felt the need to play devil's advocate. And he basically turned the entire podcast into a 1v3 battle. For example, when Brian mentioned that he thinks John Jones would beat Tom Aspinall in a theoretical fight, Brendan proceeded to get all pissy about it in defense of Aspinall.
I can see John taking Aspinall down.
You very well could. You're talking about the black belt who grew up in jiu-jitsu just like Matt?
He took his dad over me now twice.
Sure.
A two-time Olympian. That's not easy.
DC's not a black belt on the fucking ground.
Which hilariously led Joe to remind Brendan that he, of all people, would know what it's like losing to a heavyweight while on his back.
I wonder how he is with his back, how his guard is. I know. Does he have a guard? Does he have a guard? I'm assuming it's not bad. He's been doing jiu-jitsu in his diapers, man. You're talking about there's pictures of him as 2 years old.
Man, we've seen a lot of guys who are really good and they're on their back and they got nothing. They have no answers.
I agree, but as athletic as he is and growing up in that culture, your guard's not gonna be shit.
It might not be, but you know more than anybody that big guys are mostly on top.
And just to add to that hilarity, this discussion prompted Matt Serra to literally show Brendan how to get out of that very position.
All right.
You can't stop me. But that's what you're gonna do. So from this position, you can insulate on him. See my lower body? Look what I'm doing this night.
Like, what are you doing? Get off the floor, man. But as you might have guessed, that wasn't the end of Brendan Schaub embarrassing himself. Like multiple times during this podcast, he disagreed with Joe on various UFC topics, and he just came off like a complete know-it-all. Like when Joe brought up his opinion on Michael Venom Page's fighting style, Brendan, of course, had to jump in and tear it down, saying that those types of fighters have no knockout power.
Yeah, but Yuri's a different thing. The style matchup, though?
It'd be very exciting. Here's the thing. On the outside, no one can touch MVP. You can't close the distance like he can.
No.
He's got that 37 point fighting style. I always said that. Like, that's going to be the next problem is point fighters. Because they got that blitz, that ability to cover the distance. It's so fast.
Knockout power.
Some of them do.
Name one that does.
Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy had a point fighting style. I mean, he basically started out in karate, and then developed as a kickboxer, above the leg kickboxer.
When he got to the elite level, he was a knocking guy.
But karma works in magical ways, folks, because even though Brendan desperately tried to prove that he has more fight IQ than anyone else during this whole podcast, when it came to predicting the winner of the fight between Zhang Wei Li and Tatiana Suarez, Brendan foolishly picked Tatiana. And the only reason he picked her was because she's American and Zhang Wei Li is Chinese, which for the right-wing grifter is an automatic no-no, because in Brendan's mind, China equal bad.
Okay, watch.
Brian, who's your call? Who's your call, Brian?
I'm going China.
You're such a piece of shit.
Brendan Schaub, America.
Tatiana, all day. You piece of Tatiana.
Shit. You know what? For fun, I'm going with Zhang Wei Li because I'm right here with Brian.
Yeah, baby, come on.
Let's see what happens.
Let's go. Communists on this side, Americans on the other side. Brendan, you want to come over to my side? No.
Look at her.
No, stand strong. We don't jump ship. It's like going to electric cars. You'll never do it.
Brian, if she wanted to, you'd be very uncomfortable. She would kill you.
Yeah, she might be my type because I'm
guys. I'm a fan of her. I would the shit out of her.
Yeah, but you're 280
You
pounds.
just said I'd be scared of her.
Not you,
me.
Brian.
Oh,
I said
Brian. Oh, that's why I said that.
No,
Yeah,
Brian. Brian had.
But of course, Zhang Weili dominates the entire fight and ends up winning a unanimous victory.
And Tatiana getting mauled on her back was not on my. It's hanging off of it.
Damn, it's all right.
I'm sorry.
Tatiana fought like 2 years.
Saying, you were all over her. You were like, she's gonna choke her out in the second round. Me and Brian were right. What's up?
So what does he do? Well, he proceeds to disagree with everything Joe says following this fight. Like when Joe brings up his opinion on UFC judging, Brendan just keeps digging himself deeper and deeper.
Yeah. Well, here's another problem. Only 3 judges. Why? And tell me why. Are judges expensive? Get 5 judges or 6 judges. Yeah. Have a bunch of judges.
But they also shouldn't be ringside. Right.
Sure they should. As long as they have monitors. They have monitors now.
Yeah, but they can't get swayed by the crowd. Like, they should be a disclosed area.
No,
they should be.
You want to hear the.
They should be
thuds. You want to hear the.
Since when are you interested in the match?
You want to be there while you're in a drone. You want to like hear guys yelling at each other. You want to be like right there. Get in there real quick. Cruz got nice shots. Because for you to say that, like, well, I should probably be doing commentary somewhere else too. But no, you want to be like right there.
Because you're not dictating the fight.
That's true, but if I'm not looking at it correct, but some of those guys
I would rather have you judge the fight.
Well, I mean, Lieben is obviously going to do a great job. Ricardo Almeida is going to do a great job. There's a bunch of look. The LA card had great scoring. The LA card didn't have any egregious decisions. There was not one where everybody was like, "What the f is that?" Right. That's pretty rare.
That's rare. Because a lot of times when it's so atrocious, dude, you're talking about that dude gets half his pay, you idiots.
I know.
It's insane.
It is insane.
Tough calls, rough.
And it only gets worse. Brendan gets so petty to the point that he even disagrees with Joe on his opinion of the movie Nosferatu. Like, man, at this point, he's just disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing.
I only watch documentaries, really. Like, any OJ doc, make more.
Bro, you know what's good? You know what you like? Nosferatu. Have you seen Nosferatu?
I watched it. I thought it was alright. I listened to your recommendation.
Go to Sister Friend.
People love it. It's the best vampire movie of all time. I just can't stand here when Brendan Shaw was disrespecting Nosferatu.
You know why? You know, if we're going to discuss it, it's going to be a spoiler alert. How he dies in the end? And just lays down with the chick in the sun?
They had a pact. She give herself to him.
Bro. Like, it doesn't even have to be about fighting anymore. He just has to be the contrarian in the room. I mean, he even takes aim at Matt Serra when Matt explains that his new hobby is virtual reality gaming, which prompts Brendan to immediately jump in to insult Matt, asking how he even has the time to play video games. And Joe and Brian quickly jump to Matt's defense here.
I was literally just experiencing virtual reality.
Literally. That's what I'm saying.
Just play my
when I knew you were, when I called you and I couldn't get to you when I was inviting you to dinner, I was like, he's probably got the fucking headset on.
You got a camera in there? Camera in the fuck that?
All in virtual reality.
Yeah, in virtual reality, like you're floating shit. That's exciting.
All your jiu-jitsu.
What's that?
How do you have time? You make the time.
Dude, I don't, first of all, I don't do shit. All I do is go to my school and I do my podcast. I'm doing my thing with Jimmy on Filter. I do my new podcast, Matt Serra channel, of course. And I'm in the house of women, man. Like my wife, my 3 daughters, they're watching a Matt Serra or something. I can be in the room with them. That makes sense.
I mean, it's such a weird thing for Brendan to call out. Like, what else is Matt supposed to do right now? He's retired from fighting, and he's just enjoying life. Meanwhile, Brendan's out here struggling to stay relevant. So all in all, Brendan just came off as pretty salty during this entire podcast. And one can only guess that it's because his stand-up career is basically over at this point. So now he's leaning hardcore into being a right-wing UFC expert grifter. Like, his whole thing now is that he hates electric vehicles. So much so that he even made his own company called Drive Fast, All Gas. And when Joe brings this up, since he's a huge fan of Elon Musk's electric cars, Brendan seems to have a hard time doubling down and not just folding to agree with Rogan like he always does.
What is Drive? Is that your shirt? Drive Fast, All Gas? Bro, where's mine?
Where are you getting one for you? I don't like you drove a Tesla. I like those. But I like the way it looks. What does it say in the back? Anti-electric vehicle club? Oh, how dare you? Well, no, you can drive it in your fucking drove here an electric vehicle. I didn't ask for that. I asked for your GT.
Your electric vehicle is something else. I'm a little jealous. I'm not in the car.
But like I was telling you at dinner, my thing was I was so angry at Newsom trying to ban combustion engines. Yeah. I fucking had so much anger, but now I'm moving to Austin. It's kind of pleasing. Good. Tesla's got a factory here. I know. Get yourself one. I'll get one. Get yourself a Cybertruck and put the Fighter and the Kid logo all over it. Just drive around town like a pariah.
Let's go, baby.
I'll drive that. I'll drive this. Count will drive. I'll do that for you, Count.
It's actually pretty hilarious to watch Brendan struggle to keep up with his own talking points. And the funniest part, Brendan's moving to Austin now, which at this point is arguably even more liberal than LA. Like, Brendan's going to be surrounded by people who drive Teslas and eat plant-based diets while trying to push his gas-guzzling bro truck agenda. But with that being said, I'm actually pretty excited for what's in store for us when that happens, because I think there will be many more slip-ups and mishaps from Brendan that I'll get to share on this channel. And anyways, that's pretty much it for the video. Thank you for watching. And if you made it this far, you might as well like, subscribe, and comment what you think of the video down below.
Piss bucket. So you take a jug, like a gallon jug, and stick a stick in it, and put it right and screw it back on so you didn't have to get out of bed. Get up.
Representing himself in court, it's not going to help him a whole lot that he is a Satanist who is allergic to dogs. Well, if that comes into play, but I'm sure somebody will bring it up. Here's the one.
Sorry, I'm late. I just don't give off. Sorry, I'm late. I don't give off.
Conor McGregor's aura is officially gone. And I know that the word aura is kind of an overused Gen Z slang term at this point, but you gotta understand that around 10 years ago, Conor McGregor was the definition of aura.
Partying is weakness for the soul, my friend, so I try and avoid it.
Like, everything this man said or did just seemed to make him that much more invincible.
I own this town. I own Rio de Janeiro.
But nowadays, he's completely lost that charm. And when he tries to replicate his old way of speaking, it just comes off like a poorly rehearsed script from a villain in the WWE.
I'm here to summon the gods of fighting to action.
May they turn our combatants, knuckles to knives. And on Saturday night, may we all bleed in the honor of Philadelphia's rich fighting history.
Yeah. May we, as members of the Fighting Championships Organization, the alien of combat sport, rise above the night sky and rain down blows viciously.
It's just pretty sad to see him at this point in his life now. I mean, the complete 180 he's done over the past 10 years is truly a sight to behold. And a lot of people assume that his downfall is due to his well-documented extracurricular activities, the endless partying, the whiskey empire, the alleged Coca-Cola habit. And sure, I mean, that's probably a factor, but I think that that's just a symptom of something deeper. Because what we're seeing from Conor these days isn't just the result of lifestyle choices. A lot of his erratic behavior, the slurred speech, the bizarre interviews, it all points to something far more serious, and that is CTE. It's something we've seen affect countless athletes in high-impact sports, from boxers to football players to MMA fighters. And Conor, well, he's been taking head trauma his entire adult life. Like, just take a look at this recent interview he did with the Schmo. He actually seemed relatively sober here, but still, his words were jumbled, his sentences were all over the place, and his train of thought was just constantly derailing.
I'm Barney Royal Family of India, and then they were sending it to him. It was like, it's basically trying to get him to get going. I had no problem doing that. To be honest, I'd have done it either way. Just to set the day. One of these days, I'll just sit, you just hear my music come onto the stage and burn up the fight championship, and now I come and my fist wrapped with no gloves, and I fight out of nowhere, no promo, no nothing, just fighting a random fight in a car. That could be where my future holds. You know, legal, just making claims and all this bullshit. That's
there it is. So now compare that to an interview from 2015, back when he was just entering his prime.
It's in my head 24/7. There's nothing else I can think of. I don't think about nothing else.
Is that not unhealthy?
I don't know. Do I look unhealthy? Take a look at this physique.
I'm in phenomenal shape, in body and mind. To me, what's unhealthy is living an unhealthy life. To me, what's unhealthy is getting up and going through the same day every day of your life, 9 to 5 in an office or in a. I have a curiosity about the human anatomy, and I feel looking around, I feel like I am only a white belt in this game of movement.
And the slow, progressive nature of CTE makes it easy to overlook in real time, but when you stack his past interviews against his recent ones, it becomes painfully obvious. Like his speech patterns have changed, his demeanor has changed, his entire personality has changed.
I was around the length and breadth of Philadelphia bars last night, enjoying myself at a few Philly cheesesteaks. I gave a big shout out to the Eagles, a big game this weekend. So go Birds!
But before you start feeling too bad for Connor, let's be clear. CTE doesn't excuse his insane behavior over the last few years. Like, there are plenty of retired athletes who also suffer from CTE, but still manage to live quiet, respectable lives. Connor, on the other hand, seems completely addicted to chaos. Like, he's constantly chasing the next high. Like, let's be honest, this man did not need to box Logan Paul. Like, no amount of money can justify that level of desperation. And yet, here he is, once again embarrassing himself on a global stage.
Yeah, it's all sweet, yeah. If we were talking about shooting, it's how we were going to get us to go.
What did you think the best course of action was for that?
You were giving all this day to this, day to that, yeah. It's over the WWE, so we're giving all this Vegas different.
I didn't hear the last 5 seconds.
I was in the air for a second. Yes, bring it home for me.
It's 8 a.m. How?
It's the real deal, yeah. In front of you, you know that. You know that, bro. So, man, look at what we're doing. 190, 195. He was sick.
I mean, you know you've hit rock bottom when Logan Paul looks like the reasonable, composed one in the conversation. So yeah, guys, Conor McGregor's aura is completely gone. Speaking of aura, this video is sponsored by Aura, which is an affordable app that offers some of the best available resources to protect you from data breaches and brokers. I don't know about you guys, but lately I've been getting an influx of scam calls, emails, and texts that'll say things like, "Warning, your account's been hacked. Click the link now to protect your privacy," or in a big statement where they try to hook me into giving them my information. Luckily for us, though, Aura is here to put an end to all of this madness. With Aura's data broker opt-out feature, Aura will help remove your personal information from data brokers and user search sites that sell your info to identity thieves, scammers, etc. Aura alerts you within minutes if your financial information has been compromised. And I get this all-in-one app at one affordable price. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches and brokers. And if you don't want to either, you can go to aura.com/AmericanRedact to try 2 weeks for free. That will be enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data is exposed. But now, back to the video. And while we're at it, can we talk about how red and inflamed his face looks these days? I mean, he looks like one bad head shake away from bursting a blood vessel in his face.
Here's the thing, I'm going to stop counting yo-yos and KSO. You are mixers to me. You understand that? Side jobs. A little side job.
You can't even do your main job. I can do a side job. Simmer down, boy. It's crazy. You're not going to bust with you.
You just came from the inauguration. You sized up both the Paul brothers, Logan and Jake Paul. You called them side quests. We know what it's all about. What's your reaction? They're posting it all over the internet. You know, it is what it is. The UFC just added into it. I had the offer was there on the table in writing. You know, both athletes will say he's not a fighter, but whatever. Both athletes under the TKO banner. The UFC, WWE, both rising up. The UFC went into it. I'm not sure the WWE what their interest in was. I just knew the UFC went into it.
Even 5 years ago, this version of himself would have been unrecognizable. So yeah, guys, Conor McGregor's aura is completely gone. To make things even worse for himself, he just recently had another one of his infamous Twitter rants where he actually called Khabib Nurmagomedov the N-word. Like, it's just sad to see him now. Like, he used to be a once-in-a-generation showman. Like the kind of fighter who didn't just win fights, but manifested them.
If he shows up, I feel he'll KO him inside one. If he makes that walk and if he is in the octagon, I feel every single movement I make will get an overreaction off of him because he's emotionally invested in it. There's too much in it for him. The whole country of Brazil, it's all piling on him. So I feel if I just go, he will react a million times too much. So that's what I see the fight playing now. I feel him overreacting, overextending, and then being KO'd unconscious.
But anyways, guys, that's pretty much it for the video. Thank you so much for watching if you made it this far. And do let me know in the comments down below what you think about the rise and fall of Conor McGregor.
With this current administration in relationship to the issue of climate change and climate policy.
The move is expected to save drivers about $2,400 annually. Analysts say Newsom's appearance at the conference marks another effort by the technology race.
You're not allowed to do that anymore.
I didn't know that.
But it's a sign of this thing that is a real problem in today, where people will pretend something is something other than what it is if it suits their narrative.
Alright, so in his most recent podcast, Joe Rogan seemed to be coping pretty hard for his good pal Elon Musk, who, if you've been living under a rock for the last week, has recently faced accusations of being an undercover neo-Nazi because he allegedly performed back-to-back Nazi salutes following his speech at Trump's inauguration last Monday. So being that Joe now has the largest political platform in the entire world, you would think that above all he'd value the truth, right? Well, as you'll see shortly during his 5-minute long rant in defense of Musk, every excuse he makes just doesn't seem to add up, and it quickly becomes obvious that Joe Rogan's being completely delusional about this whole thing. I mean, from the very beginning, we can see that Joe's in intense denial, because he starts the rant off with a very weak argument that, at one point in time, the entire American education system implemented the Nazi salute during their daily Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
But this is the thing. This is what I found out last night. That's also how they used to do the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance used to be done like this until the Nazis came along. And then we switched it to this. Yeah, that's it. That's how they did the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, interesting.
How crazy is that?
That's crazy.
That's in 1942.
Yeah. You just know you're in for a wild ride when Rogan uses this as his first line of defense for Elon. Like, based on Joe's logic, we can only assume that if Elon sported a swastika on his suit jacket or showed up with a picture-perfect Hitler stash on his face for the speech, that Joe Rogan would use this exact same argument. Like, yes, these gestures and symbols all had different meanings before World War II. Like, the swastika was and still is an ancient symbol of spirituality in Indian religions. And the toothbrush mustache, now known as the Hitler stash, was actually a popular style in the 1920s. But ever since Hitler rebranded them, nobody, and I mean absolutely no one in their right minds, so openly displays them to the public. Like, the fact of the matter is that Elon's heart goes out to all salute was the identical motion of the Nazi Sieg Heil. It wasn't just a tap on the chest and a wave to the crowd. It wasn't anything but the Sieg Heil. And he did it forcefully, twice in a row. So right off the bat, it's pretty clear that Joe's living in a fantasy world regarding all of this, as he refuses to acknowledge that Elon's gesture was a perfect replica of the Nazi salute.
Not part. There's going to be a screen grab of you. Well, there's already a screen grab. This was funny. CNN, during the COVID times in particular, whenever I get in trouble, the photo they would use of me was me at the UFC weigh-ins. So when I do the weigh-ins, I announce the weigh-ins. I say, "Welcome to the weigh-ins, everybody." I'm waving to the crowd. That's what they did. So they would use this photo of me to try to make it look like I was some sort of a Nazi, whatever. Because I'm waving to the crowd, and they take a freeze frame of it. I'm like, "Welcome to the weigh-ins, everybody." I put my hands out to the crowd. I'm saying hi to everybody.
So he says the mainstream media did this to him when he was at the UFC, but the difference between his picture and Elon's video is insanely clear. Like, Elon did the exact motion of the Sieg Heil salute, even down to the exact cadence from actual neo-Nazi groups and historically accurate movies. I mean, for a guy that preaches the truth and lives by the motto of facts can't hurt your feelings, he seems pretty triggered by this sheer fact. But as you may have guessed, Joe's delusions just continue to get worse. For his third cope, he brings up the infamous picture of Kamala, AOC, and Obama that all the Elon fanboys used in defense of their Lord and Savior, which, even for Joe, is lower than I thought he'd go.
It's like, it's so funny because of this, there's all these photos of AOC with her arm out like this, and Michelle Obama. It's like everybody's a Nazi. It's so dumb.
You can go look at anybody and find that.
Yeah, if you move your arms at all, you're trying to catch a ball. You know, anything you're doing where your arms up in the air, now you're a Nazi. Like, oh my God.
Like, users on Twitter had already debunked this weak comeback days before this podcast aired, since they posted the actual footage from those alleged Nazi salutes. And as you can see in the videos, they're nothing like Elon's. Like, never did any of these people perform back-to-back Nazi salutes. So it's hard to argue that these weren't intentional by Elon. who's a self-proclaimed genius and the owner of some of the largest companies in the world. Like, even when Tim Waltz did it, he's very clearly doing it differently than Elon. So overall, I can confidently say that this claim by Joe is, as some would say, a nothing burger. But by far, Joe's most pathetic excuse is when he compares the gesture to Amar Barati's, the guy who holds the record for keeping his arm raised for over 50 years as a testament of his devotion to the Hindu deity Shiva.
How about that Hindu guy that kept his arm up in the air for like 60 years? You know that one? You never see that? We talked about him the other day. Who brought him up? Jamie brought him up. So there's this guy who's not put his arm down in like some insane amount. His arm is like shriveled. It's useless. And it's like devotion to Lord Shiva. So he has his to show his devotion. He decided, I'm going to keep my arm up forever. And now his arm's frozen in place. And now he's like a really old man. That's what he looks like. Okay. How crazy is that? That's crazy. He has a useless right arm now. Like, look at his fingers are all twisted up and fucked up. His nails are all fucked up. His right arm is essentially completely useless. It just stays like that. It doesn't move anymore. That guy's doing a Nazi salute forever. That's how about that.
So yeah, if you can't tell already, Joe Rogan's still processing all this, and he appears to be in the first stage of grief, which is denial. Like, I think he's slowly realizing the direction his podcast and audience has been going these past 2 years, and in turn is coping extremely hard with the fact that Elon, along with some of his new audience members, do in fact support Nazi ideologies. And I say this because, if you don't remember, 32 days before the Nazi salute, he publicly tweeted his support for the AfD party in Germany, which is a radically far-right extremist group in Germany that shares beliefs eerily similar to Nazism. But of course, this is all conveniently ignored by Rogan as he continues his rant with what might be the most ironic thing he's ever said in his life.
But all these people on Twitter are just chiming in, saying it's clearly a Nazi salute. He's doing a Nazi salute. Yeah. No. So dumb. It's so dumb. It's not clearly. Yeah, it's great. The whole thing's crazy. But that's a sign of the times, and they couldn't help it. It's illogical and weird, but it's a sign of this thing that is a real problem in today, where people will pretend something is something other than what it is if it suits their narrative.
This is just an insanely ironic thing to say, because it's actually precisely what he's doing on this podcast. I mean, guys, let's not beat around the bush here. The gesture was a Nazi salute, whether anyone likes it or not. Like, as I mentioned before, it'd be identical to him having the Hitler stash or wearing the swastika on his suit jacket. It's the same thing. But to save the best cope of Joe's for last, Joe finishes his rant by describing, to a T, what's happening before our eyes between Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
And that's what this is.
Yes.
The power story. Yeah, the power of story. That really, truly is a great example of the power of story. Because the story that everyone's afraid of is that this right-wing dictator has gotten into power, and he's brought with him this billionaire oligarch who happens to be one of the richest men, if not the richest person on the planet Earth, and this guy is secretly a Nazi. Yeah, and he's been hiding it all these days until Trump got it off, and make a great movie. Let's go! Yeah. Well, make a great movie. Yeah.
I mean, ever since Elon declared his support for Trump, he also declared his support for the alt-right political party in Germany, which shares the identical philosophy with the Nazi Party of World War II, as I said before. So yeah, guys, the level of copium Joe's huffing right now is just mind-warping. I mean, for Elon to not immediately come out and deny any affiliation with Nazism should tell you just about everything you need to know. Like, his one and only response to this whole thing was a weird little haiku that he wrote, where he suggests that, oh, it was all a joke. Like, the guy's completely off his rocker. Let's not forget how he started the very same speech that day.
Yes! This is what victory feels like. Yeah! Can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time?
So yeah, guys, in my honest opinion, this was a pretty pathetic response out of Joe, and it's pretty clear what Elon's intentions were. But let me know what you think of it all in the comments down below, as these are, after all, just accusations.
Yeah.
Ta tilbake middagstiden. Med Hello Fresh smaker ingen dager likt. Nå med flere oppskrifter enn noensinne. Er du klar til å gi hverdagene ekstra krydder?
If Brian moves, what happens to the podcast?
Well, we've always figured it out.
We'll figure it out. He has to do what's best for him. That's what's best for Brian.
Yeah.
Might be what's best for finding the kid.
Yeah.
You know,
maybe.
All right, so it looks like time has officially run out for the thick boy himself, Brendan Schaub. Because if you didn't know already, Joe Rogan recently made it his sole mission in life to revive Bryan Callen's stand-up comedy career. Like, for whatever reason, Joe woke up one day and decided that he wants his best friend back. And not only that, he also wants him to become rich and successful. So next thing you know, Bryan's moving out to Austin, shooting his new comedy special at the Mothership, and doing a solo pod on JRE just to top it all off. Like, Rogan really wants to see his old BFF succeed.
2.3 seconds, 0 to 60.
Jesus.
What? 9-second quarter mile right from the factory, motherfucker. That's what you need. That's what you need, Callen.
Dude, it's very
where special kicks it, you start selling out giant theaters. Let's go, baby!
let's get a little
That's what I'm running away from looters.
Once I start selling theater tickets.
Yeah, once you get the fuck out of Los Angeles.
I know.
And you might be thinking to yourself, man, Schaub must be fuming right now. He's essentially leaving him in the dust of the LA fires while hoisting his co-host into the limelight. But surprisingly, Brendan seems to be completely unbothered by this. And on the surface, he actually seems happy for Brian.
Put a little power out
What
there.
did I tell you?
Yeah.
What did I tell you?
You did. You said you gotta get there.
You let these motherfuckers know, dude.
Yeah.
Y'all must have forgot.
Yeah.
It pisses me off.
Yeah. No, you did. You said show these fuckers who you are.
Yeah, dude.
Remind them. You know, Mark.
And I told you, you can remind them.
Yeah. It was
And like, we'll figure it out. But for what you're doing, you have to be the buddy. You have to be the buddy.
I think I do.
At least, I don't know if it's moving their full. I don't know, but you have to be in that zeitgeist. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm different.
Can we get you there?
I don't know. You and I can figure it out.
Yeah.
But you need to be there.
Yeah.
But don't get me wrong, Brendan Schaub is still Brendan Schaub. Deep down, he's actually very salty about all this. And if this were 2 years ago, we'd probably get a pretty good reaction out of him. Because at that point, he was still clinging on to his hopes and dreams of one day becoming a successful stand-up comedian. But now, in 2025, Brendan's pretty much accepted his position in life. I mean, just look at the defeated expression on his face as Brian details the very famous guests who attended his live comedy special.
But you were in Austin at the Mothership, shooting your special.
Yes.
A lot of people came out.
A lot of people came out.
Theo came up.
Theo Vaughn came.
Mark Norman.
Warmed the stage up.
Theo.
Mark Norman. Theo jumped on.
I mean, basically every character in the Rogan sphere came to attend Brian's special. Everyone except Schaub, who was probably too busy grifting as a used car salesman.
You saw all our buddies?
I saw everybody. Everybody came to the show. So flattering. Michael Malice and Lex Friedman and Nicky Rod and Gordon Ryan.
Mike
Catherwood, of course.
Gordon Ryan, Nicky Rod, those are our boys.
Yeah,
Catherwood's
our boy.
Throwback boy of ours. Love him.
You know who did come? Drew Bledsoe.
No,
Bledsoe came?
Drew Bledsoe.
serious?
He did.
I love
And I had a great talk with him. And he's like my age, so he was loving it.
Yeah.
And our boys from Drinking Bros, Dan Holloway.
Love them.
Dan Crenshaw came. Tim Kennedy came.
Timmy
Evan Hafer from Black Rifle. It was literally everybody.
Our crew came
It was
out,
so
man.
cool, man. And then, it was Rolf Patterson from Drinking Bros.
No, I love them.
Those guys
That's
are great.
man.
But they brought Drew Bledsoe.
Love it.
I'm like, that's Drew Bledsoe. Because, you know.
So with Brian moving to Austin, we're only left to wonder what's going to happen to the Fighter and the Kid podcast. Well, according to Brendan, it might just have to come to an end, which he seems to have come to terms with.
I didn't realize, like, I have to say, too, when I was there, the younger comics, I didn't realize that
You're the Godfather.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I don't realize that.
You're my Godfather. You're the one that got me.
Yeah. It's pretty fun. Yeah.
But everyone feels that way about you. But you're out here doing your own thing. You're one of the guys. You got to be one of the guys.
Yeah.
Not playing grab ass with me out here.
Yeah, I gotta go do my thing.
Whatever we got to do to figure that out.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
If Brian moves, what happens to the podcast?
Well, we've always figured it out.
We'll figure it out. He has to do what's best for him. That's what's best for Brian.
Yeah.
Might be what's best for finding the kid.
Yeah.
You know,
maybe. You never know. Maybe we.
But I know what
you're flirting with the idea a little bit.
I'm trying to control my rage from our government, and yes.
And a lot of people speculate that he'll just end up moving to Austin with Brian to continue to do the podcast, but I personally don't think this would happen. I just think Brendan's ego is way too big to be living in Austin without an official invite from Joe Rogan. Like, to be in the very city where all his friends from the Comedy Store are thriving would have him absolutely losing his mind. I mean, if he were so happy for Kellen, he probably would have attended the comedy special. Like, he was definitely invited to go and just declined the invitation. And I only say this because his very own producer, Chin, went to the show by himself, so there's no way that they would have just forgot about Brendan. And when Chin brings this up on Shop's solo pod that he did last week, we get to see just how excited Brendan is at the idea of moving to Austin.
So when's Brian shows in Austin, right?
Yeah, let's talk about that.
So, dude, everyone that asks me questions about stuff, they're like, when are you guys going to move to Austin with all the stuff going on in California? Like, they're saying, like, that's like one of the number one questions when people would meet me at the shows.
When we're leaving?
Well, yeah. We're going to Texas. They said Texas, but Austin, I'm sure. They want you guys to go to Austin. But that's like one of the main questions they're asking. Yeah, Texas is bomb, dude.
Yeah, I don't know if Austin's the move. It's woke as shit there. Texas, we can all pretend it's not more woke than here. Austin. But Texas, like, I like Fort Worth. Like, I'm going to Texas, I want proper fucking Texas.
Yeah. So yeah, he's not too amped up about the whole Austin thing. And in fact, I think this was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Like, he just seems completely defeated now. And it's about time. I mean, it's almost been 3 years since he released his disaster of a comedy special with the Gringo Poppy, which escalated the infamous feud he had with Bobby Lee and forced Theo Vaughn to depart from the podcast he hosted with Brendan. So since then, Brendan's stock has absolutely bottomed out. I mean, it's not even funny to call him a bad comedian anymore. Like, he's so unattached from being a legit comic that comedians such as Ari Shaffir consider it hacky to even make a joke about him. Like when Matong tried to get Ari to poke fun at Brendan on their latest podcast that they did together, Ari just seemed tired of the whole shtick and clearly wanted to move on to the next question.
So,
but I'm gonna name 5 comedians in your circle, okay?
Okay.
Like all of the
I'm interested to see what my circle is.
Yeah, and then you're gonna have to tell me who's the odd one out and why, okay?
Okay. And what? Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna name the 5 comedians in your circle, and you.
Hold on, before you even do this.
Who's the odd one out?
Sometimes I have trouble with memory. Can I write these down as you go so I can glance at
I think you'll figure it out.
Okay. Okay.
Ari Shaffir,
Yeah.
Joey Diaz,
Yeah.
Mark Normand,
Yeah.
Jen Gillis,
Yeah.
Brendan Schwab.
Brendan Schwab.
Who's the doesn't fit in there and why? Are you allowed to say the reason we're both thinking right now or no?
Am I what?
Allowed to say it?
I'm allowed to say whatever I want. I'm free American.
Okay, so who is it and why? Because I know, like, every time I'm out, you're like stumbling, who is it? You know who it is. Come on.
Well, here's what I generally do. I don't take hacky answers for things that have been done like 20,000 times. So I try to think like a unique angle on it.
No, who is it?
I try to think of a unique angle.
It's hockey, but nobody asks it to them in the face.
Everybody asks it all the time.
They asked you about it?
Done like 2 years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So we both are thinking the same thing, though.
Yeah, I'm the bald one. No. And I'm going balder, and I don't like it. Okay, I'm talking to a guy in Turkey.
I'll give you a hint.
Seeing if I can get it through.
I'll give you a hint. It's not Ari Shaffir, Joey Diaz, Mark Normand, or Shane Gillis.
Okay, there's the other one, I guess.
Who is the other one? Are you even allowed to say his name?
Why is the other man out? Why is the other man out?
You tell me, man. I don't want to get sued.
I think it's truly a sign that Brendan's fell off when people consider it old and hacky to even hate on him. Like, they're simply tired of hearing the guy's name. I mean, this might just be my last video on Shop, and I don't even matter, But yeah, guys, that's pretty much it for the video. Thanks for watching if you made it this far, and do let me know in the comments what you think Brendan Shop's next move will be.
764-6022, 800-764-6022, 800-764-6022.
Når børsten slites, samles bakterier, og det dannes tannstein på tennene. Bytt til et nytt Oral-B tannbørstehode og få den perfekte tannpussen du fortjener. Få tilbake 100% rengjøringseffekt. Din perfekte tannpuss starter med et nytt tannbørstehode fra Oral-B.
You often claim that you could beat UFC fighters because you weigh 260 pounds. If I gained 100 pounds, do you think I'd become that stupid too?
So 1 year after the entire internet clowned Bradley Martin for believing that he could beat any professional fighter that was smaller than him in a street fight, he now seems to be backpedaling on those initial claims. Because in the recent podcast he did with Matan Evan, according to Brad, that whole 260 thing was just a joke.
Okay, so you're trying to imply that you were joking one time.
I wasn't.
No, it's not. It didn't seem like it.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't get the whole joke. Is like it's like first of all, I knew that people would get behind like the idea that like just because someone was bigger or seemingly looked more muscular could win in a fight.
But nobody got behind that.
But if we take a look back at his initial claims, it's pretty clear that he was being 100% serious, especially during his interviews with Nate Diaz and Devin Haney.
Did you beat me in a street fight?
Huh?
You think you beat me in a street fight?
You in a street fight?
Yeah.
You're a podcaster, brother.
I love it. So the answer is yes, yeah?
Of course.
I love it. I love it.
Not you personal, though, but anybody, any son. Like,
no, I was talking about me. Yeah. Because I asked Devin Haney, and Devin Haney thought the boxer, he thought he beat me in a street fight.
Yeah, but... Yeah, he probably too, though.
You think so? Nah, you really think so?
No, I don't know. I said probably.
You're way bigger than me, right? Like,
Yeah.
you said you weigh 260.
260.
And people think that like muscles like mean something. Muscles don't mean nothing. Like,
Yeah, if I could jump on you, then maybe. If I could hold you on the floor, sure.
yes.
But in boxing, no, I know that's
But even in a street fight,
I'll beat the out of you.
you know, I would kill you. Bro.
Yeah.
I would kill you.
Bro, I love it.
No, like for
You
real,
think
bro.
at your weight? What's your okay? I was trying to get your weight.
Okay, so like around my walk around weight, I would kill you.
What's your weight?
150, around 150.
Bro, I would maul you at 150. 100%.
No. You cannot take a punch though. So like you're not used to getting hit. So
I've been hit though.
Like, you just know that despite saying he's kidding, deep down, Bradley still believes he's in the right. But he's afraid to say it out loud now because the entire world pretty much just shat on him when he said it last year. And Matan squeezes this out of him, because as he continues to press Bradley, he finally gets Brad to admit that he still thinks he would destroy Devin Haney in a street fight.
Is that why I started to like? The whole joke was the weight.
yeah, but that's not a joke. You weigh 250 pounds.
That's true.
So what was the joke?
The joke was that like
That you don't really think you could beat them?
no, I did that when they did. Did I really think I could beat Devin Haney? Yes.
So clearly, it's still not a joke to him. I mean, the sheer levels of delusion that Bradley Martin has is honestly impressive at this point. It's like he has the memory of a goldfish. Like, let's not forget the time Brad challenged a Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt and got humbled into oblivion.
I got rocked. Yeah, that was like a good punch. That was a good punch. Got this one? Yes.
Or the time where he secretly fought Logan Paul.
Thanks for letting that happen. Yeah.
I mean, even though we don't get to see their actual fight, it's pretty obvious that Brad lost that one. Like, just look at the state of him compared to Logan. And Logan's not even a real fighter. So now just imagine what Devin Haney would do. So yeah, ever since Brad's 260 saga, it just hasn't been the same. Because when he did that last year, he effectively lost any respect people have for him. I mean, just look at the way Matan clowns him in this podcast.
If someone offered you $4 in exchange for every piece of your hair, how much money would you make?
It's pretty funny. Like $15.
I can only imagine how frustrating it is for Brad to have absolutely no one take him seriously or get intimidated by his sheer size. Like, it's crazy to think that he dedicated his whole life to getting swole, injecting God knows what into his body, just for actual teenagers to bully him. Like, he must have felt so good inside when he slapped that streamer for stealing his hat.
Damn, actually?
Oh, shit. And as funny as that interaction was, it's also pretty revealing on how Brad would do in a street fight against someone much smaller than him. Because if Bradley was as tough as he states he is, surely he would have at least knocked this kid to the ground.
Hello, how are you?
The contact he made on that slab was one of sheer beauty. But funny enough, Ronaldo...
I'm well, Baruch Hashem. Did we meet yesterday? Did we meet yesterday? Oh, okay. Well, great. How's your day going? Excellent. What's new?
I'm bored right now. That's why I joined.
Oh, excellent. Well, you came to the right place. All right, I'll keep you entertained, big dog. Do you mind if I tell you formally what I do and who I am and everything?
I know you are.
Okay, well, you're not even gonna let me give you my spiel? I have a great spiel, my man.
You already told me. I know, you told me already.
Okay.
That you do it for peace and stream 24/7.
Yeah, I do that, yeah, but I mean, you don't know the topics that I discuss.
All right, give me the speech.
Thank you so much. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase, content is king, was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. In addition to making you rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeShare program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. In addition to being a live streamer, I'm a futurist. I like to talk about the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light technology, certainly faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I like to talk about cryptocurrencies, quantum computing, faster than light communication. I like to talk about space tourism, space elevators, traveling to perhaps other star systems through interstellar travel. I like to talk about terraforming of other planets. Things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat, located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to be able to archive on my stream. Additionally, I talk about things that may improve your life someday, like life extension technology, in addition to certainly perhaps reverse engineering and reverse aging techniques. There are things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, that may be able to raise your average life expectancy from what it is currently from age 80 to maybe 100, 120. But at age 120, you may say, Rabbi, my body has had a really good run. It's starting to break down. Back in 2026, everything that you talked about seemed like science fiction, but it's become science fact. What's the next plan? Where do we go from here? And this is, again, this is with your consent. All of this is with your consent. If you don't want it, you don't need it. I don't necessarily endorse this, but there are conversations that I like to have about things like mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is there may be a future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Yes, amazing things. I definitely got all of it.
I know you did. You're like a sponge. You just absorbed.
Exactly.
100%. Okay, so what are your thoughts? It's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very.
Excellent. So that's what I do. That's what I like to do.
Also,
go ahead.
What if you stream 24/7? Do you even go outside?
Oh yeah, I was just outside like 8 minutes ago.
I cannot hear you.
Yeah. Oh, you can't hear me?
You're cutting out.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
You are still cutting out.
Okay, let me just refresh.
Sex workers at Sherry's Ranch, a local brothel, was pushing them to sign an unfair contract that would give it complete control over the workers' intellectual property. Anyway, the brothel says changing workers' statuses from independent contractors to employees will affect their autonomy, but the women argue they're treated as employees and want the bargaining power that would afford them. Nevada is the only state where people can legally purchase sex. Mark Bronner, KFI News.
Southland weather for KFI, sunny, highs over 60s, mid-70s, central LA, the valleys from 50s, low 60s, windy in the high desert, 60s to low 70s in the beaches, Deep Sea, and the high. Right now, 67 in the woods, 65 in Rancho Santa Margarita, notice the crash on the 405.
Roscoe crash blocking the HOV and two left lanes. Heavy traffic was from Mulholland, 3 minutes for that stretch. Sun Valley, southbound 500, 170, got a multi-car crash now over in Central Fire Station. Still pulling the right lane there. It's going to be slow back to the 118 in East LA, the westbound 60 before Indiana. Crash in the left lane. It's not too bad coming up, but right after the crash into downtown. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports.
All right, let's try that again. Let's see if this works. Apple juice drinker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Okay, apologies for that. Yeah, I was outside about 15 minutes ago. As a matter of fact, I go outside. I occasionally stream outside, though it's much easier to stream from a sedentary location just because of Wi-Fi and data and the amount of devices I have.
24/7 on Steam.
Yeah.
How much you see the outside.
Oh yeah. I was just outside. Oh no. Can you hear me anymore? Just one moment. I know you can't. My device needs an update, and we'll see if we can get around it. If not, it'll take me 2 minutes to update it. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? No, you can't. Okay, just one. Can you hear me?
Which update is it? Yes, I can.
Okay, excellent. Okay. Okay, my device just.
You cannot hear me.
I can hear you. Yes, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. My device needs just a restart, so.
I can hear you.
Okay, just one moment. I'm coming. Okay, can you hear me on this device?
Welcome back. Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Wonderful. In the meantime, I'm going to restart this other device. So just bear with me on that one. So I've streamed as far north of Santa Barbara, as far south of San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. And I've been doing so for more than 4 years. So if you would, please, Apple Juice, at the very top of this Discord, you'll see like Shalom and then welcome. And then there's a red circle that says 24/7 live YouTube streams. Can you please go to that link?
Yeah, I've seen it before. Yeah, I've seen your stamps.
Okay, so you know I've got a lot going on, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So you can
I know you're from the Jewish Gate. I moderate that.
Oh, I understand that. But did you see how many live streams I have going simultaneously?
Yeah, look.
Yeah. More than anybody you've ever seen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. That's what I like to hear. And let's see if my device works again now. Just one moment. All right. Ta-da! How are we working? Okay, excellent. Beautiful. Yeah, so you see I have a lot of different angles, certainly, and make a lot of friends. In addition to live streaming, my day consists generally of...
You are the robot again.
No way. Are you serious? You can't hear me anymore? No way. Not that I don't believe you. I just... Okay, now you can understand me. Okay, so you can hear me?
You're very static, like.
Okay, just one moment. We'll try one more thing.
Sounds more like an internet problem, by the way.
I don't think it's an internet problem because, I mean, you should be able to hear me perfectly from here, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
That's why it's an internet problem.
No, I'm using all the same internet. All right. So let's try this again. Okay.
Let's see.
How about now?
Oh,
can you hear me?
From now it's good.
Okay, excellent.
Yes.
Yeah, so my day generally consists of awaking, saying Moda Ani, washing, downing chakras. I teach anywhere between a 1 hour and 3 hour class on Kabbalah daily. And then I really promote myself on X Spaces. I'm really big in the crypto communities. And then from there, depending on how the day goes, I'll make coffee, eat lunch, do those kinds of things.
So you make a lot of crypto, basically.
Oh, I don't make crypto. No, I'm sponsored by cryptos.
Oh, so you get from them crypto? Basically?
Yeah, it's worth about $100 million. So I connected with a cryptocurrency about 3 years ago, and I've been live streaming in their Telegram ever since. And they give me all the merch and stuff. Like, you may think, like, wow, this rabbi's a really big fan of Sonic the Hedgehog. No, I mean, I played it when I was a young person, but the reason why I have all the Sonic and the name of the cryptocurrency is named after Sonic. Its formal name is Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And if you're like, why is it so long? That was my question as well. It's a meme coin. So it's kind of that's part of its cachet. It's a really long name, and with meme coins, if you know anything about them, they kind of live and die on cachet. So I've been a part of that community for 3 years. I'm also really into sports. We just had the Super Bowl last Sunday, and then we certainly have the Winter Olympics going, and just do everything I can to promote peace and be a positive person and live my life. I also program a lot of robots. I like to sing as well. I do a lot of karaoke singing.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, I do karaoke already.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, so I do those kinds of things.
Yeah. Sammy Beatles and Michael Jackson.
100%. That's exactly right. And then every night we have a group of people who come in and we play games. So we play a lot of mini games, anything from like checkers, chess, Go, mini golf, soccer, just like all
You
kinds.
want to play chess right now?
Oh no, not right now. Absolutely not. Chess takes a lot out of me, to be honest. I really toil over it, but I would say there are quite a few other games that I'd play with you, but chess not right now. I don't have time for it. Got some other things I have to do. But perhaps in the future. Absolutely.
What other games?
Oh, sure. So I'll list them for you, and then you tell me what you like. Just one moment as I pull it up. Okay, so we have dun, 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 dun. All right. There's poker. There's Uno. There's pool, like billiards. There's carom, which is a lot of fun. There's like a Pokemon game. There's like some kind of fighting game, a dice game, mini golf, which I love. There's a soccer game. There's
basically the Discord apps.
Very similar, yeah, very similar. We use a different platform, but yeah. Then we have bowling, Ludo, Word Box, like disc golf kind of game, bingo. We play archery, skee ball, Connect Four, dominoes, backgammon, cribbage, Monopoly, gin rummy, darts, go fish, chess, which we discussed, battleship, spades, Mancala, which is a lot of fun. There's like beer pong, basketball, checkers, so Scrabble. We play Reversi, Hearts. What else do we play? Go, and I get like there's some people in here who come in every night, and we play bowling, and I have also some people we play mini golf. We have like kind of tournaments over that. So I get people in here from all over the world, and we sometimes play the Discord games as well. But as you know, Discord can be quite heavy on a device, especially mobile devices and such. So we have like a really light app where we play mini games and have a good time and do my best to make friends. That's how I've gotten 2,800 people in the community and always looking to grow.
Almost 3,000 as well.
Yeah, we're approaching that. And that's organic growth. So it's just me where I go into different spaces and I promote myself and show myself and get people in here. I also really like to help people, to be honest, the apple juice. So one of the things that I do.
Just going to warn you.
Go ahead.
Don't, other than being a VC, don't like promoting the chat.
Oh, never. Never. Yeah. Absolutely. Nope, I never do that.
Stuff will warn on YouTube because
I never do that. Yeah, no. I don't. I'm in enough Discords. No, I don't ever promote myself in those things. If somebody sends me a direct message and they ask how can I speak with you, then I'll send them a link. But I never. Yeah, I never send anything out unsolicited.
Anything in the DMs, as long as you're not gonna go yourself like one by one DMs, that's fine.
Exactly. Yeah, nothing unsolicited, no mass, nothing like that. And I also know I never, I don't send links in different people's Discords either. I'm respectful of those things. But I really like to help people. So by trade, I am a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. And I like to help people be able to improve themselves. So a lot of times what I do, in the last 100 days, I've helped over 50 people to get jobs in not just Web3, but in other industries as well. What I do is I help them to make a resume if they don't know how to do it. And we just use, AI to be able to do that. Just basically what their contact information is, their desired position, their previous experience, their education. And then I help them to really just even use auto clickers to be able to send out really a lot of positions, a lot of applications for positions. I also help them to expand their social media networks. So a lot of times these people are many times in like Africa and they're looking for jobs, but they're only promoting themselves and their trades on X, and that's fine. But X is the 16th biggest social media platform in the world. and I ask them, what are you doing about improving your search engine optimization on Google or YouTube, the number 2 website in the world, or TikTok, the fastest growing platform in the world, those kinds of things. And so I help them to get a link tree, and then I help them to be able to get a 30-second, a 60-second, and a 3-minute pitch so that they can go into a space and basically tell projects that they are Web3 marketers and that they'd like to help people by using the social media that they've created promote their projects. And I do it out of the goodness of my heart, but I like people to be able to help themselves. There's the old adage, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day, but teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. And I like to pass on those skills as best I can.
Maybe I will use you.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. I'll change your life. What kind of job do you want?
Oh, no, right now I'm not looking. Right now I have money and I'm fine.
Thank God. Okay. Do you want to expand your social media network?
I mean, I could.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what I'll do, I'll just send you the basic breakdown of what I help people to do. And there's no rush. You don't need the money. But it gives you a list of the 30 different social media platforms that I recommend everybody has. And the reason why I recommend this is it allows you to dominate search engines. It allows you to dominate social media and the growing horizon of AI. You want AI to have a positive reflection of who you are. And right now, it either doesn't know who you are or it's learning. And so you can manipulate it into having basically positive considerations of who you are. So, do you have a link tree? Okay, that's all right. So it's something that I recommend people have. It's something you can put in your profile, all your different social media platforms, and really, it's great for business, but it's also great for people to just be able to connect with you. You can't put all of your different social media in. Well, I shouldn't say that. In Discord, there are a lot of ways to be able to enhance yourself, but on many other certain platforms like X, you only get one link, and you want to make sure that it is utilized in as efficient a manner as possible. So, with a link tree, what it does for you is it allows you to be able to put all your different social media in there, and whatever it is you're into. You can put a resume in there, you can put your YouTube, you can put any link that you wish. But and again, this is really for people who have either projects or they are doing what they can to either get a job or something like that. But I recommend it for anybody. You are a moderator of really one of the, if not the biggest Jewish server. And the fact is, it could be marketed better. And not that it's not being marketed well. No, I don't want to put that, that it's an excellent server. However, when somebody Googles Jewish server, you're competing with the Orthodox server, you're competing with the Israel server, and you want to beat them basically. So the way that you can do that is to ensure that you have a presence on YouTube, that you have a presence on TikTok, even if it's just the Jewish Guild TikTok. When somebody types in Jewish server, TikTok's such a strong search engine result that it will show up and somebody will get the link to it. The same with YouTube, the same with Instagram, the same with Reddit. I don't know, like a great opportunity is to post to r/Judaism and just say, hey, if you weren't aware, we have a Jewish Discord. Feel free to join it if it's of interest to you. We're looking to connect with secular as well as religious people. Anyone who's
Hello, Fred.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Are you?
Oh, I'm well. Baruch Hashem, yeah, thank God.
Okay.
I was just talking with Apple Juice. Are you from our Jewish guild? Or are you from somewhere? From where are you?
Poland.
Oh, you're from Poland. Oh, excellent. Hey, just one moment. Your English is excellent. But just one moment. I have a machine.
No, bro. My English is not excellent.
Okay, well, it's better than my Polish. However, just one moment. I'll speak Polish to you. I have a machine that will speak Polish to you. But for my friend Apple Juice, if you would just take a look at your Discord messages and read through it, and you could really revolutionize the Jewish Guild by just making sure that the Jewish Guild is registered on these different social media platforms. Like when you type in Rabbi Discord, my Discord shows up before anybody else's Discord. That's what you want. When somebody types in Jewish Discord, you want the Jewish Guild to show up first, right? Exactly.
Even though it's not exactly my server, just
but or whatever person owns it, I'm sure that would be important to them. You don't want them to have to type in Jewish Guild server, just Jewish Discord, and it shows up number one. And the way that you'll be able to do that is create a YouTube account that's just the Jewish Guild, and YouTube, because Google owns it, is very highly ranked, and it will be the number one result basically every time, so long as you market it correctly. So you would just say Jewish Discord as like the title, and then you can put the link, and it's a really great way to help the community to grow. And then same with TikTok, same with so I was saying with Reddit. Have you ever posted in Reddit, or has the Jewish Guild ever posted in Reddit to promote the server?
I don't think so.
So that's what I say we because I'm a member of it now. That's what we should do. Because we have all of these different Jewish communities, but they aren't linked very well. And the Jewish Reddit subreddit is a huge group. There are, I think, hundreds of thousands of us in there. And what we don't know is that these types of servers exist. So right now I'm looking up, and there are a few of them. There's the Chabad Reddit. So there are 129,000 members of the Judaism Reddit right now, and it's related to Judaism. And so, like if you want to grow the server, put a post in there that says, hey, just want to make you aware that we have this. If you want to connect with us, please do. And you'll get a few dozen people who come in, and they'll spread the word. But I would do that in the Judaism Discord. I would do it in the Chabad Discord, the Orthodox Judaism Discord. There I think like maybe 12 or so Jewish related Discords, perhaps even a Crown Heights Discord, the Five Towns Discord, certainly the Reddit /Israel Discord. That's a big Discord. And and the Hebrew Discord. So like the Israel Discord, that's 255,000 people. You'll get maybe a few hundred people if you make a post in there. And I don't want to. I don't know all of the rules of all of the Discords, but just read the rules first, just to make sure. And it's related, and it'll just help to increase the visibility. I'm sure the Discord already does like Disboard and Top.gg, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Those are good, but they're you've got to be searching for the Discord in order to be able to find them. Just posting in Reddit is gonna bring a lot of people to the server immediately. And I understand the server doesn't necessarily need to grow, but it's not a bad thing that if it does for it to. We're always looking for new people. But yeah, so if you see the 30 different social media platforms that I sent you, some of them are going to be more relevant than others. So there are certainly Facebook groups like we could post in from the Jewish Guild to say, hey, just want you to know that this exists, and to spread the word. We Jews are excellent at spreading the word, and we'll let people know what's going on and that this is a cool place, and basically the Grand Central Station, so to speak, or the Times Square, or whatever you want to consider Rothschild Boulevard in Tel Aviv, or whatever you want to consider the central hub of what we are, and who we are and what we do, and just to get some new people in there. I'm trying to think of other ways for free. That's a key aspect to promote the server. So YouTube, that would just, all we need is one video, and that video will get really strong because when people type in Jewish Discord, boom, it's going to beat everybody else out. TikTok would be fine to just create an account there with the link in it. Instagram as well, because those are just very highly ranked platforms. And from there, it's kind of just, we're going to let time let the snowball grow. Essentially, more and more people will click those links, which means they will rank higher, in the search engines, and then eventually give it probably a few months. And when you type Jewish Discord, number one, you'll see Jewish Guild, and that's the goal. And we'll have achieved the goal. Excellent. Well, so I certainly don't do this for Discord. Usually I do it for people individually, but there's no reason why the Discord couldn't be any different. But yeah, as a moderator, I imagine people are usually on their best behavior generally. Do you find that, or is it a lot of work?
As a moderator, I don't know, it's a lot of work, but yeah. Like the people themselves are fine, but we have daily trolls at least like 5 a day. And yeah.
You have daily trolls, absolutely. I get that too. In fact, I used to let people type in this server, and I used to let them type in every single channel in the server. And then I had somebody who posted a GIF of a self-circumcision in every single channel, and then they brought a bot in, and I was like, oh, this is too much work for one individual. I've got to close it down. So I imagine a day, God willing, perhaps I'll be able to have a moderation team like the Jewish Guild has, that basically has people who are willing to.
Well, I of course don't mind helping. Just the only problem is that in a month I will be overseas, and then I will not be able to moderate.
Exactly, and completely understand. It's about that 24/7 coverage that is difficult to have.
We're going to a trip of a month to Japan, so yeah.
Oh, excellent. What are your plans for Japan?
A lot.
Okay, very well. I'm sure I get some of
A
this.
month in Japan, I will not tell you one by one what I'm doing because it's a lot of stuff.
That's okay. It sounds like a fun trip.
Mostly for food.
Mostly for food. Okay.
I'm a Jew, but I don't keep kosher and stuff like that, so I eat everything.
I understand. Okay. Well, I envision a day one day where everything's kosher. So God willing, you'll be able to eat anything that you want, and it will be kosher. And
for me, I ate today lasagna that was definitely not kosher.
Okay, well, that's all right.
Yeah.
Again, especially with what is being done in not artificial meat, but just lab grown meat, that's changing the game. Certainly, we have like dessert alternatives that no longer use dairy. There's a lot being done. And there's even the discussion in the age of Mashiach that even the pig will be kosher. So, we're seeing development certainly in the world of kashrut. And but I want you to be able to eat anything that you want and be a happy person too. So what are your favorite foods?
Well, definitely lasagna, steaks. I'm a big meat guy.
Excellent. Okay. And then in Japan, what are you looking forward to? Sushi?
No, heck no.
No. Okay. Okay. So
I'm going for the wagyu and the Kobe beef.
Oh, okay.
Not really kosher, but yeah, because it's not cat kosher. That's the only reason.
There you go. Yeah, but perhaps someday we may be able to have those types of alternatives. Okay. Excellent. Those trolls who you talked about, I'm sure I get the same amount. Do you get them in the chat more or in the VCs?
Both. It's about the same for both.
Okay.
The smart ones are in the VC because it's harder to ban on VC unless they actually show like goal or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I get that too.
But we definitely get them on both. That's why we're active on the VCs and stuff.
Yeah, you've got to be. Do you have an appeal server or any way to appeal a ban?
Yep.
Okay.
Once they're muted, they are immediately granted also an appeal role, which if they're muted and they accidentally got muted permanently for something like minor, and yeah, they definitely will get unbanned.
Oh, excellent.
Just a warn. Yeah.
I'm a big advocate of second chances. A lot of times I've gotten people who come in and they've been like, "Hey, I was drunk. I was having a bad night. Is there any way I can be left back in?" Yeah, I'm I'm a fan of second chances. I understand.
Yeah, I can show you that they have like a role that is like to appeal, and then they can make a ticket to ask.
To give the reason why they did whatever, and then they'll hopefully not why they won't do it anymore.
If they are, of course, anti-Semitic or whatever reason they got banned for, they will not have a second chance. Like if what they did is like to show Hitler pictures,
Yeah,
then of course, no, there's no second chance.
absolutely. I'll never understand why that is fun to people. I'll never understand that. People will come in and they'll change their profile picture to that, or they'll
Exactly, we ban right away. We have a great moderator. She does keep Shabbat and everything, keeps kosher as well. So right now she's not online. She doesn't believe in electricity and Shabbat.
Well,
yeah, she keeps the welcome and everything, like to see if all the names are fine and whatever.
Good. Well, I'm sure she uses electricity on Shabbat through timers.
No, they don't use any electricity.
Oh, the Orthodox world uses electricity on Shabbat, most certainly.
Yeah, I know.
Just through timers, just not actively using it. But I'm sure she has lights on in her house. She's not sitting in her house in the dark.
Nope.
Oh, come on.
With candles.
Of course we like candles, but like, how does she have warm food? Doesn't she have a black?
I have no idea. But
Yeah.
They don't use electricity.
No, she does use electricity. We're not Amish. We just use timers. So she has timers on her lights. She uses a black, which is like a hot plate that uses electricity. There are ways around it. I'm just saying, don't think she's sitting in her house in the dark. That's not what we do.
You have no idea.
Oh, I most certainly do.
I'm non-religious family, so.
I most certainly do. I mean, once sun goes down and you have candles, those candles generally aren't lit for 25 hours unless it's like a Yortzeit candle. The next day, she may have to, for one reason. I mean, it's a mitzvah to have warm food. How does she keep her food warm? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. She has a hot plate that uses electricity. Anyway, no need to argue about something that really we can't prove.
No, I didn't say argue. I have no idea what she's doing.
I recognize that, but I just don't want you to think she's sitting in the dark. She is using electricity to some extent. She's got to keep her house at least heated or air conditioned or whatever it may be. She has lights that are likely on timers. I mean, there are ways to do it. And she's got to have warm food. So, that's a hot plate. That's a black. But more power to her. That's beautiful. So 6 days a week, she's able to moderate that, and then one day, that's on you guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Either way, I'm online 24/7. I see everything except when I sleep.
Yeah, of course.
I say at the moment always.
And do you find that the people who are in the chat, like you have like a Hebrew chat and an English chat, and I had some people who were writing to me in Hebrew in the Hebrew chat, writing to me in Hebrew in the English chat, and I just responded in Hebrew just to be nice. But generally, do people keep the Hebrew to the Hebrew chat and the English to the English chat?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Basically, it's not really allowed to type Hebrew in the English chat. The English chat is only for English, and same for the Hebrew. It was only Hebrew. But there are some, like, of course, we're not going to ban anyone for using another language.
Right.
Obviously.
Right. And
so we're just trying to keep it. We're going to give verbal warns, like, or type warns, like, please switch back to English so everyone can understand, etc.
That totally makes sense. I didn't want to be rude to the person, like they're gonna write to me in Hebrew, so I'm gonna just respond to them. It was just a short little note.
Yeah, that's fine. Of course, we're not gonna mute you for typing in Hebrew in the English chat.
Exactly.
We may be gonna give a warn if we told you to stop and then you didn't listen. But
oh, for sure.
But it's because you didn't listen to the stuff.
Absolutely. So, that's on you at that point. Yeah, 100%.
Exactly.
Yeah. Are there a lot of moderators? You have a big team?
We actually don't. And if you look at the last announcement, there has been thing that asking for more stuff because we had a few people leave us. Well, not leave us, but more of a demotion. That, yeah.
Well, that's a perfect opportunity if you want to post in the Israel chat and or Israel Reddit and the Jewish Reddit. Hey, we're looking for moderators. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like they're going to be people who are going to jump at that opportunity. Now, you wouldn't make them a moderator immediately, but see how they do. You know, if they don't know that it's an option, then they're not going to get into it. But I do you use Reddit a lot?
I actually don't, but I used to.
Okay, I understand that. I like to use it, and at least I lurk on it, and those subreddits are like ground zero for.
Yeah, I used to use it a lot on my Minecraft days when I played a lot of Minecraft modded, and that's where you find the help.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's old motto used to be the front page of the internet, and I think that was apt. It was like
Yeah, I know Reddit. I know Reddit very well. I used it for a good few years. I just didn't use it in the past like 1 or 2 years.
I understand that. Do you still play games?
Yeah, I play 24/7.
Oh, okay. So you play Minecraft. What else do you play?
I didn't touch Minecraft in a bit, but I play Overwatch, I play Phasmophobia, I play a bunch of horror games.
Are you excited for Grand Theft Auto 6?
I don't think I'm going to buy it.
No, how can't you buy it? It's going to be the biggest game in the history of gaming.
Not really. It will cost like 300 to 400 shekels as well. So, yeah.
That's true.
I don't know.
That's absolutely true.
I may like games, but I don't like paying for games.
Most certainly.
The only subscription I buy for games is every now and then the Overwatch Battle Pass. That's about it.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah.
Very well.
Which in by all spending of Overwatch, I still didn't spend 300 shekels, which is going to be the cost of. Yeah.
Very well. And what game are you best at, would you say?
Basically shooting games. I used to be best on a game called Team Fortress 2, but it kind of died, so I switched it to another shooting game.
And that is?
As I said, Overwatch.
Oh, Overwatch. Okay, I understand now. And are you good at Overwatch?
If you can, you could say that I'm also best on Phasmophobia since I know it inside out.
Oh, okay. Do you ever play? Go ahead. Do you ever play like Fortnite or Rainbow? Okay, you do play Fortnite. Excellent. Did you play the?
I don't play. I did play it. I don't play it.
Oh, okay. Do you ever stream your gaming?
No, never cared about it too much.
Okay.
There have been with streamers a few times without myself streaming.
Okay. If you ever do, please come to me. I'm the king of streaming, as you know, and I can help you all for free how to multi-stream, and that's the way to do it. Basically, why limit yourself to just the YouTube chat when you can simultaneously for free have the Twitch chat, have the Rumble chat, have the Kick chat? Exactly. And that's what I like to do. It's still really hard to get seen, but it's 4 times the amount of activity, and that makes it more fun. So it's definitely something I recommend. Do you like podcasts?
Yeah, I could say so. Yeah.
May I ask what podcasts do you like?
I didn't listen to any like in a while, but yeah.
Okay. Do you like comedy, like stand-up comedy?
Yeah.
Okay. May I ask who are your favorite comedians?
Yeah, I'm bad with names.
That's okay. That's okay. I find it difficult too. Sometimes I'll hear a really good joke, but I won't know the person's name. Okay, excellent. How about sports?
No, I don't watch any sports.
Do you play any sports?
Nope.
No. Did you play any sports?
I don't play or watch.
But I mean, even when you were a kid, you didn't play soccer or football?
As a kid, I played soccer. In addition,
Okay. Okay. So no sports. Yes, gaming. You have a family? You married?
no, I'm not married. I'm 20 years old.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Do you know about pickup?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know about pickup? Being a pickup artist? Okay. So, well, so it's basically the art of seduction. And I know when I was about 20 years old, I was,
Like being like hitting girls, basically.
yeah, picking up girls. Yeah, exactly. And-
I'm for a breakup that not too long ago. So yeah.
okay, so you're still recovering. I understand that. All right. All right. So you you I mean really the Discord's got to keep you pretty busy, right?
No, not because of the Discord. I'm not busy at all. I just watch the Discord because I have nothing to do.
Oh, I understand. Okay. Very well. Well, I wish I could be more entertaining. When you came in, I like to program robots, so it's kind of something that I do, especially for Shabbat and things. I want to limit any kind of major amounts of having to program. So I use timers and auto clickers and things many times for my streams, and so I was just programming some robots, and I created a robot 24/7 that uploads me on Instagram. And actually, tomorrow I will have spent one entire year on X Spaces on video. So that's kind of a cool thing. Nobody does X Spaces. Do you know what X is? Or I'm sure you know what X is, but do you know what Spaces are? Yeah. Do you know what Spaces are?
No.
It's okay if you don't. So basically, Twitter has an audio function very similar to what was Clubhouse or what is Clubhouse, if you know what that is. There are a lot of Hebrew speaking spaces, just for your information. But basically, you can start one up, and then people join with their Twitter accounts. And if you have an iOS device, you can be on camera as well. But people are like, it's quite popular. Just to give you an idea of how many people are using it right now, there's a really great resource. It's known as Spaces Dashboard that you can use, spacesdashboard.com, that gives you a breakdown of what people are talking about. And so, like the top one right now, there are 35,000 people in one call. And it's like really a unique platform where usually you can't have 35,000 people doing anything. But that's one. You got another with 3,400, another with 1,900, another with 1,600, another with 1,400, 1,200. So what happens is you get like 1,200 people in this call. But if you want to come up and speak, there's a request button, and then the host can let you up, and you can go say whatever you want. You can promote yourself, or you can make a point about a discussion topic that they're having or whatever, and then they allow like 10 people on the stage. So you get some really great conversations going. And what I do, so like right now, let me see in just Hebrew how many spaces are going on. It may not be that many, but they do get somewhat popular. Well, there are 3 going on in Hebrew right now, but it's Shabbat, so that's to be expected. But usually not. There are at least like a few dozen or so. And what I like to do, I like to go into the space, and they have these things called shill and chills. So there'll be big spaces, 1,200 people, and they'll let people come up for anywhere between like 1 and 3 minutes and just promote themselves. And so I go in there and I say that spiel that I gave you. And then after every single one, I'll get like 10, 12 new followers and people connecting with my project. I'll get them in here. People are interested in getting a job or being mentored or coached, or just really who want a friend. And that's kind of what I do to just keep things active, and that's a lot of fun to see what's going on in there. And then you get pretty well known in there, And then I get people who come and they're trying to memorize my spiel, my shill, my pitch, which that's kind of cool too. I've got my own little fan club on there. So I do enjoy doing that. And then I get really, you never know who's going to come into Discord, as I'm sure you're aware. And I'm live right now in quite a few other Discords as well, including the Socialized Discord and a couple cryptocurrency Discords. And then I'll get random people who see me live in there, and they'll be like, "Hey, what's going on? You want to talk?" And then they come in here. And the only thing that I ask in here is that people are 18 and that they are just respectful of everyone else. That's all I care about. And generally people are. And then I get people who live in here with me, which is really, really cool. You'd never think it.
I'm guessing like Brandon.
Yeah, Brandon does, and as well as J-Ski and Spirit Man as well. Spirit Man's an interesting individual. Somebody came into this Discord like maybe a few weeks ago, and they were like, we were talking about Kabbalah, and they came in and they were like, "Hey, I know somebody who does something similar to what you do." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And I went and checked out their stream, and they have been live streaming on YouTube for like 250 days, and they stream for world peace as well, and that's what I do. And it's like, wow, we should combine our efforts and be friends or whatever. So I typed to him, and it took a few days, but he and I connected, and he's been in here, and I've been doing it now about a little more than 1,600 days, and I think it's becoming more and more popular that there are people, those of us out there who want to archive our lives. I mean, really, from a scientific perspective, I think this is a really great project that people of the future will be able to study this. Like we study of history, people's diaries or journals. They'll be able to do the same in terms of what we're doing in 2026, and certainly I have 2025, 2024, 2023, 2022, going back to 2021. And I keep a radio on in the background 24/7 so that the world news events are archived as well. And as I discussed in my shill, basically AI is going to want this data. It's going to be extremely valuable to not just AI, but to the people of the future to be able to study human biology, human psychology, breathing patterns, eating patterns, drinking patterns, hygiene, every aspect of the human body. And so you may be a part of history. You never know, Apple. Absolutely. So that's what we've got going on. Any big plans for your weekend?
For my weekend, no.
No. Okay. Very well. Well,
I mean, almost like you, except that I'm not staying. I'm on 24/7.
Exactly. I'm gonna get you to do it though. One of these days, you're gonna be. We call ourselves live streamers. Well, so we're not live streamers. We're live streamers. But that wasn't a no. That wasn't a no. And here's the thing: you don't always have to be on camera. You can always leave the cameras going and just go do whatever you want to do. That's kind of the beauty of it. I never feel imprisoned by the cameras. I enjoy having my life archived though. If I didn't, I wouldn't want to do it. I want to do it the rest of my life, God willing. I think it's a really incredible gift to humanity, but also I use the streams many times. I will somebody will be saying something and I'll think to myself later on, what were they talking about? And I can go back to my streams and check it out. It's pretty good. All kinds of new people. I mean, I met you through this lifestyle that I live and all the people that I have in here. You were absolutely correct. Brandon lives in here, and then J-Ski's been in here for the past few months, and then we have Spirit Man who's been joining us for the past few weeks, and then my friend here, Miss Aquarius, she's in here. Hello, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, can you hear us? Yes, she's here. Hello.
Yeah, and I live here too.
Yes, yes, and she lives here too. I was just gonna say, so this is my friend with whom I play bowling on a nightly basis, and she sleeps in here with us, and she spends her waking hours, and she's been in here almost for an entire year. So she's gonna be celebrating that anniversary in the spring, and yeah, she's one of the top streamers in this Discord. If I may ask, Apple, do you have a an activity ranker in the Jewish Guild Discord?
What do we?
It's an activity ranker. Basically, it tells you how long you've been live. It or how long you have been.
Yes.
Okay, we
Yes.
do. Okay,
We have a
excellent.
stat box with that shows how much you chatted, how much you've been to VCs, and that's about it. But based on that, it gives you more terms in the server.
Oh, very cool.
Like the top, I don't know, I think the top 10 people can send gifts and stuff.
Oh, cool.
Unless you pay, of course, if you donate or.
Like boosting the server. Okay,
I
excellent.
don't know because they changed the settings much and I didn't really look so much into it. I'm not sure exactly which ones give you the gifts, spams, and stuff.
Sure. Okay, I did see some of that. Is there any way to check it on your own to see how long you've been in the server, or like how much activity you've had?
I mean, yeah, with the status. You can say yeah, you go to the bot and you go to the activity start bot and you do me, basically.
Okay.
I just sent my own. The bot activity.
So I go to bot activity command. Oh, cool. Okay. And oh yeah. That's exactly right. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. So the last one that I see is Sabrina, and
Yeah, and Sabrina.
oh, okay, excellent. Oh, very well. Okay.
Because we have a thing that we have a bunch. We're making people be Sabrinas. It's fun.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's a really cool feature. All right. And now you do a lot in the server. Why does it say no data?
That's the weekly. It's the last 14 days. So yeah, let's say 30 days. Now it will show that I did much more.
I see. Yeah, definitely.
No, it still shows 14 days.
Do you see under server ranks? The first section, right under your name, Sabrina, it says server ranks, message no data, voice no data.
No data because I'm staff member. Staff members are blacklisted from the ranks.
I see. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Okay, cool. All right.
So it still calculates what I do, it just doesn't give me ranks because that's how we give people the terms for pictures and stuff.
Right. Okay, and then to use that, what do I type?
You go to the activities, the start button, me.
Oh, okay. Do I need like / or anything?
In the bot comments, there's the activity button. Just press on that, and then start bot, and then me. And the thing that says me would send it for you. Because I'm not sure exactly which prefix the bot is. I'm not the one watching that.
That's okay. Oh, okay. Stat activity. See and stats activity. See an overview of the stats.
Oh yeah, you can do S ? Me.
Okay, that's what I was just gonna say S ? Me.
And then it should send. Or not? Did you change it?
I see Ducky tried that.
Yeah, that's why I said that. Seems like you do make the Google activity.
Okay, no big deal.
Very strange, right? Look at my screen. No, the song.
I think I found it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I found it. Just loading. Yep, there we are. There's my green candle. Excellent. So yeah, very well. I'm number one in voice. That's what I wanted to check. I always love being number one in voice. Excellent. There we go. Yeah. Excellent. I love seeing that. Very cool. Very, very cool. Beautiful. Lovely. Excellent. All righty. Well, that's great. There, that I'm glad to know that that's in there. And what's adult chat?
Basically, we are technically a safe for work server, so it's not. It's basically just a server for 18 plus, but not to actually send news and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent.
Since we are safe for work.
Yeah, family friendly. Okay, and then we have media. That's just like gifts and stuff. Food. Excellent. Suggestion. That's always a good thing to have. Very well. Cool. Love it. Yeah, I found out about it. Somebody came in here and I saw that they had that tag, that Jew, and I thought, well, what is this? Because I'm in some of the other Jewish servers on some of my other accounts, but they usually don't have that much going on, and so they're kind of boring. But then checked it out, and it was like, hey, this is a really happening server, neat, and the rest is history, as they say, right? Exactly. Yeah, it's very nice. And you don't have to be Jewish in it, though. I take it, right? Very well. Because yeah, if I recall, the person who was in here, I don't think they were, but they had that tag nevertheless. And then I've had some other people come in and kind of check out what I do. I had one person here yesterday. He and I talked for like 2 or 3 hours. He was really interesting. Yeah, I'm glad you gave me the heads up about being in my own VC yesterday. I really appreciate that. And as I previously said, if you ever need me to do anything or change anything, just let me know. I'm generally very flexible.
No, I just joined for my own, not anything related to the.
You just joined on your own, not anything related to what?
Yeah, I just joined because I was bored.
Oh, okay. And how did you find it? How did you find the server? No, not my server. The Jewish server.
I used to never be on Jewish / Israeli servers, just because I was mostly with online people, not actually talking Hebrew.
Yeah.
And after a bit, I joined the Phasmophobia server that is of Israel, which the owner of the Jewish Guild, the current owner, is the owner there as well. So he published the Jewish Guild in the Phasmophobia. And yeah, that's how I found it.
There you go. How big is that one? The Phasmophobia.
It's very small.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it has 200 members, but the official Phasmophobia is almost 600,000 people.
Wow, that's a big one.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Definitely. What other servers are you in, if I may ask?
I mostly friend servers, so streamers.
Okay, so you're not in any of the really big ones?
No.
Okay.
Only a few public servers that I've been invited to, but yeah.
Now I do, I stream in a lot of the big ones, and but I don't normally talk in them. And people wonder why I don't talk in them. And you can imagine, and I'm sure if you
Exactly, we had the same thing in the Jewish case. We've been talking about you, like not talking shit, but like, what are you? Who are you? Why are you doing this?
Yeah, exactly. Who are you? What do you do? 100%. And because I'm in so many different Discord simultaneously, it's just overwhelming. If I turn on all their sound, I get talked to from all of them at any given time.
Secret, if you didn't realize, it was not you crashing, it was us a bit like making you disconnecting you to see what you're doing, because we really didn't know who are you.
Absolutely.
Oh,
I do. And I talked about it on my stream. I even talked about it in my Kabbalah class. I was saying this Jewish guild, they're gonna either learn to love me or they're gonna ban me because I see that
we don't ban for that reason. We're gonna keep you in the big season.
Right.
If you stayed in the public one, we're not gonna.
Yeah, no, I understand. You'd warn me. I understand, but some don't. Other servers just
No,
don't.
it was not even a warn. It was just asking politely.
Absolutely, 100%.
You can stay. You could have stayed, and we wouldn't do anything about it.
Oh, as I said, I'm very flexible, and so I noticed I was like this server. They keep moving me to the inactive section, and I know I'm not inactive. So I thought, well, maybe I have to turn my microphone on because some servers are like that. If you have your camera on but no microphone, they'll consider that to be inactive, and it'll trigger something. But then it was like 5 minutes, and I was like, oh, I know what's going on now. So then it
was not exactly me because I didn't care too much, but I wouldn't say you either. But yeah,
it was somebody.
Us, but
I understand. So then I thought, okay.
Basically, we didn't understand who are you and what you're doing. Are you spying on us? Whatever. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah. So then I thought, okay, I get it. They're wondering what I'm doing. So I went in and I just wished everybody a nice day. And then somebody responded to me about what is it that I do. And as I said in the chat, I give people a portal into my life. Yeah, exactly. And I will interact with people if I know they want to talk with me. Like that's the thing. But I also get, as you can imagine, if I had all the sound on all the different Discords, it would be maddening. But then I also get people who troll me, who come in and play chainsaw sounds and they'll play just anthems to countries.
People that have trolled that joined your VC in the Jewish games. Like they joined you first, and then they moved to us, and we realized they do e-rape or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And people get really creative in how they will troll me. So I just keep the sound off, and anybody wants me, hey, send me a message or type to me in the chat, and I'll get back to you as quickly as I can. And especially if you tag me, But yeah, then when the one person they were like, okay, so when's the karaoke start? I was like, oh, it's on. If you want me to sing karaoke, you found.
It was the guitarist guy.
Well, shout out to that person because then it was like, oh, I'll open up if you want to hear that. So yeah.
The guitarist guy is some nice Israeli guy. He's funny, and he likes to play the guitar. But the day you've been doing the karaoke, he tone up one of the strings on the guitar, so it was funny.
Excellent.
Like I keep telling him, play the guitar, but why are you not doing that now? Or stuff like that.
Well,
You're missing a note.
he changed everything because it was like, oh, okay, great. And then I could introduce myself to you, and you could see that I'm a real person. I'm not, certainly not a spy, and certainly just looking to make friends and connect with my brethren and learn and teach and do everything that I can to just grow as a person. Very positive person myself, and like to be around positive individuals. And it seemed like the people in there were very positive, and I could see in the chat some people were kind of going back and forth with each other, but it was all in good fun, and that's a good situation as well where people
Yeah,
could.
that's also the fun of the Jewish view. Like we have many people that are online, of course. Not right now because it's usually a bit dead on the Shabbat, not always, but usually. And yeah.
And what, it's like midnight, right?
And right now it's 12:40.
Exactly. So that's another reason that it's probably not happening.
Actually, no, that's usually the hour it's most active in the Shabbat. Usually around this time.
Oh, okay.
But the people that are usually online, I see them right now in another VCs.
Do you ever get people? Pardon me. Do you ever get people in all the VCs, or just usually all in one?
Sometimes that's all of them. Depends on the groups or whatever.
Oh, okay. So I don't currently do this, but maybe as it depends how comfortable I am in a VC. But sometimes I'll turn my microphone in there if people want to just listen, especially if I'm like I'm watching something that I think people might like, or I'll stream in there. So, but usually my microphone is off. But if anybody's ever wondering what I'm doing, I'm just living my life, and they're more than welcome to chat with me in there if they want. And we're gonna.
People still asking about you. Well, if there's someone asking about you, I could just ping you.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely fine. And we're gonna do. You should know and tell the moderators we're doing karaoke again. That was just a little taste. We're gonna do it again. I'll set something up. So we'll do requests, and then we'll have other people do karaoke too if they want to. Do you sing karaoke? All right. Well, we might get you to break out of your shell a little bit. You never know.
No, I don't mind singing. I just saying I cannot sing, but I wouldn't mind singing because.
Oh, absolutely. And then we'll do group karaoke. That's always a fun thing where we sing in like a group, and none of us have perfect voices, but that it's a very endearing group activity. So we'll set something up with that maybe in the coming weeks. And do you ever get people who stream like movies or games in there?
Jewish, yeah, sometimes we play stuff together or whatever. Not necessarily as an event, but mostly like if someone wants to join, then go ahead.
Right. Yeah. Well, I could see that.
You will see a lot of the bigger admins like Dallas or Rabbi. Rabbi is the Samanda to studies. But they do play Battlefield or whatever. Materna will play usually Roblox in the server.
Okay.
Materna is their owner.
Do you guys ever play any of the Discord games?
I mean, I don't mind playing Discord games.
Okay.
Every now and then. There's many people that play chess there, and I join usually.
Yeah, that's usually how I play too. Either there or on this app that we use.
We still need to play chess.
I'm telling you, people ask me to play chess, but I do play occasionally, but it becomes over. I what ends up happening is I want to really get into it, and I get people joining my Discord, and they want to talk.
Oh, you do the chat.
You get what I'm saying, and so and then I have to be rude to them because I'm focusing on something, and I just can never do it the way that I want. I played someone on Kick, a pretty big streamer. That's the last game that I played, and I was really happy to win against this person because it was like a public game. And
What's your ranking, by the way?
yeah, everybody asked me that. I on chess.com, I do not have a public ranking. I play on non-ranked services just so I don't have a ranking because I like to win and I want to be the best. And if I'm not going to be the best, I don't want to necessarily be ranked. And I know that
Right. Now I want to find out if you're better than me or not.
I'm sure you're probably better than I.
That and,
I'm a pretty good amateur player, but not anything like for someone who plays regularly. If you play regularly, you'll beat me. But if
I didn't play in a while except like every now and then in the Jewish game.
okay, but yeah, I find that I get so many distractions from people that I really have to like shut down my Discord on mute, and I have to turn off all the music and everything, and then it just becomes like
No, but you can play it with music and everything. No need to be competitive.
no, I recognize
and
that.
I do better with music, so yeah.
Well, I think to me it depends what the music is. If it's like classical or like a symphony or something, that helps me. But if it's like music that I really want to rock out to, that makes it difficult. What kind of music do you like?
So, if you ask what's my favorite, then it's mostly rock and metal.
Okay.
But in my playlist, I have a playlist of over 1,000 songs, 1,600 something. There's everything. There's classic, there's metal, there's death metal, there's jazz, there's rock, there's everything.
Okay.
And I play it on shuffle. So
yeah,
it could go from like classic to rock to whatever.
absolutely. Okay, I'm gonna name a. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And I have many languages as well, like German, Russian, Mongolian, French, and many. It's funny.
Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna name a band. These are generally English-speaking bands. You tell me, or individuals. You tell me if you like them. The Rolling Stones.
Yes. Amazing.
Oh, excellent. I saw the Rolling Stones on the stream a few years ago at SoFi Stadium. So excellent.
Very nice.
Yes, absolutely. And I streamed it. So the Beatles.
Yes. Also amazing.
Okay, agreed. All right. Led Zeppelin.
Wonderful.
Excellent. Oh, we have common.
Much moans, but love that guy.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. AC/DC.
I even have a shirt of them.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Okay, so
Yes.
big time. All right, let's try individuals. Elvis.
I love Elvis Presley.
I love Elvis Presley
I
too.
have a few songs of him in my. So far, all the ones that I have in my playlist. Yes.
To my knowledge, the largest statue in all of Israel is of Elvis Presley.
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's like a little fact. All right. So we both love Elvis Presley. Excellent. All right. What about Elton John?
Also amazing.
I agree. Wow, we're hitting on.
All of the, yeah.
Yeah, I love singing Elton John. I love his songs. Okay.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Agreed. Frank Sinatra.
Amazing.
Excellent.
Whatever,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I should probably go into what don't you like, but I like that we're.
To the moon,
Yeah.
Life,
My way, the best is yet to come.
Yeah,
all of that. I love that.
All of them.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so I'll take it. The Rat Pack, Bing Crosby, all those like old love, beautiful crooners, as it's called. You're a fan of those. Okay, great. What about and you like classical and jazz? That's amazing. Do you have a favorite jazz artist?
Depends if count blues into jazz.
We can certainly do that. Yeah. Who's your favorite blues artist?
And then it's definitely the Blues Brothers.
You love the Blues Brothers? I do too.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. I just did a video on the Blues Brothers not too long ago. Yeah. Okay. You love the Blues Brothers. And oh, that's amazing. Yeah. Okay. So Jake Elwood, 100%, four fried chickens and a Coke. We're on a mission from God. All of that. It's an amazing movie. All right. So I was just, oh man. So you like Ray Charles, Aretha Franklin? Okay. Cab Calloway. Yeah.
Ray Charles, I love that guy. He's amazing. I love but the woman in the road. Very nice. Yes.
Yeah. Aretha Franklin.
Those are the songs I got in my playlist.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Respect.
RESPECT. Absolutely. Find out what it means to me. Okay, great. That's one of my favorite movies. Yeah, and the car chase at the end, and the whole army coming after him. It's incredible. Wow, I'm shocked that you said that. So they put a big smile on my face. I just did a video. So I sometimes make videos for Israel, just like when I go viral, the Israeli people will see like basically that I made videos for them. And one of them was I did all of the dances when Ray Charles has. I said something like, Israel, no one ever taught you how to dance. This is how you dance. And it's like the Ray Charles where they're playing the all those different, like they do the mashed potato and the monkey and like all those dances. So I'm like, when I go viral, I want Israel to be doing these dances. And I made this quick little video of that. And it was specifically for Israel. Because Israel is still relatively a new country and the culture's still being developed, and there's never been like a huge dance craze, a bunch of dance crazes in Israel. While Israelis do dance, I'm not saying that you don't. You could know more dances, and so I think that that's really cool. Okay, so the Blues Brothers. So I imagine you are a fan of like Soul Man and Sweet Home Chicago, those songs.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and
there's also Sweet Home by Eric Clapton.
Okay, so you like Eric Clapton? Excellent. Okay, great. All right, you haven't disliked anything that I dislike at all, or that I like. Okay, how about Billy Joel? Do you like Billy Joel?
Definitely.
Okay, excellent.
What songs have been in your playlist? Piano Man, of course.
Yes.
Uptown Girl, My Life.
Yes.
We Didn't Start the Fire.
Yes.
Diana.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the song that I have in your playlist.
Beautiful. Those are on my playlist as well. Okay. Do you like arena rock?
Explain to me what's that.
Yeah, that's a great question. Okay, so these are like Queen.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Excellent.
Queen, I have many songs of them.
Excellent. Okay. Let's go more modern. But it seems like we like all of those same things. All right. Well, not like super modern, but like moving more in towards the 90s and 2000s and such. Do you like Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Of course.
Okay, excellent.
One of the greatest.
Yeah, definitely. Do you like Maroon 5?
No.
Okay, there you go. Can't like them all.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I'm not
Maroon
like
5 is too. It's not really rock for me.
No, it's not. It's more pop. Yeah.
It's pop, yeah.
Yeah. Do you?
I am a pop guy, but not Maroon 5.
That's okay. How about Coldplay?
Coldplay, I don't mind them, but I don't really have those songs.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind if I had them, but yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
What about Dave Matthews Band? Put in Dave Matthews Crash. That's like their biggest song. But they have a lot of songs. Yeah, listen to it.
You can keep talking about it.
Okay, excellent. Well, so you said you like pop. So that would get into
Dave Matthews is more like this.
yeah. Put in Dave Matthews Band Ants Marching. ANTS space MAR.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, excellent. That's
more.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. What about Nirvana?
Amazing.
Okay. Excellent. Do you like rap or hip hop?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't listen to it too much, but I do have some songs.
Okay. Do you have a favorite rapper?
Probably. Either Kendrick Lamar.
Okay, sure.
What's his name? The name of the other guy. There are a few.
Drake.
Drake is fine.
Okay. Were you thinking? Who's the other guy you're thinking? Is it Travis Scott? Is it?
Oh yeah, Travis Scott.
Travis Scott. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All good. All right. What about the pop princesses of today, like Sabrina Carpenter?
Okay, I may have a profile picture of her in my Jewish guild, but no, I don't listen to Sabrina. Not that I mind her, I just never got really their songs.
Okay.
Except Espresso.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say that's about the only one I know. Okay. What about Tate McRae?
Again?
Tate McRae, she's Canadian. She's becoming more popular. It's okay if you don't know her. I don't expect you really to know any of these. They're pretty new. How about Olivia Rodrigo?
Yeah, she sings very well and she's pretty good.
Excellent. What about Dua Lipa?
No.
How about Doja Cat?
Also not. It's the same.
Okay. What about Tyla? Do you know Tyla? She's South African. That's okay. Tyla, I believe it is. That's Tyler, the creator. No, it's like Tyla, I believe is how you spell it. She's like a model musician lady.
No, I don't know.
That's okay. All right. We've got do you like boy bands or that's not your thing?
I mean, I have stuff like The Cure.
Okay. Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, One Direction.
I mean, no.
Okay, and New Kids on the Block. I get that. All right. What about like? Okay, so you like Nirvana? Do you know Weezer?
Of course.
Oh, okay, great.
And Island something.
Island in the Sun. Yeah.
In the Sun.
Yeah.
I have many songs of them.
Yeah, they're a great band. All right. The Who.
They were amazing.
Yeah, they are. Okay, excellent.
There's also The Who with HU, which is a Mongolian band.
Okay. Oh, excellent. Yeah, Mongolian metal is like pretty popular, surprisingly.
Yeah. If you search the HU, they have great songs like UV, World, The Wolf Totem, great songs. They have cover of Metallica, Sad But True, but in Mongolian.
Okay. So I want to. What if I'm looking up one of their songs? What would I look up? What would be the one you would recommend?
UV.
Okay.
It's their second most popular favorite, in my opinion.
Okay, I found it.
Yes. It's like with a type of banjo, Mongolian banjo. They sing with throat singing.
And they've got this instrument that wah, wah. What is that?
That's the banjo.
Oh,
type of banjo. It's not exactly a banjo.
Okay.
It's,
I love
strings banjo basically.
I love that instrument.
Yeah. If you look them on YouTube, you'll see the video as well.
I'm watching a video, but it's not the band. It's like their music video. It's kind of a long music video. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. Oh, now I see it. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I could really get into that. I'm glad you introduced me to it, and it's easy to remember because it's like the Who. Okay, my favorite kind of music. I mean, it's hard for me to choose. It's like choosing children, but do you know Motown music?
What's that?
Great question. So this is music like the Temptations, like the Supremes, like the Four Tops, like Stevie Wonder, like
Wonder.
like Marvin Gaye. Do you know Marvin Gaye? Okay, excellent. Yeah, that's like
Yeah, let's get it on.
Absolutely.
Mountain high enough.
Yeah. That's like my favorite kind of music. I love that kind of music. It's you know what soul music is?
What's that?
Soul music is So soul music is usually considered music from the 1960s and early 1970s of generally African American artists. Yeah. And they just sing about love.
Soul of the what's his name? Louis Armstrong.
Louis
Primer.
Louis. Okay, so Louis Armstrong is more like yeah, you could consider him so.
Chuck Berry.
Yeah, it's Chuck Berry. Yeah, and it's Ray Charles and those kind.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, amazing.
What are your thoughts on disco?
I didn't hear you.
And I cut you off. You were saying something. Please go ahead.
So yeah, as I said, all of them are in my playlist.
All of them are in your playlist. What are your thoughts on disco music?
Again, what's that?
Oh, disco music. Okay, so that's the Bee Gees. That's
disco.
Yeah.
Bee Gees. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I do too. Okay, excellent. What are your thoughts on swing music? Do you know what swing music is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I do. I like that too. Okay, we're talking arena rock. So you like Queen? What about like Bon Jovi or Journey?
Bon Jovi are amazing. Johnny also.
Okay, excellent.
And many more.
Yeah. Okay, very well. It sounds like your music playlist would fit very well. I could listen to your music playlist. It sounds very good.
I would have sent to you, but there's for sure stuff.
No. You don't have to do that. I'm just saying that if I were on a desert island for the rest of my life, I'm sure I could listen to your 1,600 songs and be at least quite happy from a music perspective, especially because you're into some really cool stuff like The Who.
Most of them, the most of them you will like, but they do have what they call quote unquote joke music, which is weird songs like, let's say, there's many, let's say, morons and stuff like that.
Sure, I understand.
So it's basically mostly to troll myself and whoever I send the playlist to, where they listen, they have great songs, and then they somehow become into 18 plus songs.
Yeah.
Yes.
I understand that. Okay.
I wouldn't send it.
No worries.
Yeah.
Okay, what are your thoughts on let's see here. There are a lot of
You still didn't say the greatest rock band, by the way. Just saying.
Who's the greatest rock band? I still didn't
Not
say them.
rock.
I know you're saying I still didn't say them.
Mhm.
Okay, but now we got a
Best
game.
of them all.
Now we've got a game. Okay, best of them
Yeah.
all. I don't want a hint. I'm gonna get them though. Okay, Metallica.
I said rock, not metal.
Oh, okay. You're being very very specific. Okay, the best rock band of all. All right. Well, I'm just gonna go through some of them.
By the way, any type of rock. So it could be, let's say, indie rock, rock, soft rock, whatever. Any rock.
Okay.
Just not metal.
Okay, just not metal. All right. Black Sabbath.
Amazing, I love Ozzy, but no.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
are part of the top, but it's not the greatest.
Okay. I feel you. Okay. So, well, I'll start going back and then move forward and hopefully get them. All right. So the big one of the like 1950s. We already said Elvis. That's not really a band though. Buddy Holly and the Crickets.
No.
No. Okay. We talked about the Beatles. We talked about the Rolling Stones. We talked about the Who. Um, let's see here. Who else did we miss? The Temptations, the Four Tops. All right. I'll just name some others. Foreigner.
No. I already said Foreigner. Amazing, but it's not them.
Oh, okay. All right. It's a band. Okay. We said Fish.
No.
Not Fish. All right. We said Journey. We said Steve Miller Band.
No.
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 Okay. We've got REO Speedwagon.
What?
REO Speedwagon. They were big in the 80s. Really big. All right. Fleetwood Mac.
No. Fleetwood are like my top three. I love them.
Oh, I do too. I love Fleetwood Mac. Yeah, that's good stuff. All right. Not Fleetwood Mac. Not REO.
By the way, also the second you were mixing. Just saying.
That's what I like to hear.
Top one and the top second.
That's what I like to hear. Okay, good. This will be fun. All right. Oh, just one moment. Pink Floyd.
There we go. That's the top one.
Okay, I could see that. I could absolutely see that. Excellent.
I'm number one fan of Pink Floyd.
Oh, that's one.
One after my dad, actually, but yeah.
Okay, very well. Okay, so Pink Floyd, and now we need the other one.
The second.
Yeah, so just one moment, we'll get them. Okay, so we have Pink Floyd. We have
The second, by the way, is rock, but there are some songs that are more to the pop side.
okay, interesting. By the way, having Pink Floyd as your number one is completely understandable and justified in a lot of ways. I mean, everybody's got their own, but if you would have said like, "Oh, I'm a fan of I don't know some band I didn't know," I'd be like, "Oh, okay." But yeah, Pink Floyd, that's a great one. Have you ever watched?
Well, I'm saying the best. Of course, the best is known. So yeah.
Well, generally, yeah. But some people like some niche things. Have you ever seen? It's called Dark Side of the Rainbow. The sync up between Dark Side of the Moon and the Wizard of Oz. Oh, you have to do. If you're a Pink Floyd fan, oh, you have to do this, and you have to do it. Like the next time we talk, I expect you to have watched it, and if not, and if not, I'll watch it with you. So, yeah, it's called Dark Side of the Rainbow, and it's the Wizard of Oz synced up with, and it's freaky. It's freaky how Dark Side of the Moon syncs up with the Wizard of Oz. It's absolutely freaky. So
We'll listen to it later. It's like 11 minutes. So.
no, it's no. It's longer than that. It's like 2 hours. It's like a whole. It's the whole album. It's the whole album. I'll get you a link. Dark Side. Oh, you already found it? Okay, we'll get it for you. All right. So we've got.
Join host Green P7 for a podcast exploring Charlie's Place, a club that was about so much more than music. Music, dance, lyrics, the creation.
Just bear with me. I'll get you a link.
There we go.
Listen to Charlie's Place on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Charlie's Place and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
This is one of those things that they. Oh, don't you worry. I'll get it for you right now. I just have to check in a couple different. Okay, watch Dark Side of the Rainbow. Is that a? Okay, here it is. Is this on YouTube? That's just a little bit of it, though. Oh, yeah. Somebody broke it up and did like a playlist. That's not what we want.
Yes, it's fine. Oh yeah, I found it. I think hour and 40 minutes.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And if you have trouble finding it, or if you can't find it, let me know. But as a Pink Floyd fan, it's a must. It's very well known in popular culture as well. Basically, some people. Well, I don't want to say it incorrectly. So, let me just get the breakdown. How discovered it was. I heard about it I watched it the first time in college, and it was freaky to me.
Right, I found it in some weird app. If you can find it on YouTube or something.
Yeah. Just one moment. So let me give you the breakdown of it. The phenomenon known as the Dark Side of the Rainbow, also referred to as Dark Side of Oz, or the Wizard of Floyd, involves simultaneously playing Pink Floyd's 1973 album, The Dark Side of the Moon, while watching the 1939 film, The Wizard of Oz. This creates moments of apparent synchronicity between the music lyrics and film scenes. While the exact origin of the idea remains unclear, the earliest documented mention traces back to online discussions in the early 1990s, particularly on the Usenet message board alt.music Pink Floyd. According to multiple sources, an anonymous user claimed to have heard about the pairing from some people in Los Angeles, sparking curiosity from fans. Okay, so with that being said, let me get you a good link for it, and it's absolutely phenomenal. All right, so movies.
All right.
Okay, so I've got to get the second band.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so as I am gonna find this for you, I'll get that second band. We have let's see here. This is a rock band, right? Oh, you said, but they had some pop stuff. All right.
Some people say that some of those songs are, but yes, there are rock.
Okay. They are a rock band. That had to, let's see.
They are known. Yes.
They are known. Okay. The Sex Pistols.
No.
No. Okay. The the Ramones.
No idea who does it.
That's okay. Like they're not. They're. Don't worry about it. I mean, they're okay, but they're not like one of my favorites by any means. But they're okay. The Stone Temple Pilots. No.
That's a very nice. No.
U2.
No.
Not U2. Okay, what are your? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Oh man, I felt U2 could be up there. They have a 2 in their name. All right, not U2. Let's see here. The Clash. Yeah. Okay, not the Rolling Stones. Um. Not Red Hot Chili Peppers.
You're missing a very big band. Just saying.
Yeah, I must be. And it's not metal. It's not like Tool or anything like that.
No, it's not metal.
Okay. Let's see here. The Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. No. Okay.
If you want, I can give you a hint and like what date they're known for.
Yeah, give me a date.
Which is
Sure.
They're between the 70s and the 80s.
70s and the 80s. Okay.
Also, some of the songs are in the 90s, mostly the 70s, 80s.
Okay. Steely Dan.
No.
Okay. We have. Def Leppard.
No.
The Police.
The Police are amazing, but no.
Van Halen.
Also amazing, but still
no. Motley Crue.
No, but it's also very nice.
All right. Genesis. All right. And you said that they had maybe like what some people consider to be a pop hit or so.
They had a very big hit.
They had a very big hit. All right.
In a few of those songs, mostly there's a big hit, the most popular one.
All right. Oh, the Eagles.
No.
Oh, what are your thoughts on the Eagles?
They're amazing.
They are amazing. Yeah, they are. Okay, good.
Yeah, Life in the Fast Lane.
Hotel California, Heartbreak Tonight.
Take it easy.
Yeah, amazing. All right. Oh man, I thought it was the Eagles. I was gonna be like, no way, you're a giant Eagles fan. Aerosmith.
No, I am an Eagles fan, but not a favorite. Not in the top.
Aerosmith.
No.
Not Aerosmith. Okay, what are your thoughts on Aerosmith?
They're also very nice. Many of the albums.
I agree. Yeah, amazing. Let's see. Guns N' Roses.
Also very nice. They're in the top 5 for sure, but not the second.
Oh man. All right, 70s and 80s. Um, the the Cure?
No, we already spoke about it.
Oh, okay. The Doors.
Also amazing, but yeah.
Oh, Leonard Skinner. No, not Leonard Skinner. Okay. Boston.
No, also very nice. Like them.
They had a big song. The Doobie Brothers?
We already spoke about. Oh no, we spoke about blues. But no.
Chicago? Okay. Kiss.
What did you say?
Kiss? Kiss?
Oh no, not Kiss. Also amazing. I love Kiss.
Same here.
One of the ones that got me into the course, except Pink Floyd.
Oh wow. This is a good one. I'm not stumped though. All right. We've got this is more 80s. Tears for Fears.
I love Tears for Fears. They're amazing.
I do too. What's your favorite Tears for Fears song?
Of course,
Everybody wants the world of the world. Absolutely. Good. What about Supertramp?
They're amazing, but no. I also love their albums.
All right. Steely Dan?
No.
The the Jimi Hendrix Experience?
No. They need another hint.
Let's see. Before we give another hint, let me think. Let's see here. They're a band. So, did I say the Police?
Yes, you said Police.
Okay.
Listening to the Police right now. The Police.
Beautiful. What song?
King of Pain.
Oh, good one. All right. We have the let's see here, 70s, 80s, and early 90s. Rush. Rush, they're a Canadian band. All right. That's
I love Rush. Yeah, listen to them, but no, I don't know too many things.
And this is not like a disco band, and it's not like a funk band, right?
No.
Okay.
If you've been to pubs, you would have heard them.
That is that the clue?
Kind of, yes, sure.
Okay. How many big hits do you think they had?
A lot. The biggest one is by far bigger than the others.
Okay.
I can tell you how much. Like, the biggest hit is over $1 billion, and the second one is close to it.
Oh, giant. Okay. All right. Not Poison.
Also very nice.
Yeah. Okay, they have one hit that's like giant, and then another one that's really big too. Did I say Guns N' Roses?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
And I said they're top 5.
Oh, that's right. Okay. When was their big hit? Was it in the 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Let me check. Sorry. I think 70s, but I will check. It came out 78. Yes, 70s. Late 70s.
Okay. Oh, I don't think. It's not a folk band, right?
A what?
Folk band. A folk band is like like Peter, Paul, and Mary, or what is it? Like Neil Young. I take it no. So
Let me check. No, they're not.
okay.
There's some music.
Wings. No. What are your thoughts on Wings? Yeah, Band on the Run. It's Paul McCartney. Yeah. Deep Purple.
Deep Purple are also amazing. I grew up on them.
Okay.
I grew up on them because my big brother, plays guitar, and one of the songs he kept playing on the guitar is "Smoke on the Water."
Oh, excellent. Not the Kinks. Okay. So I was thinking, not Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
No.
Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Nope.
What are your thoughts on CCR?
They're also amazing.
I agree.
Like top 10, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Three Dog Night. Three Dog Night?
No.
No. Okay, what are your thoughts on Three Dog Night? They sing like
Give me a song.
Shambhala. They also sing Joy to the World. It's go Joy to the World.
Oh, yeah.
All the boys and girls. Yeah. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. And joy to you. Yeah.
We didn't have any songs.
That's okay. All right.
So we spoke about Tales for Fears. That
Love that song. Absolutely. All right. Is it Electric Light Orchestra?
No.
All right. Boston.
Yeah, that's so nice. Boston, we said that.
Oh, okay. I said Boston. I didn't say Chicago. I know I said Chicago. I said Boston too.
You said both.
Oh, okay. Apologies. Very well. All right. Bad Company.
No.
All right. A rock band. So, like it's not Sly and the Family Stone. It's not the Jackson 5. It's not the Isley Brothers. Like those are all funks. Like so, right? None of those. Okay. America. Um, the Birds.
If you want, I can give another.
Yes, please give me another hint.
It's British rock.
Okay. So not the Kings, not the Clash, not the Ramones, not the Sex Pistols, not the Rolling Stones, not the Who, not Velvet Underground. All right. Um, uh, I don't know if all the people, but I think Eric Clapton's British. Cream.
No, and I said it is a band, so don't list names.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm saying Cream. Eric Clapton was in Cream.
No, it's not Cream.
Okay.
I love Cream.
All right. And we said Pink Floyd, obviously. And I'm still gonna get you that link.
Pink Floyd is top one.
Yes. Okay, not okay. Oasis is too late.
And Oasis is basic as well, so no.
And they're like two brothers. All right. Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden is metal, but I love them.
Okay. Depeche Mode.
No idea what it is.
Okay. The Yardbirds.
No.
The Animals.
Nope.
Oh boy. And they're a really big band. I mean, they have 1 billion.
Yeah, Animals are amazing. I love
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying what you're saying. They have 1 billion.
Yep. You're missing a very big band.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, the amount of stuff on Spotify that using. So.
All right. Okay, here's a question. Did the band stay together or did it eventually break up?
Yes, they broke up.
Okay, they broke up. And yes?
Yeah, they broke up.
No, that's a band. Yes?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, they had like roundabout. No. But no, it's not them.
T-Rex?
No.
Okay. Jethro Tull? Did I say Jethro Tull?
You didn't say it? No.
Okay. The Human League.
No, but I do love the Human League.
Duran Duran.
No, but I love Ordinary World.
T-Rex.
You said it a second ago.
I thought I did. Okay. King Crimson.
No.
Emerson, Lake and Palmer.
Nope.
All the people are from England or the UK.
A peaceful march has turned confrontational between federal police and students in downtown LA. It started at City Hall when hundreds of students walked out of class Friday afternoon in protest of recent federal immigration regulations. While the march appeared to be peaceful, after some
I
time,
think so.
Okay.
Google didn't really give me an answer of yes or no.
Okay.
It just told me it formed in London. So.
And the band, did they have a like one member who became famous afterward, like Sting with the Police or Paul McCartney and Wings?
The search for the mother of Today Show host Anna Guthrie is still going on. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home in Arizona nearly 2 weeks ago. Pima County Sheriff says they are making progress, but ABC's Alex Stone says slow.
Yes.
Oh, they did. Okay.
The lead singer and gotten famous after as well.
Oh, interesting. All right. Did I say Iron Maiden? Yeah, you did. And you said that was rock or metal. Yeah. And did I say the Clash?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Boy, this is a good one, my friend.
They're famous. I told you that big hits.
Yeah. All right.
All right. I'm gonna use this.
Please do.
You think of names at the moment.
Absolutely.
Yes. So we'll be back in a second.
This weekend could be messy in some places.
Across the Northeast, separate counties across New York City, right down to New York City by early Saturday morning. A bigger storm taking shape out west. It's snow and rain from Colorado to Texas by Saturday.
Showers are expected to start here in Southern California starting Monday night. And I hope I say this person's name right. Ilya Malinen's push for Olympic gold unraveled in the men's free skate at the Milan Cortina Games, knocking him off the podium. He fell twice, dropped first after the short program to 8th overall, and ended his unbeaten streak. Mikhail Shidorov of Kazakhstan took gold, a career best score, giving Kazakhstan his first Winter Games gold medal. And Chris Paul says he's retiring from the NBA after 21 seasons. He announced that decision on social media. The 40-year-old point guard ends his career after a brief return to the Clippers, who sent him home.
Join us for a night of sight.
All right, I'm back.
Excellent.
Good names.
Yeah. Just one moment. We're gonna get you. We're gonna get you. I was looking for that link. Okay. Is the word "the" in the name of the band?
Mm-hmm.
Is the word "the" THE in the name of the band?
No.
Okay, that helps. All right, so then we're looking at Culture Club. Bananarama.
No.
And then we have 60s for beaches. Right now, 62 Woods and 66 in Rancho Santa Margarita. Stall on the 710 in Vernon.
Southbound 710 headed Atlantic, a stall in the middle lane. Next East LA down to 405. From Hollywood, southbound 178 at Oxnard. Some good news here. A stall there now over in the right shoulder for Arcadia. Eastbound 210 at Santa Benita. We've got a car stuck in the second lane from from Sierra Madre. Inglewood, the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game. The forum starts at 4 p.m.
No, that's how about Wire?
Manchester and Florence. California's most accurate traffic reports. Your choice. You don't use the radio in your car more than anything else. When buying a new car, make sure the AM/FM is simple, clear, and convenient.
The California Post has become part of my morning routine. This week they had a great opinion read on Kamala Harris's cringe return to politics. The California Post is unafraid to tackle big stories and offer a provocative take. It is the best in news, sports, entertainment,
Foghat.
politics, but through a local California lens. Checking the California Post app has become part of my routine.
Bad Company.
Daily newspaper available for retail or home
No,
delivery.
you said but
Dave Clark 5.
It's easy to stay in the know. Check it out at
no.
Herman's Hermits.
No.
Okay. Free. You said there's no the in it, but the Moody Blues.
No, was not there at all. And blues is blues, so
Yeah, but they have rock songs. The Zombies. They're a great band, but they have the in it.
exactly. Zombie are one of the cases as well.
Yeah.
It's not,
White Snake.
yeah.
Okay. Did I say it wouldn't be the Foghat? Did I say Foghat?
No, you didn't say it.
Manfred Man. How many letters or how many words is the band name?
2.
Ooh, okay, that helps. Cutting Crew.
No.
Dire Straits.
There we go.
Okay. All right. Wow. All right. So, you a fan of Walk of Life? Okay. That is an interesting choice at number 2. I did not know they were.
I love that guitar and everything.
I did not know that they were formed in London. Amazing.
We have it.
All right. So,
And they were British rock again. They were from London.
so who's the guy who became famous after?
Mark Knopfler.
Okay.
Knopfler.
All right.
He became significantly famous after Dire Straits dissolved in 1995.
I like Dire Straits a lot.
I don't know what for, but yeah.
I like I also think of them as being an 80s band. I know they're 70s, but okay. So what's the
Yeah, late 70s.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So is Walk of Life the one that has almost a billion hits, a billion plays?
Walk of Life is almost a billion. Sultan Swings, billion.
Oh, of
700 million.
course. Sultans of Swing.
And my favorite.
Money for Nothing.
Money for Nothing and Brother in Arms. Amazing. I love all of the album of what's the name? Communique is an amazing album.
Wow, that was a really good one. Okay, so you go Pink Floyd, Dire Straits, Fleetwood Mac, right? Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the third exactly because I have many, but definitely top 5 of the Fleetwood.
Okay, what are your thoughts? What's your favorite? Do you have a favorite Beatles song or Beatles album?
Get my Oh yeah, definitely Let It Be.
Okay, the song or the album?
The song, and also a Jude. The Oblada is amazing.
Yeah.
Many great songs because amazing.
What are your thoughts on Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album?
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on the album Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band? It's a Beatles album.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it starts with $234,000 a year base salary. Your mouth is dry. Are you having food? It's 244,000. That's just salary. It goes up to $300,000 after stipends, car allowances, and we're not even talking about the health benefits and the pensions, huh? $300,000 and a car. So now you're going to pay an extra 0.5%.
Yeah.
Which adds up.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's very nice song.
Yeah, I like that.
For benefit, yeah.
You know what's really interesting? I'm trying to find this Dark Side of the Rainbow, and it is very difficult to find because
I know I couldn't find it.
Yeah, there are two competing groups who don't want it on the internet. There's Pink Floyd and the people at MGM because it's the Wizard of Oz, and I mean,
but I understand it's basically a movie.
It is what you do is you play the Dark Side of the Moon album while like at the same time of Wizard of Oz, but someone has synced them together, and I am gonna find it for you.
I found one on a site that I don't really trust called Vimeo.
Yeah.
I don't know the site, so I don't trust it.
Oh, Vimeo is a fine site. So you found it on Vimeo?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me go to that one. Dark Side. I'm on Vimeo right now. It's like it's like a competitor to YouTube. Dark Side of the
Yes, I found it there.
Of the and it was working. Okay. Dark Side of the Rainbow. And that was the one that was like an hour and 40 minutes or whatever. Okay. Filters. Sure.
It's basically without mostly hearing the Pink Floyd song.
Yes, sir. So, moment.
I escaped a little, but yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna want to because the Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. So you basically adjust the album.
Yeah, but you want to see how it syncs up. It's freakish how it syncs up. Meaning, it's almost like Pink Floyd.
No, like skips. Look at it. That's how it's supposed to be.
Oh no, it's not supposed to skip like that. No. Let's find a better version of it. Yeah, no. That is strange. So I see one on there that's like 28, but we need the whole thing. All right. I have a bunch of sites that I'm gonna go to and find. Do you I mean bands don't usually play too much in Israel, do they? I mean I know it can get political, but do you see bands in person ever?
I mean there are a few, yeah.
Okay, what are the favorite bands that you've seen?
I don't really listen to much to Israeli music.
No. Bands that have come to Israel. Like, have you ever seen a band play, like a big band play?
Oh no, that's not too much. Not recently because due to the war.
Exactly, that's what I was saying. Usually just due to politics and such that it's not seen as good publicity for them. And you don't listen to too much Israeli music?
No, not I do to some, but not a lot at all. Like great band in Israel is very known that actually steals its music from Madness, which is funny. It was an 80s rock band, but it stole most of its song from like Madness and some other bands and did great songs in it. So the name is Machine, I see.
Okay.
Yeah, Machine are great, and yeah.
What are your thoughts on individuals? Like, do you like? I know you like Elvis, Frank Sinatra. What about Madonna?
Madonna is amazing.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. How about George Michael?
Oh, Careless Whisper, of course.
Yeah, father figure.
Amazing.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, great song.
And he was in Wham. I was gonna say Wham, but you were like, it's a band, and that would have been too poppy. All right. Let's see here.
No, I'm not one of the good ones.
This is amazing to me how difficult this is. Usually, you can find just about everything on the internet.
Yeah, unless it's something people want to hide. So
Yeah. Okay, I think I found it. Hold on, let me make sure. I could be wrong. Looks like it's just half of it. We'll get it though. So here's another thing. It goes by 3 different names, which doesn't help to find it. It's the Dark Side of the Rainbow, the Dark Side of Oz, and then the Wizard and the moon. Like there are a bunch of different names for it. Okay. Okay. So I think I can find it a lot easier. Oh, with the other name, even though it doesn't normally go by that. It seems like there are more options. Have you seen the regular Wizard of Oz?
Yes, but very long ago.
Absolutely. Good. All right, because that helps. It's not necessary, but it helps to like just to know the basic story, and that's how I was too. I'd seen it when I was a kid, and then I had heard the Pink Floyd album, but then to mash them together is really wild. Okay, The Dark Side of Oz.
Hey guys, it's Lisa Booth. This week we talk the biggest story shaping America: border chaos, the Washington spending fight, culture wars, and what's really coming next. No spin, no talking points,
Watch
just facts and illegal.
movies. 1, 2, 3.
Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts. This report is sponsored by Life Source Water System. Do you really know what's in your tap water?
You know, when they make it hard to find, that's one thing. But then when you find it, then it's like, oh, this is really secretive. This is really something cool. All right. What are your favorite movies? Or what kind of movies do you like?
Not a big movie fan because I'm not that good at just sitting and doing nothing.
I'm with you on that.
I have a short attention span, so even.
Hey, you like the Blues Brothers? That's all that matters. But yeah, the Blues Brothers it's a musical, really, even though it's not normally considered that.
I love slow songs. I just don't like slow
Yeah,
movies in general.
yeah, I'm with you. I used to, but then the cell phone came out. Like, I mean, you know, I'm a generation older than you are, and I think about.
How old are you, if I may ask?
Sure, I'm 40. And I find that I just find like I've got other stuff to do. I just can't focus on them as I once did. That's why I like streaming.
Also, another thing this I may ask: what about wife and children?
Yeah, great question.
You're 40.
Yeah.
What about Shidu?
Yeah. Well, I was all set up for that using certainly Shulchan, and I it was during the pandemic, and I started streaming thinking that, oh, it's going to be like 90 days, I'm going to go viral, like 3 months. It can't take that long. And then I'll be able to have my pick of the litter. I'll be able to have any girl I want. And it has certainly taken a little longer than that. But I recognize that, you know, I don't have a biological clock, so to speak, and I will have a lot of influence if and when I go viral. And I'm not really. I mean, I feel like I could do so much good if I go viral to be able to help people learn about humans, be able to make a lot of money, which is fine. I'm fine right now, and I don't necessarily do it for that. But I'll go from millionaire to billionaire to trillionaire. I mean, like more money than I'll ever know what to do with, and I'll be able to take care of a lot of people. So I recognize, you know, if I have to sacrifice a few years of my life to do this, I'm fine with it. And I think that, I'll be very, very well known, and that'll make me more attractive. Like, I mean, let's get down to brass tacks. Let's get down to tacos. Um, Maybe I'd be able to get a woman who is a really pretty woman, and I certainly could previously, but I'm going to be able to basically have any woman in the world once I go viral, and that's quite exciting. But and then the ability to not have to work, and um, be able to spend time with my children full time and be like always there for them. I mean, I just think that'll be
They say they are millionaires, have enough money.
exactly. So I mean, uh, being an app developer is great and fun, and I'm certainly not against people working. Everybody's got to do something, but I feel like this is like basically I'm making a sacrifice now for my family of the future.
Mm-hmm.
What about you? I know you said you just got out of a relationship. Do you want to have a family young, or you want to wait?
Yeah. I am. I wouldn't say looking because I'm not actually searching, but if I will find someone, I will ask them out.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Um. All
The
right.
problem is that I'm in the north of Israel, and once they are either already in relationship or less me type, so
Well, you'll find your Bershurda, your soulmate, soon enough, God willing.
yes.
And any idea how many children you want to have?
In my case, I really don't care. Depends on
Depends on how things go with the missus, basically, right?
exactly how much she wants.
Yeah.
I don't. I do care, but I don't care too much.
Let's say she wanted to have 10 children. Are you okay with that?
I mean, probably not that much, but yeah.
Okay. What if she said she didn't want to have children?
Hmm?
What if she said she didn't want to have children?
That I wouldn't.
Okay. So you want to have children?
I do want children, but if he doesn't, I wouldn't mind.
Oh, you wouldn't mind? Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said I wouldn't mind.
I misheard you.
I do want children, but basically, as I said, based on the woman, as long as it's not too much. Both because of the responsibility, work, and the money.
Certainly. Do you have to serve in the IDF?
I served already.
Oh, okay. 2 years?
Kind of.
Okay.
Got out there, so yeah.
Excellent. Can't beat that. This is quite the quandary. I'm gonna like every website I go to, it just says like no longer available. Like somebody went to.
Yeah, I know. It seems like it's been on a mission to delete it.
Yeah, and I wonder who it is, if it's MGM or Pink Floyd or both. But somebody. That's what makes it such a unique piece um of media. Is it is this combination dark side. What is your favorite Pink Floyd album?
The final cut.
Okay.
Also, if my ringtone is one of the Final Cut songs, one of the solos on my phone if someone calls me,
Very cool.
which is the Gunner's Dream. Very great song.
Do you like cover bands?
Yes, I love covers.
I do too, and they get a bad reputation, but I think they're cool.
No, I love covers. They have many covers of Disney songs, like stuff like that. It's nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I could try to myself, like to put Pinkwood song and King and Wizard of Oz.
That's true. That's how you're supposed to do it. But if it doesn't sync up correctly, then everything will be thrown off. I can tell you where it syncs up.
Yeah, you can find on the Google what it syncs. So you just cannot find someone that synced it. Yeah.
Yeah. And like when to hit play and what version. All right. This should not be that hard. I mean it, and I almost love that it is that it's not like, oh no, that was easier to find. Dark Side of the Rainbow.
There is no scientific evidence today any better or worse than any other day. Yet the superstition lives.
Boy,
Some
oh
buildings
boy.
don't have a 13th floor. Many airlines don't have a 13th row. And you'd be hard pressed to find a 13th street. Fear of the day will lead to a loss of about $900 million in business. Superstitions usually come with rituals, so look for a lucky penny. And if that doesn't work, look for deals. Free tennis. KFI News.
So, my weather from KFI News out there tonight around 40 degrees. Sunny tomorrow and a degree or two cooler. Highs about 60 at the beaches, 70 Metro LA, Orange County, upper 70s out there in Palm Springs, mid 60s San Fernando Valley, mid 60s in the high desert as well. And cooler Sunday. That chance of rain we talked about earlier this week has moved to later in the evening on Sunday when it should be starting and will hang in through mid next week. Right now, Lake Forest 69, Anaheim 70, Red Rock 69 degrees, Santa Clarita 73. The KFI financial report had a mixed bag today, but fairly even. Dow was up 49, Nasdaq was down 50, S&P was up 3. Let's get from Crash in East LA. It's the eastbound 60 at Downey, a crash blocking lanes trading from Whittier Boulevard. Carson, the southbound 405 at Carson Street, crash hit the left lane, also 3 vehicles in the HOV lane, then center.
Okay. Invalid source. Okay. Switch server. We couldn't find this content. This is the second one. Third one. This domain. No. Fourth one. Hey, I think I found it. Okay. Yeah, and it's on a really good website. Apologies, I should have gone to this website before, but as you know, it was difficult. Okay. All right. I will send it to you in Discord. Is that okay? Okay. Now, the website that I'm going to send it to you, I think you have to go to the fourth server. I'll explain how to do it in a second. Juice?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. I like apple juice too. Okay, that's a really good website too, by the way, to just get any movie you want. So if you would go to that website and then you're gonna see, I didn't check the sound. Let me make sure the sound works. Yeah. I mean, do you want to watch it? now, or do you not have time?
No, I plan to go to sleep soon.
Oh yeah, of course. Okay, so do you see there are like different servers?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to go to the one that's
Choose any of them.
no, the first three don't work. So v2.vid.
I have only two.
Oh, you only have.
Wait, I know. The fourth one? Yeah, I found what you're talking about. It was on the cloud. Okay, which one do I choose?
V2 dot. It's the only one that has the.
The src.me.
Yep, that one.
There we go. Yes, it works.
And check the sound to make sure it works.
Yep.
Excellent. Baruch Hashem. All right. Boy, that was not easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will definitely watch it like tomorrow.
Okay, and if you want some company, let me know when you watch it, and I'll watch it with you, God willing. If you want. If not, that's your homework, and then I want to see what you think of it. Okay.
Also, just check. Seems to be a malicious site.
I mean, I don't get a pop up like that. I've used this website. I mean, like a lot. It's not like the first time I've used it, and it always works. I mean, are you sure it's not saying it's a malicious site because it allows you to get all kinds of free movies?
Maybe.
I mean, I think that's probably why you're getting that. It's not like you have to download anything. You can literally just stream it, so it shouldn't cause you any issues. Yeah, it's wild. And then you get to listen to Dark Side of the Moon if you haven't done that in a while. Do you like that album?
Yeah, it's an amazing.
Yeah. So you're gonna see, and you're gonna be. So I've heard interviews of the band before, and they were like, "We had no idea this was a thing." Like, it's not like they were like, "Hey, let's make an album that would sync up really well with The Wizard of Oz." Not at all. But when
it seems also that site is a malware if you download stuff, except the cookies. But as long as I will not accept the cookies or anything, I'm fine.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, nobody.
So don't accept the cookies though.
Yeah, just new incognito window, no cookie exception.
Oh, that doesn't matter. But the incognito doesn't save you.
Oh, I know it doesn't
Just
save
don't
you.
accept or download.
Yeah.
Don't accept cookies, don't download. Will be a malware.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't even know where would you download on this website.
Only does an option to download like.
Oh, okay. I don't get that one on my phone. Okay, but we found it, so that's great. And now you've got homework. And I know it's getting late there, so I'll let you go. But this has been fun. I'm glad to have a new friend, Apple, and yeah, check in with me tomorrow, okay? God willing. Excellent. Shabbat shalom. Beautiful. You as well. Good Shabbos. Bye. We found it, folks. All right.
It's right here in Southern California, and I'll share that with you because it's a sign